Welcome to Intel Gamer Day's last day of PAX 2022. We are with TJ, We the People. We are with PJ from Origin PC, and I am Liquid House. We are at the Intel booth, PAX West 2022, last day. You ready to build a PC?
Oh, am I?
Oh, yeah. You're doing this, my friend.
I'm a little nervous. You know, I know we have a lot of my community watching right now. It's an ongoing joke that I have zero PC build experience. All right.
That's even better. I'm glad you have zero experience.
So
we're
you
gonna
guys
walk you through this.
Yeah, you guys are gonna show me how to do it. I'm excited. I got two of the best in the business here, so I've heard. So I'm excited. I appreciate you guys being here. And huge shout out to Intel for getting this together at
this is great, right? This is awesome. So hey PJ, do you want to let us know what kind of parts we're dealing with here?
Sure.
We've got the Intel 12900K, I believe.
We're working with Corsair's QL120 RGB fans. We got a set of, let me grab them over here, I'm a little short, forgive me for that. We're using a 2 terabyte Corsair MP600 NVMe M.2. That'll be for your OS drive. We're using a set of 32 gig at 6,000 megahertz. Corsair Dominator RGB in white to match the RM850 power supply that's going to go in this system. We're also working with a Corsair H150i Capellix cooler, all in white. This is going to be all white setup.
Yeah, this is going to be all white build. Yeah, this is going to be
got a white Gigabyte Z690 Aero G motherboard provided by Gigabyte, if I'm not mistaken, correct? And a Gigabyte RTX 3080 from Gigabyte, all in white.
Yeah, so, and then we got the case over there.
And then the piece there is this stuff, right?
Yeah, let's bring out the case here. What are we building with?
This is the Corsair 5000T.
5000T.
Thing looks like a
so 5000 TJ. That's what it's going to be.
5000
afterwards.
TJ.
Yeah,
Look at you.
It's going to be the 5000 TJ.
I love it. I'm going to put a Patriots logo right there.
Hey, there you go. Nice. Most excellent.
Let's
all right.
Get this stuff out of the way.
So my goal here today for this stream is by the end of it, you're going to know exactly how to build your PC because you actually did it. We're walking you through it, my man.
I will hate to let you down. We're going to build this one. I don't know how much of that experience I'm going to be carrying on into the future. But I'm excited, man.
Yeah, man, let's get started, all right?
I really am.
First thing I'll tell you is don't be nervous.
Don't be nervous.
I tell I managed the assembly line for Origin PC for a few years.
Yeah.
And the first thing I would tell for sure, shout out to Kevin, my boss. One of the things I would tell them all the time is the more nervous you are, the more chances you are you're liable to damage something.
Yeah.
So take it as you're very confident with whatever it is you're going to be holding in your hand.
Oh, we're going to play cool, man. We're going to play cool like Tom Brady in the fourth quarter down 3 points, baby.
Yeah, just make sure he's not, just he doesn't throw the ball like this, though.
45 years old. Still,
that guy's clutch every time.
Had the most passing yards in the league last year, believe it or not, at 44, man. So it's crazy. So this right here, all right.
Yeah, so this is what's called the motherboard. This is the heart of your system, really. This is where everything interconnects to each other, and this is basically where we're going to start. Cool. All right, so let's pull that out of the plastic wrap.
Well, the thing's got a little weight to it, huh?
Yes, sir.
I don't know about you guys, but there's something about like new
hardware smell.
Yeah.
Oh man, just wait till you smell the Corsair power supply.
Is that a real thing?
It smells like a petting zoo.
A petting zoo?
I'm not going to argue with you on that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd
definitely
like
not
going to
argue with you on that.
I mean, honestly, they all kind of smell like that. It's really weird. I mean, I've built hundreds of computers at this point.
Yeah.
Hundreds of different power supplies, and they all have like that weird like petting zoo smell. It's so strange.
This doesn't smell like a petting zoo, though.
No, not at all.
That smells like a new toy
like
on Christmas.
Electronics on
nice,
yeah, man, I like that.
Or new shoe smell when you take a brand new pair of shoes out of the box.
I'm a big sneakerhead guy, as the crowd can't see, but yeah, I love that smell.
All right, so let's bring this forward.
Yeah.
All right, so what we're going to do is first, we got the CPU socket right here, okay? And it's got a cover on it. And what we're going to be doing.
CPU socket?
Yes, this is the socket. And this has a plastic cover over it.
Yeah.
If I undo this clamp, you can see all those fine little pins.
Yeah.
There's 1,700 of them.
Wow.
And we can't bend a single one.
Oh, man.
The pressure!
Intel's going to regret letting me up here.
All right. So let's have you open up that 12900K.
Yeah. So this is the processor.
Yes.
Right?
This is the moneymaker right here.
Shout out to Intel for that packaging, man.
I know. It's
good.
nuts.
Wow, look at that. I feel like I just unlocked an achievement.
I think you kind of did. your first PC build. I mean, this is kind of.
Ever had a gold waffle before?
No, but I might want to be keeping these.
Look at that.
Wow, man, this is.
That's Intel's 12900K.
It looks so good, I don't even want to open it. So this is the processor.
That's the processor right there.
It's got some weight to it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's got a good amount of nickel-plated copper.
Yeah. All right, that's cool. I'm a little nervous about not breaking it. I really like that gold waffle.
The good thing about the processor is like, there's no wrong way to put it in there. It's to a specific way to be put in.
Yeah.
So you'll tell right off the bat if at some point you're like, okay, this isn't going in right. It's because you won't have it in the right way.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. So let's do this, man. Let's get right into it. So if you look closely, we've got little nodules on the actual processor. You see that? Little cutouts. Now, if we open up this socket, you see those same little nodules.
Yeah.
Right there. So basically, what you're going to be doing is just whoop, boop.
All right, cool.
Very lightly, and then once you set it down and they lock in with those nodules, just let gravity do the rest. Walk away.
All right, let's do it. But to quote the great 2000 era poet Eminem, knees weak, arms are heavy, hands are sweaty, something like that.
Something
man.
about spaghetti?
Yeah. It's mother spaghetti.
Are we eating spaghetti? That sounds great,
Quote
actually.
Ray Finkel, what do you know about pressure?
All right, so sort of just let gravity do the thing, right?
Yeah. But like walk it in. Yep, there you go, dude. Look at that.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it.
All right.
But we're almost done. So what we got to do now is we got to clamp that down actually to the motherboard. So you're going to lower that down, and when you lower it down enough, that this is going to pop off, okay? And so, that's what you want. That's
what I wanted.
Now take that cap. Pull that cap.
I really thought I just broke it.
That's it. What it does.
Everyone thinks that.
It's a prevention. It's like a plate cover to prevent you from damaging the actual pins on the processor.
All right, cool.
So and then you run that pin down. It's going to give you some pressure, and then you hook it down there. There you go. My friend, that was your first ever processor install. Not so bad, right?
I don't know, man.
This is like one of the most crucial aspects of a PC build, and you literally just knocked it out.
And are we sure it went in correctly and everything?
1,000,000%.
Yeah. We're learning, fellas. We're
learning. I hope you guys are learning too, because this is what I want. I want TJ to walk away from this experience fully knowing how to build a PC. And that's something that I want to try and emulate for you guys as well. Is his experience from learning, want to be the same experience for you guys. So, with that being said,
what do we got next, fellas?
I think we should do NVMe. You want to do NVMe?
Let's do the M.2, yeah.
All right, and now, again, I have zero PC experience. I play on PC, but I don't know anything about it. What is this, and what does it do?
So we basically have a 2 terabyte Corsair MP600 NVMe. So this is like an insanely fast hard drive.
Yeah.
It's going to look like a little gum stick.
Yep.
But with a heatsink on it. This one's actually pretty nice because what we can do is the heatsink that's on this board, it matches up, but this one's probably the better heatsink for it, being that they literally designed it for this NVMe.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're actually going to take this heatsink off and then install the hard drive, which is a 2 terabyte, and then we'll move on to the RAM. So let's bust out that iFixit kit.
Cool. Man, you guys are ready, huh?
I have the exact same kit in my toolbox. I know exactly where to go everything.
So if you're
even if you're not a PC builder, I think everyone should have an iFixit.
Should have one of these.
Yeah.
I have a
great home essentials kit.
Yes.
I have a toolbox at home, but definitely don't have as many attachments as that.
Yeah, it comes with tweezers, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. This girl in my life got me a pair of tweezers recently.
All right, man. So what we're going to be doing is we're taking this heatsink off. So this is the primary slot for the NVMe. But because we got that heatsink in the way, we got to remove it, all right?
All right.
So let's hit that screw.
Put a little pressure on it. There you go. More than likely, that screw is not going to come off. You feel a click?
Yeah.
That means it's already loose enough. All you have to do is just easily pull it off. Just pick it right up.
It's all right. There we go. There we go. All right.
Nice.
That's the
screw for the.
Take that one off too.
No. You don't take this off. There's a screw in the motherboard box. We need to get for that.
All right. Cool. Now this is called the heat sink.
It's a heat sink. Yeah. Usually other M.2s or NVMe M.2s don't come with a heat sink mounted to it.
Yeah.
Like other drives do, like a Samsung one or Crucial. They just looks like he said, like a stick of gum.
Yeah.
So what you would do is, if it didn't come with a heatsink, you would replace this back on top of the M.2. You would peel this off first. That's the adhesive to keep it cool. But as he mentioned, the Corsair M.2 actually has a better heatsink for it. So we're gonna just put this back in the motherboard box, and we're gonna leave this on and mount it on the system.
Yeah, let's do it, fellas.
So let's put this over here.
Put me to work, Intel. Put me to work. Oh, so this is the screw that you were talking about.
Yeah, so once you install the M.2 stick, you're going to mount the screw right on top of it. That's it.
Cool.
And you just have to keep it nice and snug. You don't have to over-tighten it at all.
Yeah, check this out, man.
So that is...
so as you can see, we got a little bit beefier of a heatsink, an actual proper heatsink rather than just like a shim. But underneath that, you see how thin this NVMe is. That's literally 2 terabytes. I mean, that's 2,000 gigabytes in this little gum stick.
So is that the memory card, per se, of the computer?
This is what you're going to have your OS installed to. This is what you're going to have your video games installed to. This tiny little thing right here.
2 terabytes?
You don't have a big block inside your system.
Let's go, man.
Crazy, man, right?
I mean, I'm sure you guys remember like PS1 days where you needed a memory card to save.
The blocks. Memory blocks.
I didn't not like that though, because you go to your buddy's house and you have all your games and all your stuff programmed. As long as he had the game, just stick it in and pick up where you left off.
It didn't matter what it was. You just had the game save wherever.
Oh man, what a crazy time from like that to now that technology has just
oh my gosh, man. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And I'd be willing to bet you in a few
it goes a lot faster than
same form factor, but with like 10 terabytes.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, it's going to be wild, man.
All right, so what are we doing here, boys?
As you can see, there's a socket right here.
Yeah.
And right here, you've got a little nodule with these teeth. And if you look closely, you can see that same nodule on that side socket. So this one actually gets plugged in a little bit differently than the processor in that it comes from the side. Now, with that being said, this socket allows you to have a little bit of wiggle room. So once it gets installed, it might be a little too heavy for it to do it, but if it didn't have a heatsink, say you slot it in, it's going to like shoot up at like a 30-degree angle.
Yeah.
And that's that leeway that it gives you to plug it in.
All right.
But basically, once that's plugged in, we're going to lay that down, and then we're going to throw that screw on there, and that'll secure it into place, okay?
All right. I'm quoting Eminem again back in my head, man.
Yeah. All right, man. So you ready to do this?
If you had.
All right, so just come in at an angle, correct?
Yep, coming at an angle, line up that little nodule. And then it's going to go in like 1/8 of an inch. So you don't see that gold. Okay, so you see how you see the gold?
Yeah.
That means it's not fully seated. You've got the right path to do it. You just have to push it in a little bit more.
I'm feeling resistance.
That's
just
okay.
Do it?
That's okay, yeah.
All right, Intel, if I break it, it's on the liquid house. Ah! Oh, there we go.
Hey!
Oh, man.
You're good.
Dude,
not so bad.
Hands are sweating, bro.
Oh! That's okay, man. Hey, we got this. We got this.
It's like the first time I built a PC. It's like, okay, well, what's next?
So let's get that screw in there.
Cool.
It's really funny because that heatsink is so beastly. It's just weighing it down completely.
Definitely helps. Just a nice little snug click on it.
Yep.
And that's it. Yeah.
That's it. All right.
You're good to go.
All right. Haven't broken anything yet,
Very
fellas.
nice, man.
We're going.
Very nice.
Makes it a little easier that I got two of the best in the world in the PC building business here next to me, man.
Yeah, it's very kind of you. We just like to build, man. We just like to make cool stuff.
Yeah.
And I think everyone.
Some people think I'm crazy, but I find more enjoyment building than I do gaming.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, man.
I like to watch. I enjoy watching people play on the systems that I'm able to build, and they're happy with them.
I can't imagine,
just brings
man.
a huge smile on my face.
Yeah, man. It's funny. It gets to the point where I'll finish up a rig and play on it for like maybe a week and a half, and I keep looking at the rig. I'm like, man, I want to change it up already.
Yeah.
And then tear it down.
What can I do better to it? Or why didn't I do this last time?
Yeah.
Every single time
Constantly refining, and that's like another thing. And that's kind of the beauty of PC is you can finish a build. You know, like we'll finish the one right now, but the crazy thing is, like in a week, we could tear it all down and then build it a completely different way.
Yeah.
Or just refine it and make it look even better. Like it doesn't have to just be a one-off, like, okay, done, and then that's it, and you walk away. Like, no, you can like actually tear it down, recustomize it, like throw different parts in it, like fully customizable.
The thing that I find hilarious is, again, very little PC knowledge, right? So I get my PC built for me. That's how it is. That thing is never going to change.
Understood. It's like somebody goes and buys a car.
Like,
you're just driving the car. Your intentions aren't to like, I need to know how everything works in the inside. I just know I need to put gas, change the oil, do its maintenance, and that's it.
And I know I see some of my chat in chat. What's up, everybody? Love you guys.
What's up, guys?
And it's an ongoing joke in my channel that, you know, I'm technologically illiterate, as well as no PC knowledge. But
yeah, but you know what? You're doing it anyway.
We're doing it, man.
Doing it anyway. And that's another thing, too, is like people online that are probably watching this are feeling the same way as you.
Yeah.
And sometimes they may be too nervous to even say something to anyone in fear of being ridiculed just for the lack of knowledge.
Oh, I don't mind. Make fun of me for the internet,
right.
You know, get some analytics
one,
off
it's
of me.
good that you own it, right? No shame. Just admit it. And it's okay to not know. We're constantly learning things,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So being that that you don't know something doesn't mean that you won't not know that the next day, you know what I mean? So like what we're doing right now is literally changing that story for you.
I mean, I'm just having fun, man. I mean, it's a blessing. Shout out to Intel. We're here at PAX West in Seattle. Never would I have thought I'd be in Seattle, but
yeah,
here we are.
Shout out to Origin as well. I'm super stoked to have this guy on here. He's an insane builder at Origin.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man, absolutely. And that's exactly why like an SI like Origin PCs exist for people like you that are like too busy, too frantic, too crazy to have a life to sit down and actually build a PC. But that being said, that doesn't mean it has to always be like that. You know
Absolutely.
What I mean? A lot of people will buy a PC from Origin PC and run it for a few years and be like, you know what? I kind of want to do another one, but like I kind of want to make it myself.
Yeah.
And it's like a gateway, and so it just kind of opens up possibilities for a ton of people.
I bet. Well,
we have, like you said, we have professional builders who know how to build systems, but just choose to, you know what? I just don't have the time to do it. I'm a little busy.
Give me
I want to hire somebody who just knows what they're doing and have it built for us, and we'll do that. So we try to provide that same type of work for customers, just the average Joe who wants to just buy a system from us as well.
And I think that's the majority of gamers and where they're at is just they rather just get something than build it themselves. Or am I wrong? I'm not too familiar in the PC build world.
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%.
Cool.
So I just realized how nice it is to peel the plastic off on these. And I want you to do the same because it's so satisfying.
All right, peel the plastic.
There's the peel tab.
Yeah.
Peel.
Oh man.
That peeling.
My ASMR people out there at home, man, they're gonna love this.
Do it.
Oh man.
But wait, there's more.
Let's go.
Look what I was here with another fantastic product.
Those were the best.
We're building a PC. All right, man. So this is what's called the DDR5 RAM. Well, specifically memory for the system.
RAM.
That being said, people call it RAM, random access memory. That's what it stands for. This iteration is called DDR5. So this is the 5th generation of memory. So if you look closely, though, we're looking at these gold teeth, very similar to the NVMe. Same thing with the nodule. Everything's got a nodule, which is really nice because it helps people guide and make sure that's being done correctly.
And I need that.
That being said, though, it's really close to it being centered, but it's just off a little bit.
Yep.
So that's what we got to look for. We got to look for which side is the short side on the socket itself and lining that up.
Oh, wow. All
now,
right.
being that we've got 2 sticks of DDR5, we're going to be using them in the first 2 slots that the board recognizes them for dual channel. And what that means is there are specific slots on the board meant for a certain amount of memory units installed. And so being that we're using 2, we're going to be installing on these 2 slots right here.
And these are the first 2 that the PC will recognize?
It's the first 2 that the motherboard is programmed to run in dual channel mode, which is essentially what they do automatically when you've got 2 sticks.
Awesome.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to have you do this.
Yep.
And it's going to give you a lot more resistance than the M.2, the NVMe.
No.
And it's going to give you a little bit of similar resistance as that bar when you're pushing it down.
Yeah.
But the cool thing about it is these will latch in once it's seated all the way. Okay? But the key here is to push only exactly down and not to the side.
All right.
Because for instance, if I came down here and was pushing, you know, everything
No
breaks.
bueno. No
Everything
bueno.
breaks.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to be careful. We're just going to go straight down with it.
Yeah.
What I recommend is something like this. You're holding similar to like you're holding with your thumbs on the clamps to like make sure that it's not wobbling back and forth.
Yeah.
And you push down while kind of guiding at the same time.
All right. Intel, if I break this, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
And it's a super satisfying click.
It's a super satisfying feeling?
Yeah.
Click.
Yeah, the
And
click is
locks
like,
right in
yes,
place.
get
All right.
it.
And how much RAM are we talking here, fellas?
We have
32 gigabytes of RAM.
32 gigs.
6,000 megahertz.
And
That is
how good is that in the world of
6,000
RAM?
megahertz right now is insanely fast.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's insanely
nice.
fast. And
Some-
32 gigs is plenty for streaming and gaming right now.
I
Some would
love
call
that.
6,000 a little bit overkill, right?
Yeah, honestly. Oh yeah, you got this, man. Hey, look at that.
That's it.
That was it,
Scared,
dude.
man. I'm scared. I feel
No,
like
you got this, dude.
Nah. It
Yeah.
wobbled a little bit, fellas.
Just a
Are we
little
sure?
bit. No, yeah, it
you
wobbled a
got it
little
in,
bit,
you're
but that's
golden.
okay. There's going to be a little bit of wobble, and honestly, they kind of make it to have just a little bit less tolerance to have a little bit of wiggle room
Yep.
to slide in. If it was any tighter, it'd be tough. It'd make it a lot harder to install.
So, quick question here. When will I find out if I broke anything on this build?
when it doesn't boot up.
Yeah, at home, or are we?
Oh no, we're finishing the
We're
whole
test-
build
we're
right
testing
here.
right here?
now.
All right,
Oh
I'll
yeah,
I'll make
man.
sure that the system's going to post it.
Let's do it, man. PC building, man. Fun, fun, fun.
Another good fact with the Corsair
hold on.
memory, if I may, is that
Yep.
once you already have one of them in, you already know the direction of which it needs to go. So make sure that the barcode is facing you when you put
Oh,
it down.
barcode facing
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, so you already
All right.
know that this is the correct direction.
Yeah, you're mirroring what you had just installed. So you had it flipped, and if you would have tried, it wouldn't have gone in because that nozzle
No.
would have stopped you.
Yeah.
Luckily, but yeah.
And that's where, you know, the professional opinions from professional PC builders come into place here.
There you go.
And we're getting it, fellas. We're getting it.
That's it.
Nice, man.
Done.
Well
I will
done.
say not as satisfying as
processor?
the processor.
Okay.
That was fun. That was my favorite part right there, man.
It was pretty funny because, I mean, it is the most stressful part for a lot of people out there.
The processor or
Yeah,
the,
the process.
RAM?
And it's just because of the open pins. Like,
Yep.
the second you take that cover off, oh man, anything can happen. Murphy's Law plays into effect like big time. And unfortunately, we have seen things on the internet like, yep, I sneezed right after I took that clip off, and now there's like 10 bent pins. You know,
Oh,
like-
man.
So,
And would that mean that the motherboard is now obsolete if you bent a couple of the pins, or?
you know what's funny is Intel's telling my ear right now that those were the best clicks that they've heard. They were like super stoked about it.
Oh,
Yeah,
what?
they just let us know that they were like super
click you
stoked
just-
about how well
Oh, they
the
could
clicks
hear
were.
that?
Yeah.
So that's good, man. That's a good sign.
They can
love
hear that.
That's a good
Good.
omen that we're onto something cool right now.
Professional PC
Yeah,
builders,
that's
be out here,
right.
baby.
Yeah, you
Let's
feel
go.
confident already. I love it, man. Yes.
Just having fun with Intel, man. Let's
Yes.
go. We got some excitement from the crowd here, too.
Nice.
Oh, man. Let's
All
go.
right, man. So,
All right, what is next,
being
fellas?
that everything is installed on the board, we've got your 12900K Intel processor. We've got your Corsair 32 gigabyte Dominator DDR5 RAM, Corsair MP600 NVMe. All of that installed on the Z690. I believe it's the Aero gigabyte board. Now, being that everything's installed, though, it's time to put it into the case.
Cool.
And this is when that case is going to come into play.
You ready to
okay?
go?
So quick thing here, fellas.
Yes.
I know we took a couple stickers off, and I
Oh,
see a couple
by all
Ooh,
means,
yeah,
I was
yeah,
just
yeah.
going to mention that. Help yourself to the peel.
Yeah, if you want to feel that, go
Yeah.
for it, my friend.
Get that. Let's get some.
Oh, you know what's so funny is I thought the color change was from the wrapper. But that's awesome. I love that neochrome.
That blue looks awesome.
You know what else
wicked.
I dig,
Well, from
too?
my view right here, it's purple.
What else I like is the.
Dude.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
awesome.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay, I see it now.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's wicked. I really like that effect. I have not built with this board. So.
I
It's-
like that the Corsair M.2 the heat.
Ooh, yeah, it does line up. That actually looks really nice. Dude, this is going to be a sweet build after it's done.
I'm excited, man.
Yeah,
Shout
man.
out Intel. Let's go. All right, I got it. Oh, there's a little. Wait, so there's plastic on the inside of that here.
Is it really? Some motherboard manufacturers do that. It's kind of.
They might get a little carried away sometimes.
Yeah, there you
think
go.
I got it.
Not so bad.
on it.
Yo, man. No plastic is safe.
No
All right.
plastic.
Take that.
Nice.
Oh, that's a good feeling right there.
Got one more over here at the top.
Yeah.
One more at the top.
I would try to start here at the bottom and see if it'll. Yeah, they usually wrap it around every crevice and angle. They don't want you to scratch it.
I guess that's a good sign, man, because I mean that they care about delivering like a polished product. You know, they want to cover it up, make sure that nothing happens to it in transit.
We will show you the way.
Thank you, Jedi
Nice work.
Masters.
Nice work, man. You got this. All right, so let's set this to the side and bring up the case.
All right, let's do it. Yeah,
Ready?
putting me to work.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's got some weight to it.
And
huh?
that's empty, too.
Wow, man. All right, so, fellas, tell me about this case here. This is looking sick.
This is Corsair's 5000T case. This is one of their newest lines on their website.
Yeah.
This is features a full ATX motherboard setup. It holds at least 10 to 12 fans, depending if you want to push pull. I don't push pull, but it'll hold at least 11 to 12 fans in this monster. The entire case over here has full LEDs that light up from the top, the bottom, and all the way to the sides as well.
All right, so I know what LEDs are. I know what fans are, but what is push pull?
Push pull meaning that if you were to double stack a set of fans on top of a radiator to give it more airflow to go to it.
Yeah,
The
and that's
fans
something
that we provide.
that's something we can illustrate for you when we have the all-in-one out.
Yeah.
Show you essentially what a push-pull does and how it changes the system.
Cool. Is that preferred in the PC build world now, or what's?
It really depends on your hardware configuration. Being that you've got a 12900K and we've got I believe it's a Corsair 360 millimeter all-in-one. Yeah, the H50i, like this is Corsair's best one, right? As far as I know, this is Corsair's best all-in-one. So that's enough for a 12900K. Now that being said, if you wanted to then overclock the 12900K and push it even further, doing a push-pull setup on this would allow the all-in-one to perform better, to accommodate for the overclocking. And that's another thing too is, you can buy these components and then push them past essentially what their MSRP was for their performance. So you're getting more bang for the buck.
It sounds like something I definitely don't know how to do. So we're gonna stick to the basics here, I think. But I guess shout out Corsair for hooking it up.
I know. Yeah, we got some really sweet parts.
Love that. So we're gonna have 3 fans in this build. Is that?
Oh, we're gonna have more than
installed
3.
with 3 fans as well.
Oh, it comes installed with 3 already.
Yeah, but I believe we've got 6 fans over here.
Got 3 here.
Yeah,
we got 9.
Oh yeah, we've got even more. Oh yeah, we got 9 fans.
We got
So
9.
we're going to be removing these because we all want them to match. These are Corsair's
Yeah.
QL120. This is their top of the line.
We want that good
the
stuff
QL120.
here.
Yeah,
all right, this is that
stuff.
good stuff for anybody watching back home.
So what I would recommend,
The first thing we have to do is we have to remove the screws from the back of the case so we can remove
we're going to take these panels off and remove them so that we can have just an easier time working.
Screwdriver time. Oh, drill time.
Ooh. See, this is where that origin efficiency comes into play. I like to just do everything by hand.
Yeah.
PJ,
I'm
he doesn't mess
obsessed.
around.
I can use a screwdriver, don't get me wrong, but my immediate go-to is where's my drill?
I mean, why not?
I'm just very confident with doing it. I understand 100%, like most people won't be. Like, I've been on live streams like, what are you, crazy?
Yeah.
Are you insane to use it? And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm very confident and comfortable with using
Yeah,
the
if
drill,
you have, like,
especially
the-
something like this.
Yeah, if you've got like the lowest torque setting on that
Yeah.
drill, it's not going to screw
I mean,
you
if you
up
actually
much.
hold on to it, you can feel it. I can actually put a laptop together with that.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not much
Like this.
resistance
See, the
at all,
torque
yeah.
setting is just so... squeeze on it.
That's
very
not bad.
delicate.
Not bad, not bad. And I know Kevin, who's the CEO of Origin PC.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
And
sir.
I know he's all about efficiency, so I'm guessing he's a drill kind of guy too, you know?
Most definitely, yeah.
Well, this thing is a monster. A lot bigger than my current case, I will say.
What case do you have right now?
I have no idea.
Let's remove
Where
this.
did you get your build from then?
I actually got it built at Micro Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Oh, nice.
And
Man, I love Micro Centers.
It made the trip with me 30 hours down from Boston to Austin, Texas. So
Nice, man. That's really cool. I'm glad you're able to get something like that done at Micro Center.
yeah, I mean they did it all. They built it for me, and
That's awesome. I'm originally from Southern California, and I had moved up to Salt Lake City, and they don't have any Micro Centers up in Salt Lake City, and they very much need one.
Yeah.
Micro Center, if you're watching, please put a location in Salt Lake City. We are desperate for tech stores.
Micro Center, come on, man.
Let's
That's
do it.
Liquid
Come on,
House.
give us some love.
Telling you.
All right, man. So now that we've got everything set up and ready to go, I'm going to start with having you install the motherboard.
The motherboard. all right.
So I'm going to flip this down.
Real quick, let's take the accessory box out that has all the screws.
Oh, good call.
Yes, sir. It's right over here. Every Corsair case comes with a little box in the backside,
Oh wow.
and it comes with all the screws you're going to need to actually install and put everything together.
Look at that.
Nice.
So
And it's set up in a way. So that's essentially the same mounting as a hard drive.
Yeah.
Old school spinning drives.
yeah.
This box is shaped in the way to like mount into the mount for the hard drive. It's actually really cool.
I got a question. Does this box come off of this
Yeah.
or no?
Would you
Yeah,
wanna
so that
grab it,
plastic
just
kinda
pull,
bends.
pry it a little bit, and just lift up.
All right, cool. And does this go back into where we just took that out from?
Yeah, but
or
we
what?
can have it to the side for right
Yeah.
now.
All right, cool.
I just want to get this board in
right
here. So, looking at the motherboard, we've got mounting points, 9 of them.
Yeah.
Okay? Now we're looking at the case. You see those mounting points?
Yes, sir.
Now what's really cool about this case is there's actually a guide pin. So this center one isn't a threaded standoff. It's just a peg so that you can line up the hole in the board with that.
Slide right in. Nice.
So,
Hand me the rock,
there
coach.
you go, my friend.
All right, let's see.
Slow and steady wins the race.
I wish I was taller.
Maybe we can get a step stool out here.
All right, so I have. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, there we go.
Yeah. I'm glad you were kind of negotiating that situation. You kind of figured out what was going on.
I'm like Bear Grylls, you know? All right.
We'll get it.
We got it.
Nicely done, man. Okay, so we're going to secure that board down now.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's have some of those screws from that bag.
We got some. What
little
are those?
Velcro straps to actually secure the cable management in the back of the case.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude, that's.
The Corsair
Dude, we
straps
thought of everything for
are my favorite Velcro straps.
Yeah, let me
thought
tell
of
you
everything.
something.
Correctly.
If you guys seen my current cable management, you would tell Intel to get me off this stage right now. It is bad, man.
Well, it's funny
My
that you say
OCD
that.
would kick in times 100 if I would have seen that.
It's funny you say that because PJ is literally the cable management master.
No way.
Yes.
Where can we see some of your cable management stuff at? You got Twitter, Twitch.
This case behind us would actually have some of the cable management.
Yeah, we'll have to check this out after the build.
Sure.
This thing's nuts, man.
I've built a
is
lot
a
of systems.
pro.
I've done I did an NVIDIA Wolfenstein PC. I built a couple for Linus Tech Tips, Jay's 2 Cents.
Yeah.
I do a lot of the reviews, but one of the things I'm just extremely meticulous about is
Cable management.
cable management.
You'd
I
be
love-
so upset with me,
like-
bro. Don't ever come to my house.
Liquid House, and there's a car guy as well, so if I were to mention wire tucks, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm a big car guy, so when you see most of these cars that we like to look at, you open the hood and there's just no cabling anywhere. It's just the platform itself showing what it needs to be run, and cables are just gone.
I'm so jealous of like people like you, bro, because I am too. I don't want to call myself lazy.
Hey, man, that's
lazy,
okay. Everyone's
you know?
different.
As long as it's working and I could stream and I could play my games.
Yeah.
I don't
Hey, man,
care.
as long as you're happy, it's all good.
Absolutely.
Would be a little happier with some better cable management, you know. So maybe
will
we'll
make it look-
Yeah,
I'll definitely
I
make
have
it look
every
good.
intention of PJ showing those skills off for the cable management.
Yeah.
'Cause it's going to require it, unfortunately.
Let's do it.
We've got a lot of wires here. Once everything will be put together.
Cool. All
You
right.
give him the Phillips?
I have a screw. I have a screwdriver.
All right.
And now,
And you're just going to go for the studs that didn't have that peg.
yep.
Okay.
So is there a spot you guys recommend me starting, or is just
Being that we're sitting flat and with the peg lined up, you can start wherever.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go right here in the
If
middle.
there wasn't a peg and we were standing the case up, maybe just one of the top ones.
I would
but-
start in the top right corner.
Yeah, top right corner.
top right corner. So you know
Usually,
what?
yeah, as he mentioned, because some cases don't have the peg to actually hold the motherboard in place.
Yeah.
So if you're setting it and lining it up and you're actually holding it in the top right, you want to start with at least that far one in the corner,
All right. So
so it doesn't fall out.
It's a little crooked. It's not feeling like it's going in smoothly.
Yeah, it
there,
needs to go in
fellas.
perfectly straight.
So honestly,
Yeah, whatever is making it easy.
Make it most comfortable for you.
yeah. Let's do this. How's it looking there, John?
Yeah, we got a little bit of wiggle room, but that's okay. That's what that peg's for.
Yeah. All right.
There we go.
All right. That's going in a lot
Nice.
smoother.
There you
There
go.
we go. All right.
Doesn't have to be insanely tight either. Just snug.
I definitely don't want to get this back in Austin and be like, damn, I messed something up. You know, so I want to.
No, we're gonna make sure this thing is fully up and running and ready to go for you.
I always like to double check with the professionals. All right, I'm getting a little resistance on this. Oh, nope, there we go.
I'm glad that you're wary of the resistance. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
For the most part, with PC building, it's become kind of just streamlined. It's become so streamlined now that if you feel any sort of resistance on any sort of like component installation.
Take a step back.
Yeah, you step back and like, okay, hold up, let's check it out because this should be an easy thing. Obviously, like if you got snug fitment with the clamping of the DDR5, and once we install the graphics card, it'll be very similar. Like for instance, there's a little clamp right here.
Yeah.
It'll be snug and then hit, but like for the most part, this stuff is so fluid and streamlined now that it makes installations a lot easier to do.
Love that. All right, let's go screw number 3 here.
So what games are you playing, man? Tell me about this video game career, bro. You're
I'm interested.
You're playing
Yes,
games
please,
so
tell me.
much, you're not doing anything else.
Dude, I've been blessed to be able to create a community directly from Apex.
Nice.
I started playing Apex when it first came out, well, almost 3.5 years ago. And have you guys ever played Apex?
I have not.
I have not.
Have not.
No.
All right. Well,
It's crazy.
There's one character in there that has smoke grenades. I used to be the number one player in the world for that character.
Nice. That's awesome.
That's cool,
Sort
dude.
of how we got our feet off the ground for consoles.
Sure,
I was number
sure.
2 all platforms,
Okay.
including PC, behind Shiv. But from there, I just started ranked grinding, started playing some tournaments.
Good for you, man. And were you streaming this whole time, or were you?
Oh, streaming the whole time,
whole
man.
time. Nice.
Yeah,
I love that your audience is able to watch you grow on that. Then that's super cool.
It's insane because as of right now, I'm getting a lot of like 40-month subscribers, which
Wow.
blows my mind that somebody wants to deal with me for over 40 months.
40 months.
It's crazy,
I
man.
didn't even know that was a thing. That's crazy cool, man.
There's people
That's
with
blessing, man.
streaks.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
There's people
congrats.
with
That's,
streaks of 40 months.
you know what that means, though?
What?
You're doing something right.
Absolutely.
It
I'm
seems
just,
you seem to be the right person to watch playing video games. I'm gonna have to start watching myself.
I don't know, man. And I see Mr. Drex. That's somebody that's been with me since the start. Moby, that's somebody that's been with me since the start. Dave,
Oh, that's
Pete.
awesome.
Shout out to those guys.
What
Shout
up,
out,
everybody?
you guys.
Chat, sorry I'm not following along in chat. We're building a PC here, but I love you guys.
Yeah, we also have so many different chats combined into one. It's just like it's just going.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
But it's a blessing, man. I think every single day that I'm able to play video
Sure.
games for a living.
Absolutely,
This is
man. Absolutely.
crazy.
I know. It's a crazy world we live in, man.
You know?
We pay to play video games. It's nuts.
I remember growing up in the beginning days of like elementary school on a new year, the teacher would ask you to stand up, say, hey, what do you want to do for a living?
Sure.
Right? I would always stand up and say, hey, I want to be an FBI agent or I want to play video games for a living. And
Two very different things.
Yeah.
Who's laughing now?
I know. Every single teacher would look at me and say, hey, stick to being an FBI agent. You're never going to play video games for a living.
And you know what? I'm so glad that you're like, you know what? I don't like that. I'm going to do it anyway.
Dude, I've been blessed, man.
That's cool.
I've been blessed,
Sure.
you know? Now I'm
Yeah,
over here
absolutely,
with...
man. And now we're building a crazy computer for
Dude.
you to keep playing those video games, man.
Now you're live on stage
Super dope.
on an Intel stage at
At
PAX.
PAX West,
Building a
man.
computer for yourself.
Pretty wild, man. Have you seen anything cool at PAX this year that's kind of blowing your mind?
Honestly, I think one of the coolest things I saw was that Elden Ring PC.
Oh my gosh.
That thing
I
is
know.
insane. dude.
Ron at Blue Horse Studios did that. And
Yeah.
that build is nuts. If you guys are at PAX West this year, you guys need to check it out. Come to the Intel booth. Our buddy Ron from Blue Horse Studios is an absolute sweetheart. One of my favorite guys ever. He did that whole I think he did it only in like a few months, which is crazy. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
It's
my.
on the screen right now. It's absolutely insane.
That thing doesn't even look like a PC. It looks like a work of art, man.
It's really crazy, man. And this is just a testament to how awesome Ron is. There are 5 builds in a line in the Intel booth, and he has built 3 of them.
Really?
Oh yeah, that Elden Ring one. We have another.
And he has a custom
open
art
air,
one.
Yeah,
It's the second one from the left.
yeah. It's
left.
the open air one for the Intel Arc GPU.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man!
And I know
He's
you have
insanely
a
talented.
you have a
one
really
over to the
sick
far left.
PC.
Yeah.
Let me ask you in particular that one. Did you use like a blue sleeve over the tubing?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
I like that.
It's something that a lot of my personal audience has been really kind of excited about because I've been doing it a lot lately.
Yeah.
And it actually released a tutorial, like a top-down tutorial of how to do it while I was building that Arc build. So if you guys want to check it out, just go to our YouTube channel, and there's like it's like 40 minutes. But I did everything, and I mean, I'm talking about like I had screw-ups.
Yeah.
And that's another thing is like I'm glad that you have zero knowledge doing this, because if we run it into anything, it's the same story as if someone else going through the same experience.
Yeah.
It looks awesome.
Yeah, there you go. That's the build.
And that's
you see the sleeve.
Is that a carbon
soft
fiber
tube.
sleeve? Is that like a wrap, or is that actually carbon fiber?
What's that? Yes, it's carbon fiber tube.
That's actual a tube?
Yeah, the actual tube is carbon fiber. Yeah, so I mix different types of tubing with the sleeving of the soft tube. So
That looks fired.
yeah, so there's
I
a
stared
tutorial while I was doing that build on our YouTube, sleeving the tube. So if you guys are interested in checking something like that out, head to our YouTube. But it's wild what you can do with PCs.
So you want to talk about wild what you can do with PCs? Can you take a step over? What can you tell us a little bit about this? Because this is one of the craziest PC builds I've ever seen, man.
Yeah, man. So we did this build for the Intel panel, which we were talking about SFF builds.
Yeah.
The purpose of small form factor builds and bringing a build to a LAN. I mean, back in the day, I don't know how long you've been in this like just world, but I mean, I've been building PCs for myself since 2005.
Wow.
Tinkering them even before that, but I mean, back in the days when you had Halo LANs and SOCOM LANs, you had big CRT TVs that would just break your back anytime you're carrying anything.
Yeah.
The whole setup is just monumental, like it's insane. And then I just compressed everything into something really easy and fun to play with. So now this is like such a fun like Rocket League game.
Yeah,
I can literally play it from the bed of the hotel at PAX. Like it's awesome.
Right. I don't even want to look at that, bro, because I'm gonna need one.
Hey, you know what? We're both doing a white build, so I'm glad that we're doing this. Right
Love it. Love it. All right, so
yeah,
I got the 3 here.
Yep, let's
one
get that
here.
one, and then we'll get that one.
Yeah.
I feel vertically challenged over here.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
right
gonna have
there.
to get a step stool.
I'm right there with you, man.
Or some
Step
platforms.
I could
Yeah,
definitely.
well, it's really
use-
funny. We've got another Pelican case that we were using as a step stool.
And how snug do we want those screws in there?
I mean,
pretty
you don't
snug.
want
You
to
don't
put
have
a
to
ton of
over-tighten
torque
them.
on it.
Yeah.
You want
It's a
it
nice
to
little
finger
turn.
tight.
Little loving.
Yes.
Little loving.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. Let me give a little more loving for this one here.
Someone in chat said, "What does LAN mean?" LAN, local area network. It's that the acronym for LAN isn't essentially what we're referring to when we're talking about the game itself, but basically local area network. That's running all the computers within the same network, not wirelessly. You're in the same room or maybe the same house, different rooms. You know, everyone's got their own console or everyone's got their own PC with their own setup, with their own monitor, and you're in a house with your buddies and everyone's brought everything and so everyone can play together. And back in the day, that was the only real option we had to play games.
Pretty much, yeah.
And boy, has everything completely transformed. And now, unfortunately, you've got games that won't support local co-op, but they'll support, oh yeah, you can play co-op, but you have to do it separately. So I don't know why we're going backwards or something like that, but oh man, LANs were awesome back in the day, and now they're even more insane. They're absolutely insane now. I mean, and it's really cool because if you're at PAX this year, you can get a real sense of what a LAN is because there are so many booths with like pre-built Origin PCs, pre-built EK, fully water-cooled systems, and they're all side by side. So it's very similar to how you would have a LAN set up at your house.
Yeah, speaking of LAN, we've been running some Apex LAN action out here as
Oh,
well.
yeah?
I've been casting a little bit of that.
That's awesome. Okay, so we're right here?
Yeah. So
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so
they've been-
another reason to come to the Intel booth, right?
they've been doing 3v3s, and it's been going crazy, man.
That's so cool.
They've been giving out some sick prizes, like some
So-
processors.
Very cool.
So Apex is
Very
a 3v3 game? Like,
No,
How does that work?
Yeah, the basis of what Apex really is a battle royale. 60 players, 20 teams of 3, and you got to duke it out.
That's massive.
Shoot it out, and
Right.
till you have beat everybody else, and you're the final team.
Sure. Winner, chicken dinner.
But what we're doing here at the Intel booth is something called Arenas. It's a newer game mode of Apex in which it's almost like CSGO or Valorant where you buy your weapons
Okay.
before the
Yeah,
round
yeah.
starts. And you sort of shoot, and, may the best man or best woman win.
Nice.
That's
cool, man.
Really it. So
Is there a mode kind of like we used to call it gun game? Where you would work your way up with different guns. Every time you got to kill, the weapon automatically changed to something different.
I will say this: gun game, one of my favorite game modes from Call of Duty. Right, I'm a
Yep.
huge Call of Duty guy.
Yep.
Grew up on that. Unfortunately, Apex does not have a gun game game mode, but Respawn.
Yeah, Respawn, let's
if
make it
you're
happen,
watching,
man. Come on, let's make a gun game. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You got your biggest player right here telling you. Let's do it, man.
I don't know about that. But, so I have 8 screws in.
You got one down here? There you go.
That one, yeah.
You got one here in this corner?
Yep, one right there.
You're good.
Yeah, you're good, man. Sweet. All right,
Nice.
so let's move on to the next one. I would suggest we do, you think an all-in-one? What do you think?
It's a fan setup, yeah.
Yeah, fan setup. Okay,
absolutely.
let's do it. All right, so you got your crazy H150i Corsair all-in-one IQ Elite.
Nice.
This thing's a beast, man. You're going to be so good to go with this.
I'm so excited, man.
I love that it's white too, so everything's
we're
going to blend.
not going to use these fans. We have another set of fans.
Yeah, we won't be using these ones.
Yeah.
We got another set.
These are good fans.
And what are these cables here, if you don't mind me asking?
So those are the actual tubes that's transferring fluid between the cold plate, which sits on top of your processor,
Yep.
and radiator or heat exchanger. Same idea as your car, cooling system.
So do we have liquids inside this PC
Yes.
or no?
Pre-installed into this.
Yeah,
Yep.
look at this plastic.
Oh, wow, all right.
It's what we call we call it an AIO or an all-in-one cooler.
AIO.
AIO. So all-in-one.
AIO.
Yeah,
Nice.
so that it's pre-filled with fluid. So that's what makes it's really nice for people who maybe not want to do full water-cooled system, but still want the benefit and performance of the cooling system from that. And so that's why they built these fully contained, pre-filled, completely sealed up units to essentially emulate that.
And I'm going to go ahead on the limb and say that liquid cooling is best in slot.
It's a preference for myself, but there's going to be opinions back and forth.
It really has its time and place. Like, for instance, it'd be really tough to water cool that, but there'd be no purpose to it because you're traveling with it. You can't do liquids. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So like,
And you're going to have it open the entire time as well, so you're going to have free air.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so I'm going to take this.
No. What we're gonna do is I want to take a look at how we're gonna set up the all-in-one, right? So this is something that as we're building, as anyone's building, we have to kind of look at. I'm like, okay, so how should I go about this? Do I want an all-in-one in the front that's pulling in fresh air, or do I want an all-in-one at the top that might look a little bit better with the tubing, still receiving fresh air from the front, but not as fresh air as if it was mounted to the front. And that's something that, as you're building a PC, you kind of have to negotiate with your parts a bit. What do you think would be the best play for this?
For the radiator?
Yeah. Should it be in the front or the top?
I would like to. Some cases I like to put it at the top, depending on how much space I have. But since you have a lot of space over here,
let's
I would actually put it at the top, not the front. Exactly. I would put it in the top.
Put it in the top?
Also, you can actually tuck and hide some cables behind the radiator once you do that.
Okay.
Too.
Yeah, let's do it, man. Okay. So what we're gonna do then, because that changes things. Essentially, what I was referring to is if we mount this in the front, we have to mount it at the same time as the fans are going on, because you have to sandwich the case, the fans, and the radiator all in the same time. But now that we're mounting at the top, we can pre-mount the fans, and then we can take this top panel off and then mount the pre-mounted fans and radiator all together as well.
Cool.
It's technically, I mean, honestly, a lot easier. It is really tricky running screws through the fans into your radiator in the front.
Can't even imagine.
Yeah, so this makes it a little bit easier, and it'll be a little bit more fun to set up, to be honest with you. So let's set this down real quick, and then I want you set up right here, and then we'll get these fans installed. So let's bust out some of those fans.
Yep. Oh, sorry about that. You have the
Screwdriver?
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Leave that here as well so we don't lose that. We already lost one screwdriver.
We don't want to lose.
Can't lose another.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So this is the front, you guys would say?
Yes. Yeah.
Front.
Well,
That's
it's funny. It's funny you're asking that, and I'm glad that you're asking like that, because I prefer to have my cases open air, so the panel removed.
Yeah.
Sometimes a case design can be really restrictive. and it can actually stifle some ingenuity, it can stifle some creativity, because the case is dictating how the airflow should go.
Yeah.
Sometimes case designs isn't the optimal setup for what you have hardware-wise. And that's why sometimes I just like to take the case off, because, or the panel off, because it completely resets everything about the design that they made. It gives everything fresh air immediately. And that's something that I've been doing for a very long time, is like, oh yeah, it's a cool case, I can't wait to run it without the glass. You know what I mean? What I would love at some point is like a tempered glass cutter to do like a half hybrid glass panel that's open but still there, because honestly the glass is super dope. Like once it's all done, man, and you do that nice peel at the end, the glass looks amazing. So I would like to have someday like a hybrid glass open air thing. But
so I'm guessing the pros to having glass is not a lot of stuff is getting on the inside, right?
oh yeah, like dust and stuff like that.
Yeah,
absolutely. And it keeps everything protected, especially if you've got pets like that, you know, like.
Yeah, and what's the pros of having it open? Just more airflow, be able to feel better?
Something I do is I overclock my stuff all the time. I don't not overclock any sort of component that I've got, so that produces more heat. And it's just an easier way to ease your components up by just giving that fresher air, so the temperatures can drop a bit.
I'm learning a lot, fellas.
Yeah, man, that's exactly what I wanted. It's
today,
exactly what I wanted for you. All right, so let's do this fan install.
Cool. So what do you guys need from me here?
So we need.
First thing you want to do is let's move this out of the way. You're going to need to have access to the top where you're going to mount the cooler. So what you're going to do is get some fingers here and use your thumb and put some pressure and pry this back. Let me get this out of your way. There you go, just like that. You popped it off?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you slowly just pop, and this comes right off like this.
Nice.
And then we'll remove this magnet. This is where we're going to be mounting the fans in the rear.
Yeah, that's a magnet?
That's a magnet. Magnetic screen.
Yeah, magnetic.
So if you get, it's like a dust filter. So if at any point you need to clean it off, you can pop this panel off at any time, pull this up, clean it, and put it right back on.
And so, fellas, another thing I don't even want to mention to you guys, because I know you guys are probably going to shun me, right? How often should a streamer who's gaming every day for 10 plus hours, how often should we clean our PCs?
All the time.
Man.
All the time?
All the time.
If that's your bread and butter, you know what I mean? If that's something you're using consistently all the time, you want to make sure it's running at its optimum performance. So I'd always have an air canister or like a little what do you call it? Lithium ion, a little air gun.
Yep.
Some of them have like little tones, it looks like a vacuum, but it's like a blower. Just make sure your system's always running.
Yeah, and
clean.
The electronic air dusters you can just find on Amazon for like $20-30, and they do actually an insane job at doing it. I normally, back in the day, I would just take my computer outside, bust out the air compressor, and just go crazy with it, and the amount of dust that comes out of it, it's insane, dude.
Yeah.
But another cool thing about that is afterwards, temps get a little bit better.
Really?
You get that performance back, yeah.
So
but that's something to stay on top of, honestly.
It will choke the system and start letting stuff accumulate.
So I don't even want to tell you guys the last time I cleaned my PC. All right, so we're not even going to get into that. But do you guys recommend, like, taking parts off of it and doing that, or just
open up the panel?
Yeah,
just the panel. And
take the panels off, the dust filters, if there could be accessible filters, like the one you just showed you.
Yeah,
at the
like
top.
that screen. Yeah.
Cool.
And then the same thing in the front, the actual front of the case. It uses this, so if it's intaking into the system itself, it will collect dust over here. So maybe you just want to pop this off, and it's very simple. It's magnetic as well.
All right.
You can just clear this off, hit it with the air blower, and then just put it right back in. See, it also has a double screen.
Yeah. So as you can see,
nice. Like
hardware's becoming a little bit more intuitive in terms of, or the designs are becoming more intuitive in terms of like ease of use and longevity and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like back in the day, those screens were non-existent.
No.
You know, yeah. So it's really cool that Corsair's like stepping it up and like really adding some good features to these cases.
All right, cool. All right, so I will say this. I give you guys my word. I will be cleaning this PC very often.
Glad to hear it, my
I'm going to
friend.
follow you on IG. I'm going to make sure.
Oh, man, I'm getting nervous now.
Yeah, we're gonna be watching you, man.
We'll do a monthly. So monthly or how often?
Yeah, monthly's fine.
Monthly's fine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah. All right.
Bi-weekly.
Just make sure it's like at least like a once a month habit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you guys recommend even more than that?
No.
No.
That would be entirely up to you. It depends on the...
Yeah.
Dude, I wake up and I don't even eat, man. I just go straight on my PC, click that thing on, go live, and have some fun.
Just go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just lining up the fans, getting them ready for you.
Cool.
And then I'm going to have you grab those screws. And we're gonna
Which direction do you want him to put the cooler? Do you want him to have
I'm thinking the
hose this
tubes.
way or yes?
Yeah,
I'm with you on that for
like
sure.
That.
So
Nice.
the
So
other
we're
thing you want to do is make sure that the fans are all in the right direction.
We're going to screw the fans on first.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep. Yeah, we're going to do the
Alright.
fans first, and then we're going to mount
You're gonna
it
need
to the
12 of
case.
those guys.
12 of those bad boys.
Yeah, all the long ones.
All right.
got you.
Where do we put the screwdriver?
I put it here.
Did I lose it? Oh,
No, you
nice.
didn't. I'm making sure nobody loses it.
So other than Apex, what would be a good game that you yourself would want to just kind of like vibe out to and just like relax and maybe not when the stream's running or something a little bit more?
I'll tell you this. Funny enough, I never play video games off stream anymore.
Really?
I never do. I still have fun playing video games. I just don't have nearly as much fun if I'm not with my chat,
Right.
hanging out with them, talking to them.
I can imagine that being like quite the dynamic that you just become used to. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it just feels lonely a little bit to
Yeah.
play video games without
Yeah.
my chat now, which is, again, a blessing. But video games that I would play, I was always a huge Call of Duty guy. That was actually one of the highlights of my gaming career before I had a gaming career.
Sure.
I was actually known in my hometown during the MW2 days, and they would call me the Codfather, believe it or not. And when I got to high school, all the football players heard about me.
yeah.
No,
Just making sure.
yep,
You're
nice.
good.
All the football players heard about me being good at gaming, so within the first week and a half of high school, they invited me to sit at the cool kids table at lunch with all the cheerleaders and the
That's
football
funny.
players.
Yeah.
And that was the first time
Made
that
an
it
impression.
Yeah, that was the first time that it hit me in my life that I'm like, wow, gaming is cool.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for sure. Man, gaming is so cool. Gaming's my favorite thing.
I actually think I might have done these a little too tight before getting all the screws in. I'm guessing that might be the case, right?
So it's something that I like to do is I like to get all four threaded at the same time and
Yeah.
keep going and then tighten them down. And I'm glad. So like something like that right there, that tiny little bit of experience, you're gonna take that with you now, and you're gonna remember that. And that's how it's done, man. Like slowly but surely, as you build your PC, you start to learn little things, and you
Absolutely
remember those little things.
It'll get you to the point that the next time that something does go wrong with the system, instead of calling somebody to fix it, you're gonna be like, hold on, maybe I want to try it out this time and see if I can correct it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to keep it 100 with you guys, all right?
You probably won't do that.
Probably won't be doing that. We'll probably be calling my buddy to,
That's okay.
hey, can you
But you know what, though? Actually, now I think about it, I believe Micro Center lets you do that. Lets you take in your rig and be like, can you take a look at this? Like,
I've done that.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God for
Yeah.
Micro Center. They've actually helped me a couple times back when I was living in Boston. I don't know if we have one in Austin, in Texas. I'm not sure.
We have no Micro Centers
one in
Florida.
Dallas? I'm not sure.
None in Florida.
None in Florida.
There's definitely one in Texas, though. There's definitely one in Texas. I just don't know which city.
All right, so we're getting it, fellas.
We're good. We're good.
So you said you're from Florida,
Yeah,
right?
from
What
Miami,
part of
born and raised in Miami, Florida.
Miami?
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
I actually stopped in Miami Airport when I flew to Columbia 2 weeks ago, and stopped at Miami Airport. Not a huge fan of the Miami Airport, I will say. A lot of walking.
A lot.
A lot.
The place
of
is a lot bigger than you think.
Yeah. Oh my, dude. I was walking around. John, what about you? Where are you from, man?
So I'm originally from Riverside, California, and I moved out to Salt Lake City in 2015 to be with my now fiance.
Nice.
Ellie.
Congrats.
Yes, thank you. And so me and her actually run Liquid House together full time. So it's a dream come true, to be honest with you.
I love that, bro.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean,
Doing her thing.
you're pretty lucky to also have a significant other who shares
You are telling me, my friend.
your
You are
interests.
telling me.
You know?
Yeah. Something I had dreamed about for years, and I was like, please find a girl that's into video games and computers and cars and lets me have fun and has fun with me. And then it ended up happening.
Lucky you, man. Lucky you, bro. Way to rub it in, all right, John?
Hey, you'll get that. You'll get that.
Yeah,
I have no doubt,
One
my
day.
friend.
With you on that boat.
And so, I mean, you guys, you know, you build PCs professionally, right?
Yes, sir.
You're two of the best builders in the world. How long does it take you guys to build a PC from zero to get ready to rip it?
The most recent one that I did super quick was actually at the ASUS booth. It's an all-white in the Lean Lee Landcool 3, the brand new case. I worked with Lean Lee to showcase that build.
These are this is a custom build though.
Yeah, custom loop build. And unfortunately, with certain projects, at times the timelines get really short. And it's just kind of the nature of the business. And it came down to getting parts and time and having about like a day and a half to actually finish the build. So I did a full marathon, 20-hour straight.
20 hours.
Yeah, 20 hours straight. And it's a full, with three 360 millimeter radiators, fully water-cooled loop with white sleeving on the tube. So it was a lot of fun. And I just kind of, and this is another thing too, is I like kind of winging my designs.
I go in with an idea,
Yeah.
and my idea starts to completely get twisted
Right.
the second I'm already in the middle of the
Yeah.
build. Like, no, wait, what I was thinking isn't going to work, or you know what, I just thought of a better idea.
Exactly.
Or one of my coworkers comes behind and goes, hey, you know what would be cool if you did this? And I'm like, oh, you just incepted me.
Yeah,
Yeah, like,
man.
serious.
Yeah. No, it's interesting because I've worked with brands that sometimes would say, hey, can you maybe like a render of what you want to do with the build? And I'll say, I can, I don't want to.
Yeah.
The render will probably take more time than the build itself, and I promise you the render will not be what the actual build looks like. Because
Absolutely.
you can't pre-plan all of that. As the process is going, things will
100%
happen
agree, man.
that you have to adapt and evolve around.
Yeah.
And that's one of the coolest things about PC building is the case is the canvas, man. And as you paint it, you're just going with your creativity.
Go with the flow, yeah.
You're just going with your
Do you
creativity.
feel like if you had to build a multiple set of systems with the exact same specs, every single one of them would be wired and built completely different?
Really?
Yep.
Because if you build one and the next one you say, you know what, I could build
This
it
could be
different.
better.
Yeah, I could
Yeah.
do it this way better.
Yeah.
And after you did it the second render, you're like, you know what, now I'm going to take what I did the first two and make the third one even better.
So apparently I'm with the Picassos of PC building right here, man. So I love to hear. I mean, I'm
I
learning a
appreciate the
lot.
kind words. There are quite a few talented people out there.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
it's kind of actually nuts how high it goes in terms of skill. I mean,
Yeah.
we've got guys out
Two
there
of them
that
here,
are
mods by Ben,
Yeah.
PC Works. Those guys are incredible builders, man.
yes, they're
Yeah,
incredible
those were
builders. Yes,
nuts.
I mean there are people out there with 5-axis CNCs making custom cases.
Yeah, they're doing
The
it
machine's
in-house.
like a
builds.
$500,000
Yeah.
machine, and they're running it to build a PC part. You know, like it's next level.
I can't even imagine, man.
They can either build the case from scratch or they get sponsored by somebody and they chop it up and make it their own.
Yeah. Well, it's sick. All right, so we got the three
Yeah, you
fans
ready to
on.
mount this bad boy in
Yeah,
here?
yes, sir, man.
All right, man. So what I recommend is, I mean, do you think we should do this standing up so like we actually feed the wiring
Well, he's
correctly?
tall. He's got some vert on him. So
Yeah,
he
I
might
don't know
be-
about
But you can
tall,
also
but-
do it this way, too. It would make it easier this way.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's do it sideways, and I'll
over here.
turn the case so the camera can see. All right.
And you don't want
so-
you're the one to have to stand over here for the
Yep.
to screw it in. So what you're going to do is, since we're going to mount the radiator and the cooler in this direction,
Yeah.
you're going to get the cooler. Let's just sit it here. And this is going to sit right here at the top. You see where all the screws are lined up now?
Yep. And then these are the
So-
smaller ones, huh?
I would get one here and put one here. No, you're going to, yeah, this is the one with the washer on it? Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Just put one there on that side and one on that side. And once you have that done, then the radiator can hold itself up. And then you could just fill in the rest of the screws.
I love that chat's still talking about Micro Center. See, that resonated with your audience. That means Micro Center is
did
the
I-
right place to go for this type of stuff.
It's
I'm
there.
I'm glad that we brought
Right
it
here.
up.
Oh, nice. All right, dude.
Here's the first thing I'll show you. When little screws like this, sometimes just to get them started, just do that by hand. Just
Yeah.
get the first thread or two in. That's it. Then you can use your screwdriver.
But don't go too tight, remember.
Yeah, and I love how we have a close-up of me not being able to throw a screw in there.
And then the last one.
Thanks, Intel.
Right over here. Just remember.
Which one? Right over here?
Right over here. Manually thread it just to get it into the radiator, and then once you got it set in space, just screw it in.
All right. I will also say though, my hands are sweating. My knuckles off right now. All right.
Are your arms heavy?
Knees weak.
Sweaty? Yeah.
Yeah,
Knees
and
weak.
a little vomit on my sweater already.
Man.
Mom
There you go.
spaghetti.
All right, nicely done.
All right, there we go. There we go.
So now just come on over here and just fill in the rest of the screws.
Yep. All right, cool.
You want it snug. You don't want to tighten it yet because you might have to adjust the radiator.
Uh-huh.
So I would say right about there is perfect.
Man, I love that this is going to be a full white build.
What was that?
I love that it's going to be a full white build. It's something that the PC industry has been pushing in the past few years, only recently,
Yeah.
to do fully dedicated all white PC parts.
I would like to see assorted colors.
What's that?
I would like to see some assorted colors. Not just black and white. Like, I would see like
Yes.
they actually went in and actually made blue fans, like blue
Yes.
housings and shelves.
Yes, I have thought the same thing. There's artists out there that have taken just inanimate objects and they're intricate inanimate objects and they've painted all one color, just completely all one color. And it's really crazy seeing something that you don't normally see, but all in one color. And like for instance, like the bracket on this GPU that we made, once it's all together, then I painted it white. Because I wanted the screws, I wanted the threads, I wanted nothing black, and I just wanted the white.
I would do the same thing with when I do a Hydro X setup for Corsair. The radiator only comes in black, so if I want to do an all-white setup, I'll take the block off of the actual the acrylic.
Yep.
I'll sand it down, I'll paint it white myself, and then put it back into the system, so I have a legit all-white
And it's
system.
so much nicer because of it. Yep. Love
Before they came out with white radiators, I spray painted when completed the system, and then Corsair's like, "Hey, look, we came out with white radiators." I'm like,
it.
"Cool,
Do you see what
nice
I
to know
just
now."
did? Yeah.
Let's see,
I don't know if my nubs of fingers are just.
you got it in there?
Did I do something wrong?
No,
No.
not at all.
Are these the screws meant for this radiator?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they
They're
are.
a little long.
I'm just.
No, yeah.
Not
no, they're
good at
just,
this.
They're just a little long. Let's try a different screw head. Maybe.
Honestly, it's not even the screws. It's literally I'm trying to just put them in there.
Arms are sweaty.
Maybe free screw.
We got some paper towels or something, right? Intel, help me.
Can't handle the nervousness. Oh man, you're good. You're doing just fine, my friend.
There you go.
Yeah, I can tell you do this for a living, bro. Listen, come see me out on Apex, bro, all right?
Then you'll have me.
Then you would
sweating.
school me, that's for sure, man.
Oh, man, I can't even get that thing in there, man.
I'm gonna lift it up a little bit here. Might have some pressure. Let's lift it up a little bit. It might be sitting on the crack. There you go.
Dude, bro,
You got someone
don't
in
do
chat
it.
saying-
No,
You
no,
got
you
someone
don't
in
do
chat
it.
saying you got butterfingers, my friend.
I got butterfingers.
You got butterfingers.
I was pretty good at football, man. I'm not gonna lie. I was wide receiver, slot receiver.
Nice.
Didn't have
Oh,
butterfingers.
Football
back
wasn't
then.
that small.
No, my hands were not that sweaty. Plus, I had gloves on. Bro, I'm gonna hand this off to you. All right, like a running back from a quarterback to a running back, bro.
There you go.
All right, nice. And now this part, this I could do here. And now, how tight do we want this right now?
Same as the motherboard. Just
Yeah,
make it
same
nice and snug. Just give it a nice one little tight turn. You don't have to go overboard on it. Yeah, that's just like that.
All right.
Here, I'm gonna rotate it a little bit so the camera can see.
Yep. Sorry, cameraman. We do love you. Oh, I just found out why this is able to move.
Yep.
So you could put it in
rotate
your
it right in your
palm
hand.
and just wow,
Yeah.
fellas, we are learning a lot
Yeah,
today. Thanks
man.
to Intel, man.
Yeah, this is a great experience.
So how long have you guys been building PCs? I know you said something about 2005.
Yeah, I mean that's personal PCs for myself. I mean, I had been tinkering with my father's computer for years and years before that, and it got to the point where he's like, you know what, I'm getting sick and tired of you messing with my rig. They kept changing it, and he wanted to use it.
Yeah.
And it was just a Dell, but I wanted to keep changing stuff. I would just add random. Remember back in the day where they have a fully translucent, just clear fan that would light up blue?
Yeah.
Like I would just put them
Mind
randomly
blown.
because I thought that was awesome. Like back in the day, man, RGB did not exist. You barely had blue or dedicated blue fans or dedicated red fans that would light up red or blue. And I thought they were the coolest things ever, so I would just randomly put them places. I mean, this is, I was like 11, and I didn't understand the concept of airflow. And then I start to actually realize, like, okay, I don't just have to like set it down in there just for the light. And I would just mess with my dad's rig for years, and he got to the point he's like, all right, no more. I'm gonna cut you off. I'm gonna get you something. But then he found an HP computer out of the dumpster and said, hey, here you go. Here's your rig. Make it work. And I made it work within like 2 days.
What about you, bro? How many years?
I've been around PCs my entire life. My uncle actually used to build PCs for me when I was a kid. I'm going as far as back, like I had a Commodore 64, 128. I'm a pretty old dude.
Yeah.
Pretty old dude. So I had a 64, 128. He used to bring me DOS-based systems, but my first building experience was actually working with Origin. My uncle never taught me how to build it. He would just bring them to me already pre-cut ready to do. So I've been building for roughly about 10 years now.
Wow, man. I
started on their assembly line. I ended up from assembly to management on the assembly line, and then I really wanted just to get into marketing. I wanted to do the building, the crazy special projects that the team was always coming out with.
Cat was like, he saw your potential. He was like, dude, let's do it.
At some points, the marketing would come back and say, hey, that guy can make him build the system for the event.
Yeah. I love that, man.
So I would stay after hours and just grind on these special projects.
Getting to work.
Yeah, and fast forward, I've been in the marketing for like 3 years now.
And here you are at PAX West at the Intel booth, bro.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Oh, so that is the motherboard, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so I took this back panel off so that we can add the backplate for the cooler
You could
itself.
disconnect
That's something that we didn't do
flip it up.
prior. But luckily, this
do
case allows you to open it up and see the back end, so we can do literally what we're about to do right now.
And what is this right here?
So this is just the back mounting plate that sits behind the socket of the CPU.
Yeah.
And then the cooler itself, the pump head unit, will thread into this and apply the correct pressure on top of the processor so that the thermal paste that we're looking at right here, that's why the plastic covers on it. So that thermal paste is meant to go between the cold plate of the pump unit and the processor itself.
Wow.
So that is the exchange of heat is through that thermal paste.
Technology is crazy, bro.
It's
Technology is crazy. Like, there's so many little
nuance.
I mean, if you keep in mind, too, you guys ever seen those pictures from, like, the old computers at, like, NASA or, like, the big colleges where it was an entire room for one PC?
Oh, yeah.
And now we have more computing power.
And it would be like, yeah, that's
you can
20
run
megabytes.
Wasn't it you can run Apollo now, like, off a cell phone? From the technology that it was at? It's, like,
it's insane, man. Are you going to need a screwdriver for that?
No, this has got an adhesive, but it's got on a slider system to adjust for different socket sizes. So I just want to make sure that...
If anything, you can pull the little washers off of those and it makes them slide a little better. Just tug them and make them...
pull these off?
Yeah, not pull them off completely, just make, like, pry them out a little bit.
Oh,
so
yeah, you have
some
to get it
play.
loose, yeah. And that adhesive...
Nice.
Okay, there we go. So that adhesive is basically just a placeholder to hold it so that you don't have to.
Yep.
Yeah, because basically what it's doing is it's just a sandwich between the motherboard, the processor, and the pump unit of the all-in-one itself.
Cool.
So, being that that's the case now, we can lay this back down, and then we'll mount up the head unit to the processor. Okay?
Yep.
You good? Go ahead, lay it down. You're good.
I'm like so scared to cut one of the wires.
Oh, I've done that plenty of times.
Have you?
Heck yeah.
Wow.
Sure, custom builds, I've gotten there, like, especially when I start getting on a roll with my zip ties.
All over the
I
place?
get 1, 2, 3, and I snip one. I turn the system on, and one light's either flickering or it's not even turning on or working.
What's up, RG?
So we'll end up having to
man.
come back and I'll either resolder it if I don't want to have to replace the entire system or the fan. I'll just go in there and I'll...
So those standoffs right there, those are going to be threaded into that backplate that we just put on.
Yep.
And then once that's done, you'll be able to line up that next threads through this. And then
All
once
right.
that's down, we're going to be throwing these.
On top of that.
Yep, on top.
All right, cool. So just put them in here?
Yep. Thread them in, and you can go all the way, make them as tight as you can.
Yep. All right. I will say these aren't as hard as those screws for the fans.
Lucky you got something to hold on to.
Yeah. You know, hands kind of cooled down a little bit too. Helping out a little bit. And now, are you guys, do you guys, I know you guys are probably super busy building PCs and all that, but do you guys have a little time for gaming?
Oh,
I
most
play a lot
definitely.
of racing, and
Most-
I play a lot of racing and then GTA, if anything.
Yeah, you mentioned Forza.
Yeah. Forza, so of course, I have a wheel set up at my house, so it's nothing crazy, but it's just something I can just
That's
pull out and
awesome,
do.
dude.
And one thing I think that you're going to do for like 1 hour, just I'm going to mess with an hour. You're 4
Yeah.
hours later, 2, 3 o'clock in the
I
morning.
know. Yeah. Like,
What was I
happened
doing?
to the
One
time?
more game, you know?
Yeah.
What about you?
So, man, I play so many games. I love to main Rocket League, though.
Rocket League.
Yeah, Rocket League is a game that's unlike any other, in my opinion.
Bet.
It's
Or
strange,
soccer.
man. It's one of those games that I think will stick around longest in terms of esports because it's a three-dimensional soccer. And you think about a sports game that isn't a Madden or isn't a FIFA. Like, those are games that are emulating a real sport. There is no real Rocket League, but there's nothing else like Rocket League.
Not yet.
No, I know. Who knows, man? In 50 years, we're going to be jumping around in little rocket cars, but who knows? But it's unlike any other. And so because of that, I think it has a really good staying power within esports itself because it's so unique. I hear they're working on a Rocket League 2, actually, which I believe is going to be built in the Unreal Engine 5 engine.
Oh, nice.
Nuts. But I main Rocket League, love it to death. But then, man, my favorite story game of all time, Mass Effect. Mass Effect trilogy is just unreal. And I don't care how dated it is, even with the Legendary Edition to revamp the game, especially the first game. The first game came out back when the 360 first released. So it's
Rocket
dated.
League is?
What's that?
Rocket League?
No, Mass Effect. The first Mass Effect.
Mass Effect, okay.
Yeah, Mass Effect 1 came out when the 360 was new. So it's dated.
Yeah.
But then they released the Legendary Edition, and they revamped the whole first game, touched up the second game, touched up the third game a little bit, and it's all seamless. And it's one of those games that the decisions that you make in the first game
Effect.
drastically affect the outcomes of the third game.
That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
So it's like infinite ways to play the game, and it's one of my favorite trilogies of all time. But man, like when it comes to video games, I love the Fallout series, love all of them. Love Skyrim, all the Elder Scrolls. I have every intention of playing the new Starfield when Bethesda releases that. I personally love the single-player games that you can just immerse yourself in and lose yourself.
I bet.
Enter a whole different world.
Yeah.
And it's a bit of escapism, but that's the cool part. I mean, that's exactly
That's
what
video games.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a good time.
Funny story about Fallout. So Fallout 4, I believe, was based in Boston.
Yes, sir.
Is that the one?
Yep.
And I am in my dorm room at Fisher College in downtown Boston in the Back Bay. I am playing this. It is midnight. I am doing a mission. I walk by, and guess what I see on my right?
What?
My college, in-game.
Ah.
And it looked exactly like the buildings
yeah.
on Beacon
It's
Street.
so trippy, huh?
So I felt like
yeah,
it was
man.
Inception or something.
Oh, for years after Fallout New Vegas came out, I just looked at Vegas as New Vegas.
Yeah.
It was trippy. I was like, I'm in a Fallout universe right now. Like,
Oh,
I
it's
can
crazy, man.
I can see how things would go down if nukes dropped. Like, oh my gosh, like this is crazy. For years, I just viewed Vegas from playing New Vegas countless hours.
Yeah, Fallout is great, man. I can't wait for a new Fallout.
I know that would be fun. There's apparently a Fallout TV series that Amazon's doing.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't
would be
tried to pay
interesting.
attention to that much because I don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah.
But the rumors are it's good. It's going to be good. So fingers crossed.
So, quick thing, we're talking about TV a little bit, right? Are we Game of Thrones fans here?
Yes, I'm watching House
Yes,
of
massive. But I have not even started House of Dragon because
I didn't
I'm
watch
way too
last night's
busy.
episode.
I did watch last night's
I did not.
Do not
cannot
spoil
discuss it.
anything. Do not spoil anything. We have unfortunately
I
been
have
too busy.
the power, fellas. I have the
Oh,
power.
man. All right.
But no, it's really good. I'm excited. I'm excited to see.
I'm excited for it.
Supposedly,
So
they
far,
said,
the last two that I've seen, I've been very happy with the episodes
dude,
so far.
episode 2 when the princess rode it.
Stop. You're gonna
all
spoil
set.
The
it.
Minotaur.
On the Minotaur.
Remember that?
Hey, okay,
Unicorn.
okay, I see you. I see you. All right, you guys. So let's keep pushing with this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remove the cover. So here's the
Perfect.
key here, and this is something that I always find crucial.
Yeah.
We've got a pre-applied thermal paste, a very thin layer, and with that comes the option of removing it and putting your own thermal paste on. But that being said, do you have to have some?
I might have thermal paste.
All right.
Just to show. For,
Yeah, sure.
as a matter of fact, I do.
Nice.
Yeah, we got some XTM50 thermal paste.
Yep, right there.
This is
XTM50
thermal
thermal
paste.
paste from Corsair. Yeah, so you can use the pre-applied stuff, which is probably the same stuff as this, or you can apply it to the processor and then have that sandwich it.
And what
But-
do you guys recommend? What do the pros say?
Remove.
I usually remove it.
Yeah, usually.
You remove it?
Yeah.
But we don't have any paper towels, and it's okay because I'm pretty sure that the H150i comes with this paste.
It's the same thermal compound.
Yeah, it's the same stuff. So
Cool.
we're good there. But when we're applying the head to the or the CPU, the initial pressure that you put down, you don't ever want to let up. Because the second you let that up, you think about it's like a viscous liquid. The second that you, or like a putty in your hands,
Yeah.
the second that you do it, you're inviting air into there. It's like if you had Laffy Taffy and you were stretching it around, you start to crackle and pop, you're inviting that air into the system. That's not what you want because you're gonna get hot spots on the
Yeah.
processor.
No bueno.
Yeah. So when I'm gonna have you do this. When we guide down and go over, just look for the, obviously look for the studs.
Yep.
But when you push down and hold down, keep that pressure down. And obviously you don't have to push super hard down. Just keep pressure
on it. Correct.
on it so it doesn't come up.
All right.
And while you're holding it down, you're gonna get your other hand, grab some thumb screws, and then start
Put
threading
them on there. All right. Let's
All right.
do that.
So here you go.
Do that. I am ready, senseis. The Padawan shall now be a Jedi Master.
Love it.
Once you feed them through, yeah, perfect.
You know, that's a good question. Would you be a Jedi or would you be a Sith?
I'm a Jedi, man. I'm a good guy.
I love that. I love to hear that. I knew you were gonna say that. I just had a feeling. It's like I want to be a Jedi, but I want like a
I'm a Jedi with Sith
saber
tendencies.
Well, I want like a. Dude, there's so many websites that make crazy like CNC lightsabers and stuff like that. And I had made like a crazy Count Dooku looking one that actually had a yellow blade.
Wow.
I would love a yellow blade so much. We should see in the chat what lightsaber color would you rock. But yellow would be dope with like a Sith hilt yellow blade.
I do like Yoda's green.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Darth Maul's,
I know.
the
it's next level.
double-edged.
Dude, when
red.
that movie came out and he busts out the second blade, I think everyone lost their mind. I think the world shifted because everyone lost their mind. when
One of
that
my
came out.
favorite characters as well was General Grievous. Do you guys remember him with
Oh,
the,
yeah,
with the
I remember.
4 arms?
And a bunch of lightsabers.
I know, man.
There were unfortunate trophies of killing Jedi.
All right, so I believe I'm doing this correctly.
You are.
There might have been a little movement, fellas.
Oh, that's
What-
okay. You're keeping pressure though. You're keeping.
As long as you didn't let it up.
Especially with you've got these other ones already kind of seated, so the pressure is being held there with the thumb screws.
Yeah.
So you don't have to hold down as much.
So
You've got these down.
I will say this, and this is just me being honest, and I probably should have said this earlier. When I was putting this one on, it kind of lifted it a little bit.
That's
So
okay.
how bad is that?
No, you got nothing to worry
He's
about.
shaking his head a
You'll
little
be
bit.
fine, you'll be
no?
fine.
Yeah, you're gonna be fine, man.
All right.
It's to the point now where if something goes wrong, it's gonna be a bit obvious, and that's just because engineers have done a really good job designing how these parts fit together. If we were to do something wrong, it would definitely be a bit more obvious.
All right, awesome. Love to see that. And then how tight do we want these boys?
As tight as you can get them.
Yeah.
I would suggest now we bust out the screwdriver.
Screwdriver?
Yep. And crank those
Do it.
down.
All right, I do not have the screwdriver over there on my end.
Oh.
It's right over there.
I was about to say, dude,
I
I might have
would-
lost it.
That's
One
what
thing
I'm
I
gonna do.
love
I'm
is-
gonna start hiding some of these tools and have you freak out a bit. Like, wow, what's going on?
I know somebody from the Intel team was missing a screwdriver, so if anybody at PAX West has seen an orange screwdriver,
An orange and red screwdriver. Please deliver to the Intel booth.
give it up. we'll Liam Neeson you and Taken, if not.
All right, so now that we've got the AIO installed, I would honestly say it's a good time to take a break. So
Take a break?
Yeah, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Sounds good.
Welcome back, you guys. We are back at it, building up TJ's rig. We the people.
Let's go.
Building up his rig at Intel booth PAX 2022. And what we're having right now is PJ's installing some fans real quickly. We spent a lot of time talking, and not much building.
That's my fault,
It's a
man.
terrible
No,
habit.
hey, no, you know what?
It's the rookiness.
That's what I'm talking about. I just want to make sure we get the build done. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
So we're getting down to business
We're
this
getting
time
down to
around.
business.
And then we have all of our QL120 fans already installed and mounted into this.
Love
Yeah,
that.
all of the Corsair QL120 fans have been installed now.
Yep,
So
we got 7 fans in here,
Yeah,
right?
you notice the fan direction, how we did set everything up. Our liquid house actually has the fans going this way. Because once the fans kick on, you want to have heat, exit out of the system. Heat rises.
Yeah.
So we're going to intake cold air through here. All the hot air will be exhausted out of the top, and whatever ambient air that's hot is going to be exhausted out of the back too.
Love that. Love that. All right,
Yeah.
so fellas, what is next in this insane build?
I'm thinking it's time to power supply.
Down for
Let's
that.
power
Let's do
Fly
it.
it up, baby.
All
Let's
right.
go.
In this one, we got the Corsair RM850, which is an 850 watt power supply.
Yep.
Actually, I think I'm okay. I don't need the blade.
We're going to need one of these.
And it's really dope because the cables are also white sleeved. It's
Love that. Wow, that's
absolutely gorgeous power
a
supply.
lot of cables here. Do we want to open these up right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Wow, we're going to need all these cables in?
Not every
Not all of
single
them.
cable.
Not all of them.
No.
All right, what do we need here, PJ?
You're going to need... The GPU is going to take 2 PCIs, correct? Or do you want to use one cable for it?
I think we should do 2 separates.
All right. So this is what you're going to do. See
Yeah,
these?
2
It's for your
8-pin.
CPU. Your motherboard
Yeah.
takes an 8-pin and a 4-pin here at the top, all right?
Yeah.
So you're going to need 2 of these cables.
Cool.
So you find the 2 CPU cables. You
So
got
that's
those.
an 8er.
Then, for whatever weird reason, it's a force of habit. I always throw a Molex in the system.
Same.
By
Same.
force of habit.
You never know.
The setup's not as extreme, so you might be able to get away with 2 of these.
Yep.
So
I'm
you need
going
2
to act
setup
like I
ports.
know exactly what we're talking about. I love it, boys. Let's keep it going.
You don't need this. You don't need this. These are your
Yeah, these are really
2
nice.
PCIe cables for your GPU.
Yep. Are these the 4-stack? No.
Yeah.
These are the, oh.
There's dual 8 pins on each.
Yeah, so check this out.
Oh,
Gives
yeah.
you the ability to run a 6-pin or an 8-pin
Correct.
Wow.
GPU. Yeah.
And your 24 pin, which is the one that corrects that to your.
24 pin.
Yeah.
Wow.
The only
That
2
goes
cables
into
we're
the
not gonna.
motherboard.
We don't need any of these.
Nice. These things are looking.
So what do you think,
Massive.
PJ? With this case, should we install the cables first and then the
Yes.
unit?
I
Okay,
highly
so let's
recommend
do
putting
that.
the cables first.
All right. So as you can see, this is what we call a modular power supply. So, we're going through what we actually need, and that's the cool thing with the modular power supply. It keeps things a little bit more refined and optimized. Now, if you didn't have a modular power supply, you would have a huge just cord of cables coming out, and you just have to deal with them regardless of if you have a device or a component for those cables regardless. So
Yep.
it's really nice having a modular power supply, especially with how nice this one is. I'm actually really stoked about this one. So, being that we need to install some of these cables, luckily we've got labels right here, right? That
Yep.
24 pin that we were talking about,
Got it
that's
right
for the motherboard. So let's start with this one, and let's have you install these cables over here.
All right. So,
That one goes here in the upward direction.
how hard do I want to?
You want to
Push
get
it
that
in until
so
it clicks.
in.
All right. Cool. I think we're good on that one.
Yep,
Okay.
nice and snug.
Yep.
All right, on to the next. So we've got
We're at the JZ.
CPU. This is an 8-pin called EPS cable.
Yep.
And with the board,
Let's do this.
so the motherboard's got an 8-pin and it's got a 4-pin. So if you look closely, this really wide clip, on the back, you see this
Small
little
one.
tooth.
Yeah.
So this can split. So if the board needs only half, that's why it
Got
can
that.
split.
Yep. Love to see
We've got
that.
one that's split and one that is not. So we've got the 2 power supply cables that are going to supply power to the processor itself.
Cool. And now these are going in the CPU, correct?
I would recommend these 2 right here.
Yes.
Yep.
Like when you're building one of these systems, these tend to be some of the shortest cables.
Yep.
And the bigger the case you go, the shorter the distance you got from the power supply. So you don't want to have to force and stretch those. So since these are the closest 8 pins, you always want to plug the CPU into these.
Love that. Love that. All right, and then what do we got next, boys?
Next, we've got the PCIe cables. So this is the power cables for your graphics card.
Yep.
With a little bit of pigtail in the end. But I always recommend, especially if a high power card like a 3080, I'd recommend running 2 separate cables. Each one of these 8 pins I think can handle 250 watts.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you're pigtailing it, it's a way to say, hey, I have power, but it's not actually supplying another 250 watts through this connector. So it's splitting the power, but yet bridging it, saying, oh yeah, I've got enough power. You don't really.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't always like the pigtails because of that situation. But it really depends on the card. If it's a lower power card, you're okay.
You got a 1080 Ti, yeah, you can daisy chain 2 of those.
Yep.
Yeah, a 3080 can pull more than 250 watts if it wants to. So you're already surpassing the limit on this connector, and that's why I suggest bringing a completely separate cable coming from the power supply.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 250 watt cables, able to provide 500 watts of power to that graphics card.
All right, and how much wattage does, I don't even know if that's a real word, wattage?
Yep.
It is, right?
Yes, sir.
I thought it was. How much wattage does a PC regularly
It's pretty funny because it changes completely drastically. You'll have a system that's idling at like, I don't know, 65 watts, maybe 80 watts.
That's barely pulling any.
Yeah, barely anything. And then once you start playing, oh my gosh, you can crank it up to 1,000 watts. So depending on the hardware that you have, luckily we have spec'd this system out so that the 850 watt is the correct wattage for this system. But there's power supplies out there that are 2,000 watts. And then there are people out there running 3 of them and having a 2,000 watt power supply for 1 graphics card.
Are they working for the NSA or
But they're
CIA?
also using liquid nitrogen to overclock their stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I did recently see that on
it's limitless.
on LTT. I think liquid clocked. What was it? A 12th gen?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, man, it's
They
crazy.
were pouring liquid nitrogen on it, and this truck was getting so hot.
So
that
hot.
It was burning out. They were
with the-
filling it up with a container.
Yeah,
and
it was boiling.
burning out.
It was liquid nitrogen boiling.
Yeah.
It was
That sounds
crazy.
crazy, man.
Yeah.
I remember science fair experiments with liquid nitrogen. All right, so where are these?
These you can
So
put
these are
them
going to
right
go in the
here.
8 pins on the power supply.
All right, and these go with the split, right? Or
No,
No,
Gonna have them
no.
the other
So
way
the
around. These
split
go to the
end.
graphics card, so this is the part that's going to go into the power.
Right.
Love that.
And just same as before, just push down until you hear a click. That's
Yep.
it.
And then we're putting another one in.
Yes,
These
sir.
Bad boys in. It's that
Yep.
one. Got it. And then more or?
Yes. So we're going to install these accessory cables as well. So if you look closely, you'll see that the 6 pin, that's for this, and then
Yep.
you've got these other connectors. These are SATA connectors, and you've got Molex connectors. So this is the power like hard drives, stuff like that. And then these Molex are powering accessories like a fan hub,
Yeah.
or if you had a water-cooled system, a lot of pumps run on these connectors. So there's different devices, and that's why I think it's, like PJ said, it's a safe bet to just install these cables whether or not we'll need them.
Correct.
Because if, for instance, you want to like maybe add
In the future?
yeah, like Corsair has those like crazy LED pyramid or
Yes, the
triangle
tiles.
arrays. Yeah.
The tile's going to need a hub to plug into, like a little node.
Yep.
So if you get one of those, you want to have an extra SATA power connector to plug it into.
And
Right.
these are the ones right
Right.
For
there.
whatever reason, you decide, hey, you know what? I don't want the AIO anymore. I want to go Hydro-X. The Hydro-X is going to need a Molex pump. You're gonna
Right.
have to power it in with this connector.
Love
Yeah.
that. You
So-
guys might be getting a DM for me in the future if I do
Hey, man.
decide to.
I welcome it. I
Oh,
welcome
sure,
it. I
same
want
here.
you to do that.
Cool. All right, so
There's
these will go
there-
in.
like I said, there's no dumb questions when it comes
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
There's no dumb questions. Yeah.
Feels dumb sometimes,
No.
you know,
No,
but
man. No,
I
man.
love it. So
No.
top or bottom?
That's entirely up to you. I would just for the sake of keeping them all at the bottom, let's just
Yeah.
plug them all in there.
Do them all at the bottom. Let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go, fellas. I am
Nice, man. Power supply is ready to go.
professional cable installer already, man.
All right. So what you're going to be doing, sliding this power supply in, and I'll see if I can get this out of the way for right
Right
now.
here.
Nice.
We can plug all those things right back in.
So many cables.
Yeah, I know.
Are you tweaking already with
Yes,
the
I'm
cables?
seriously. I'm like shaking my head.
Oh! Yeah, we're good.
You got it?
Yeah. All right, man. So basically what you're going to be doing,
Yeah.
fan side down, and as you can see, this bottom side is perforated with a really nice dust filter removable. So you can, this is what you would blow out
Yeah.
and slide it right back in. That way you don't have to blow from behind.
Love that.
So you've got that. So we're going to be doing face this fan side down, and you're going to slide it in.
Let's do this first. This
let's
plate cover here, you have the option to either remove it, or if you have drives you choose to put in here, you can always say slide it forward so in case you use a bigger power supply. So the first thing I would ask is, do you have any drives at home that you're going to be planning on installing in here? Personal drives?
Again, zero experience. What are drives?
Or is this going to be a fresh new computer you're going to start fresh with?
Yeah.
Okay, then I would just remove it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because anything from there, you can put 3 SSDs right here on top of the system. You don't have to worry about that. And you can keep all that space at the bottom for like hiding and tucking all your cables.
Cool. Yeah. No, we're gonna start brand new and fresh.
Oh, I can't remember the last time I used one of those.
I know. I cannot remember the last time I used one of those.
I'm either using M.2s or I'm using the SSDs that fit right here.
I often think about when that'll get phased, because it's still, the hard drives still have some staying power, but they're slowly getting swept out with SSD.
For sure.
So, all right, man.
So we're gonna
Let's get that
slide
power
this
supply
in here,
installed. Yep.
right?
Yep. And then once it's sliding in, you're gonna rotate it.
That
There you
way,
go.
Correct.
We have touchdown, Houston.
All right, and we've got some power supply screws for you right here.
Nice.
Screwdriver or drill?
Should I go drill?
Entirely up to you.
Nothing wrong with the drill.
You know
but
what?
You can just screwdriver.
Use a screwdriver.
Yeah. Safe bet.
That one's getting a little of. So this one's not. Oh, it's this one.
Yeah, so as the years have gone on, you can see the case design adding multiple different mounting points, because you got different brands that have different standards for how they mount.
Yeah, I feel like we could all thank Apple for that. Remember when they changed the fat charger to the skinny one?
To the Thunderbolt, yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they say that in the future they're just going to have one universal Type C? It's going to be just for all.
Yes, yeah.
They're going to get off of that.
I believe reading the EU had forced Apple to get rid of their Thunderbolt, so the EU iPhones will have a USB-C, I believe, and I think that might percolate over to the US. So I'm hoping to get USB-C iPhones pretty soon here. We got USB-C iPads, but not the iPhones.
All right, fellas, we're
It's a little tough. Some of these power.
there's resistance here. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. I would keep going. You're looking good so
Yeah?
far. Yeah.
Going?
Power through it.
Yep. Just power
All
through
right.
it.
I'm scared, fellas.
No, you're good.
No
man.
worries. I see it there. You're getting in there. Nice. That's it.
Nicely done.
It's like some early resistance there. You know, I got to make sure I'm not
Yeah, it should stay still now for you.
running my build.
That's one of the cool things about this is now you can go back to your chat and say, I built this system.
They're still going to be like, yeah, you know nothing. So I'm like, yeah.
But I built it.
But I did build it.
But I built it.
But I did build it.
Exactly.
I mean, this is something I'll never forget, man. Again, thank you to you too, man. Thank you to
Yeah,
Intel.
of course, man.
This
We
is,
got you.
We're learning. We're building.
We're building.
Having fun.
Yeah.
Got all 4 of them in. Yeah. Heck yeah, you're nice.
Yeah,
Perfect, dude.
I'm not the greatest with screws.
No. It's not. It's all. I'm not even
really.
putting any pressure on it. Just
Yeah.
see, as soon as it stops, that's as much as you want to go.
Yep.
You do not have to give it an insane amount of torque.
Love it. All right, what's next here, fellas?
I think it's time to install a graphics card, and then cable management. Honestly,
Should we take that sticker off?
I mean, if you want to do that, I say we do that. Let's. We've got so many cables now.
Got it?
Yep.
There you go.
All right, so
Yeah, man.
for all my... Oh, dude.
Oh yeah, that was quick.
That was a
quick.
good one.
Nice.
What's
That was-
cool about the Capellix cooler is inside the box it has an additional plate with a little
Yes.
screwdriver. So you can
Right
actually change that if you want. You can have it all white or you can have it clear see-through, see?
Really?
And there's a little wrench that comes with the kit that you can just
Yeah.
unscrew it and screw it in.
We're going to leave that one in, I think, right? Or what do we think?
Yeah, I would leave that one.
Yeah.
That one, this one
Yep.
shines a little more orange.
Yep. All right. So
That's cool to know.
For sure.
that's good to have. You can change it up later, and that's the
Yeah.
cool thing about PCs. Is you don't
Not gonna
don't
lie.
have to keep it the same.
Not going to get your hopes up. That's probably going to stay.
It's probably going to stay in the box.
That's
for the
okay.
rest of this computer's
Nothing
life.
wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So, looking down at the case and the motherboard,
Yep.
this main slot, and some motherboard manufacturers kind of like change the color on it to make sure that you know that that's the primary slot for the graphics card. In this case, this one is white, which actually helps out with the theme. But that being said, most graphics cards, and I'll pull this out, is a 2-slot graphics card.
Yep.
So if you're going to look at the motherboard and see where those slots are at right here,
Yep.
that means we'll have to pull those 2 slots off the case to make way for the graphics card.
So should I unscrew that right now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I would recommend that.
They're a little tight in there, so you want to use a screwdriver. Just break it a little. Break the.
And which ones do we want?
You're gonna want to do the second and third one, not the first one.
Yep. All right, let's do that.
Silver. Silver and white.
Yeah, silver and white.
Oh,
This is a
that
gorgeous
looks
card.
nice, man. That brushed aluminum.
I know.
looks great.
This is one of my favorite cards, and I've never built with it.
See, I like how excited you guys are getting about it because
Oh, I love
you guys
hardware,
are
man.
excited about it.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
excited about
Then
it.
you get
Yeah,
hardware
no,
sometimes, and you're spending more time staring at it, and then you're like, "Oh wait, I gotta put it." In
Oh
the
yeah,
system.
no. I have screwed up playing video games because I get caught staring at my rig while the video game is going.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing is like you make something so cool, you're like, I just want to look at that. You know, it's like, all right, so I'm gonna have you unwrap your brand new RTX
Nice.
3080.
It's almost like that Lion King moment, you know, like ah na 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 na.
Oh man,
What a great movie, man.
there's a GIF. I don't know who did it.
The one that
There's
they
a
throw-
GIF
where they
where they
throw 'em
throw
off.
Simba off. Oh
Have
my
you
god,
seen that
yes!
one? I have.
Like in the
Walking
very
over to the beginning
beginning.
of the mountain, and he just grabs someone, just tosses
And
them around.
someone like animated his arms to keep going, and then just yeeted him off the cliff.
That would have been a short movie, huh, fellas?
The end.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah. Finn.
Wow.
Nice, man. That
That thing
looks
looks
gorgeous.
sick, dude.
Yeah,
Look at the copper in the back,
Yeah.
too.
Let's do the
Oh, it does give it a little copper accent, so you can see that. That's pretty.
Man,
I like that.
that's wicked.
I
So
dig
this is
that.
from NVIDIA?
No, this
Gigabyte.
is from Gigabyte. It is an
Gigabyte.
NVIDIA card. It is
Yes.
an
Yeah.
NVIDIA chip, the RTX 3080, which is an NVIDIA chip card. But the Gigabyte specifically made this one, which is why it looks insanely awesome.
Love that. All right, and what are we doing with this thing here? We're putting it...
Yes, so we're going to be slotting this in, but as you can see, there's a little cover. Remember how most of the stuff we've been plugging in, you've been seeing gold contacts?
Yeah.
This cover is covering and protecting that gold contact. So pull that
Oh.
off. Yeah.
Is that
One
real
other-
gold? Or no?
Probably, I don't know.
Because I've heard there's gold in like iPhones and
Yeah, so
other
yes,
technology.
yeah, so gold actually is a really good thermal conductor as well.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet you that there might be the tiniest little,
little
bit of
bit.
gold. Yeah, I bet you want to bet you.
I know McLarens have gold.
McLarens have gold? Really?
Oh yeah, dude.
They wrap the was it the headers or the exhaust?
Yeah, they
in
wrap the
gold?
entire exhaust system in the.
And a gold, like that
gold-
same
the
gold that
gold
NASA
wrap.
uses.
That's why those cars are $250,000, I guess, huh?
Yeah. All right, man. So you're going
Nice.
to be installing this bad boy.
So towards this way?
Yep.
Yes,
so
sir.
what you're going to be doing is you're going to be watching these gold contacts slide into that center slot, and you see that little nodule,
Yeah.
just like the NVMe and RAM. You're going to be lining that up, while at the same time making sure that you see these go in between the board and the case,
Yeah.
and at the same time watching these holes right here for the bracket
Uh-huh.
lining up with
Up
these
top.
screw holes right here. Yeah.
All right. All right. Lot of lining up.
Bring it down towards you a little more. There you go. That, right there. Now straighten it out a little bit.
Oh, I heard something.
You
I don't know
good?
if I liked it.
You're good. Let me see.
Should I pull out?
No. You could have kept it there. You're good.
Yeah.
It's probably just getting. It's probably.
It
setting
sounded
itself
like
into the
something
PCI slot.
scratched, bro.
No,
Yeah,
that-
it's probably setting into the PCI.
Yeah,
slot. You're good.
that's the noise it makes. It's not.
It was
I
not.
know it's not a good sound, but it is.
It was
unfortunate
not
sound to
pleasant
make.
at all.
So in that slot, it's very similar to the pins on the CPU
Look over
socket.
here. Look above it. That's where you're going to see the slot. Can you see it from there?
Oh yeah.
There you go. Make sure that those pins are lined up in that slot.
Wait, dude.
You got this.
You guys do this?
I believe in you. I would have been drinking my coffee already. There you go.
There we go.
Push
Nice.
down.
Push down.
Yep, it's making a terrible noise. Just got to keep going with it.
Did you see a click over here on that little clip in the front?
Yep, nice, dude. There you go.
That's it.
Yep. And it's going to have a little bit of wiggle room, and that's why
gotta
exactly
place
why
the
we
thumb.
got
That was my least favorite thing out of the entire thing. I swear, I put it in the first time. It sounded like
I know. No, I
Like
know.
a little
So
scraping or scratching.
yeah, the gates of hell were
Those are the
opening up.
slots.
yeah. So
Those are the
inside that
slots,
slot,
That's normal.
Yes.
yeah, inside that slot, the pins are actually pre-bent so
Yeah.
that when they make contact, the pins move, and that's what you're hearing. Is that actual contact pin move out of the way for the card itself?
All right, well, Intel, if I broke that, I'm sorry.
No, you're
Just
good,
forgive
my
me.
man. You are good.
All right, now put these.
Yeah, let's start with the top one.
People back home are like, dude, I can't put a graphics card in.
Oh no, wait, man, you did it. You did.
And that noise is normal?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
It was. It was. It's not a good one. It's not a good one. It's not
Oh.
nearly as satisfying as
You
like
get
a RAM
used,
clip.
you get used to it eventually.
Yeah,
Just
you
like
get
it is what it is.
Wow.
You almost look for it and you're like, okay, yeah, it's going in.
I was definite I messed something up, man. I was.
So I would get the screwdriver and tighten these up a little bit.
Yep.
Perfect.
Nice.
Nicely done, man. So theoretically,
Yeah.
cable management aside, you just built a PC. Right? Right? That being said,
First
we
one
got
of
to
my
do some
life.
cable management. And luckily, we have the pro of pros
cable
for
management.
cable management. He is insane.
PJ was tweaking a little earlier.
Oh,
looking at
yeah,
all
he
the
started
cables.
to shake.
I was
Yeah.
twitching a little bit.
Like, no.
Especially looking at these loose cables, he's like, oh,
Oh,
man.
But this is it. Like,
Yeah, that's it. Other than
Essentially,
like
yeah.
plugging in some stuff, this is everything that needs to be done to build a PC.
I told
All
you
right.
earlier. if
Really
you could
not so
build a-
bad, you guys.
If you could build a Lego kit, you could build a computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well-
just grown up Legos.
so this is like the
Exactly,
Super
dude.
Bowl of like PC building. You know, I'm gonna turn my hat frontwards here.
Nice, nice.
Greatest of all time. That's all I'm saying. But wow. All right, my first ever PC built, guys. I mean, we're not done yet.
We're not done yet. We still got some cable management to do. As
We're
you
definitely
can
going to
see.
make it pretty.
Yeah.
Love that.
But what I want you to do,
Yeah.
before PJ gets crazy with it, is I want to make sure that you know how to plug in the power supply to the components, okay?
All right.
So, we'll spin this back around, and we'll inspect the different kinds of connectors that we got here.
and you
so you've
guys
got-
looking at it right now, everything looks
Everything looks
good.
perfectly
Yeah,
fine.
no, yeah, it looks amazing.
Love to hear it.
So we've got your two 8-pin PCIe connectors, and we're going to be plugging in there. You've got your 24-pin motherboard connector, you're going to be plugging in there. And you've got your 8-pin EPS and your 4-pin EPS, we're going to be plugging in there. And that's all of the main power supply plugs that we need to worry about. Everything else is accessories. So, with that being said, I want you to kind of see how the process is on the cable management itself, right? You got to start at the bottom and you got to get those cables to the top while making it look as clean as possible in the front so that you can then manage the cables afterwards by cleaning them up in the back.
All right.
So, for instance, as you can see here, well, it's better on the back.
24, right?
Yeah, there's these little grommets right here for the cables.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah.
they slide in. It goes like an immediate 90. I would recommend that's how you would run the 24-pin into the motherboard.
Yep. Is that the 24 right there, I'm guessing?
Yep. So I would isolate the cable.
Through the top, I'm guessing?
Yep. And it's going to bend outward. Okay.
See, I feel like I have to do this so delicately, and you guys know the exact amount of pressure and everything you guys can put on these builds.
It gets crazy.
It's just
when
something over time.
Like certain builds, like I've done this with a 3-6. I've done it with a 10-fan setup. So you're actually mounting 6 fans in the front. So we would remove this front plate here.
Yeah.
That plate would be eliminated, and you would add 3 more fans.
Jeez.
So you'd have intake, and then you would have exhaust.
Love that.
So as you can see, we got the 24-pin kind of localized.
Yeah.
So we got to get that plug in. And if you look closely, there's a clip on this side with the clip of that. So you're going to bend that connector in.
Should I slide the cable more in there to look a little neater, or?
So that's kind of up to you, but what I want is, so you're going to have to kind of finagle it to get it lined up for the plug. And then by then, it's pretty clean already.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let's.
I heard a clip.
How are we looking?
I think it's looking pretty
Yeah,
good, boys.
you got
but
it, man.
I
You got
got
it.
no idea.
Nicely done. All right, so that same idea, let's carry it over for graphics card cables, okay?
All right. And graphics card is how many?
2.
Got the 2 8-pins,
Two or
but with the pigtails.
yep. So
Got
Are these-
pigtail 1
oh, that's
and
pigtail.
pigtail 2.
Pigtails. All right. And now should we go top or bottom slots?
I'm thinking lower. I'm thinking we can go right here.
All right. We're gonna
What do you think, PJ? Would you go from would you go from here or from the bottom?
I would probably come from the bottom.
From the bottom.
Right here.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. You heard that from the cable management master.
All right, we're gonna put that one in there.
I'm gonna put.
I'm gonna call Rywire and see if he wants to collaborate on a PC build or something. I need all this in one strip.
I know. I know.
I'm pretty sure he could do it too, just for giggles. I'm pretty sure that
He
guy's
probably could. He probably could. And it
now-
would be awesome.
Fellas, quick question. Where's
sir.
this go? Right here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So with this, you see this like little tooth.
Yep.
So
Connected
that
in?
yeah, so that's optional if you have like a 6 or 8 pin. Being that you have an 8, what it's going to do is this needs to essentially get pushed in first,
Yeah.
because the rest of the connector is going to push it in as well.
Very
so I
good.
wouldn't start with this. I would kind of start with the 8.
Yep. Nice. They
It's
said
gonna
two
go
connected, right?
facing up. Turn it around. Because
Yeah. So as you can see, yeah, the clip's at the top.
Yeah.
There you go.
And have you guys ever built a PC with somebody? So there's some room in there, right there.
Yep. Oh yeah, you were good. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Good.
What was your
So-
question?
Is this the first time you guys have built a PC with somebody who absolutely has no idea what they're doing?
Not at all.
Yes.
Not.
Oh, really?
Live, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
live.
buddies I've helped on the side.
Right,
You know,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
Other than that, live, yeah, this is the
Yeah.
first time that I've done this.
Yeah, yesterday was the first stream that I did with Mrs. Chim Chim, and that was an awesome build. We did a Neo Cube. It tilted like on its axis. It looked like a Tesseract case. It was awesome. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. All right,
All
so
right, we got those, and then
Yeah, don't worry about those guys. We'll take care of those.
Yeah. Cool.
This is when the cable management comes into play, essentially.
love that.
But now we've got the EPS cables, okay? So being that it's in the top corner, it's probably going to make the most sense to then just run them up here.
Yep.
So there you go.
And that is these two wires?
Yep.
All right, so we're going to...
So I would recommend doing the 4-pin first. Only
Where and where is this going exactly?
yeah,
Right there.
do you see the 8 and the 4-pin?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Here, I'm going to move it a little bit closer for you.
Yeah, bring it closer to you. Now, pay attention to the case, because if you look at the 4-pin, the connectors on these are not exactly the same.
Yep.
All right, see how they're shaped a little different? Because one of them's got 2 squares on each side,
yeah.
and one looks like a
One's
little
a
like a little house. So the one you're going to use is the one that has the 2 squares crisscrossing.
All right.
So make sure that you're using the right one before you plug them in. It's keyed again, like everything else, just like the PCI slots and like in the memory when you plugged it in.
Yeah.
So if it's incorrect, it won't let it plug in.
All right, and the clicky thing's up top, right? I'm
Yes, sir.
guessing?
My
So with this 8-pin, with this clip at the top and this clip at the top, it should slide right in. Nice. There you
That's
go.
just me being scared, man.
Oh,
I don't
you're
want to
good,
break
man.
nothing.
No, you are good, my friend.
All right, now we connect both these together. Oh, no. It's all
No.
right.
Yeah, you can split that one. Yep, there you go.
Put
All
that
right,
one.
wow.
So one side's gonna work.
it's a square.
Flashlight here.
I believe it's
I thought I had a little flashlight. I'm sorry.
Nice. Okay, I brought one as well. That is something I could pull out.
Good question.
All right, fellas. Well, it took me a little while, but we got it.
Let me see.
Nicely done, man.
There you go.
Got it all plugged in, ready
How's
to
it
go.
looking, PJ? Good?
So far, so good. You got everything plugged in exactly where it needs to be plugged in.
So now comes the crazy cable management and plugging different devices in.
Yeah.
I would refer to PJ on this one, but what I want PJ to kind of walk you through what he's doing so you can understand the process behind his madness of getting everything reorganized. And this is something that I want everyone watching the stream to kind of pay attention to, because this is honestly a skill that isn't highlighted as much as it should. It takes a lot of work and a lot of thought process, and once you see it done, it's beautiful. Because you're so used to seeing not the clean cable management, you know, you're used to seeing like a rat's nest in the back. So
I'm
once you see
the guy on Instagram, like, you show a beautiful system, and my response is, "What's the back look like?"
Yeah, what's the
I
back
want to
look
see
like?
what's the cabling look like.
Because you could literally have this gorgeous rig, and they're like, "All right, see the back," and I'm like, "Well,
No, everybody's like, "No, don't worry about the
not
back."
impressed." Yeah, so it's just as impressive to build a clean system on the back as in the front.
All right, well, PJ, Jedi Master of Cable Management, teach me the ways, sir.
I will do my best. Let me take my watch off.
Yeah,
I
go
don't
for
want
it.
to scratch anything.
I'm going to
All
let
right.
you get up in there.
Let's see what we got here. All right.
And also try and get it so the camera can see too.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first thing you want to do is we want to get all the cables for the case and mount them to the motherboard itself as well.
Yeah.
So connected to the case, you have your two USB 3.0s. I'm wondering if this motherboard has two 3.0 slots.
You got one right there.
Now, one, do we have two? I do not think so. So he's going to have a 3.0, 2.0 converter installed on this.
Yep.
All right.
I'm wondering if the
So
board will
one
have
of these is going to be eliminated for now, which is no big deal. But this case comes with two USB 3.0 ports. That's what's connect these to the top, okay?
Yep. I'm going to need those for my controller.
All
as
good.
well. You know that.
I don't think it's going to have a 3.0, 2.0 converter. These are your power reset buttons. Here is the reset power.
Wow, those are tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those cables are the ones that are basically in control of the power button and the reset button that go to the motherboard. So it's basically just a little signal wire saying, hey, turn on.
Yep. Love that.
This is your USB Type-C port connection. That's going to plug in your little USB-C over here at the top. And then from here, just like everything else, we're just going to come in and start plugging everything in essentially where it would go. So your USB 3.0 goes here.
Isn't it so crazy just watch him? The speed increase is just insane. He just goes to town. It's
He
awesome.
just knows how much pressure to put on everything.
Yeah,
exactly.
man.
Like, hey, I need a little, little
Yeah.
elbow grease here. I know how much.
Yeah.
These are
absolutely.
and, like everything is keyed, so there's no like you try to not fault it. So you see how the 3.0 has a little slot, a notch on it. So does the 3.0 on the port.
Yeah.
So again, there's no wrong way to put it in. There's only one way. So once you set it in, wiggle it around and connect. You hear the click?
Yeah.
That's how you
Love
know it
that
goes in.
click. Yeah.
And then that can stay there.
I will say the one thing I didn't like was the graphics card. Was that what it was with the scratchy noise?
Yeah, it's
that
a
was
scratchy noise.
That was awful.
So
man.
you remember when we were installing the CPU and you saw that crazy array of pins?
Yeah.
So that same premise, but in a slot form.
In a thinner.
Right. But because gravity, you know, we were letting gravity do its thing, having the processor touch the pins, and then you mounted it, right? Being that the slot needs to go, it needs to make proper contact. So what they do is they actually kind of preload the pins. They bend them so that they're kind of a spring in a way. So as it's going in, it's pushing it to make that connection, and that's that sound that you're hearing.
To me, it was the same as nails on a chalkboard, or you know when you're cutting
Unfortunately, it's not a good one,
No.
but it's one that you do want to hear.
Yeah. You know when you're cutting up a steak and you kind of go a little too hard with your knife or your
and
fork.
it hits the plate.
Yeah. Oh, that thing's got.
You know that really bums me out more than anything is not the noise, is knowing that I just dulled the knife a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. It's like
To me, it's definitely.
I like
the noise.
sharp knives. I like my
know.
knives sharp.
Definitely the noise. And I know my community's watching at home. We're talking about steak, so I eat my steak well done.
Nice. Okay.
I don't know about you guys.
All right.
Medium.
I mean,
medium.
Medium. I do medium. Medium rare on occasion. Honestly, it's based on the mood. But like with a burger, if they ask, oh, medium well, But like for a steak, I can do medium rare.
Burger, well done every single time, man. Ground meat, I'm not messing with that.
Yeah, the ground
man.
beef, it's a little weird when it's a little pink. It's like, I don't know about that.
I'm not huge on that.
It also depends on the type of meat you're eating.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, I've had Wagyu before, and they're like, we can't go above, like...
Yeah, they just
I wouldn't want you to.
Yeah.
You want it to be like a want like a medium well on there. That's just...
I have had chefs refuse to cook my steak well done at restaurants. On a date, too. And I'm just like, yeah, I'll take the seafood.
Unfortunately, it's probably something that they were offended about. Like, how could you?
How dare you do
Yeah,
this?
how dare you?
Listen, you know, everybody has their preference.
Yeah,
That's like if somebody likes to play Call of Duty, I'm like, bro, you're not playing Apex? You know, like, what's wrong
How
with you?
dare you not play Apex? I'm gonna disconnect a few things just so I can reroute some cables. So I'm gonna move this out of the way for now. And we'll put it back.
I like this. So PJ's undoing something that we had done
Yeah.
to better optimize it in the
management.
back. Yeah, and there's
Love that.
nothing wrong with that. And in my opinion, I think that should be welcomed.
I
You should
prefer
kind
that.
of welcome that idea. Like, you know what? I'll install this first. Might have to uninstall it. You never know.
There's a lot of taking apart.
Yeah.
I put a lot of zip ties in and then taking all the zip ties back out
Yep.
to reinstall them because there was just like one cable that just, I forgot to put that one cable, and it has to streamline with everything else.
Yeah.
So let's take that one out and then redo everything else. This is your HD audio cable.
Yeah.
This one plugs in here in the backside corner of your case.
I can't wait for when the
But this one
HD
goes
audio
over here.
cables aren't like mustard and ketchup cables at the end.
Some motherboards, they have the HD audio would be upwards, and some of them are down. It all depends on how they have them keyed.
Yeah.
This one here has it keyed upside down. So this one will be faced downwards, and it goes in this back corner.
I mean, back to what you guys were saying about unattaching the cable just to do it again, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite quotes of all time is, I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie Unbroken.
Unbroken.
Based on a true story about a...
Oh, that's with the Andrew Garfield, I think?
No. It was this guy, I don't know who the actor was, but based on a true story
Like the
about
one
an
where-
Olympic athlete.
I saw that. He was a runner.
Yep. Who, you know, he was drafted in the war during World War II, captured by the Japanese.
He was a POW.
And he was a POW for a long time. And at one point, you know, they say a moment of pain for a lifetime of glory, right? So
was a good
unhooking
movie.
those cables, making sure everything's all right, it's going to
Worth
be
it.
good for the lifetime of
Yeah,
it. You
it's
know?
worth it.
That little bit of pain.
Oh, my favorite toy. Zip
The
ties.
zip ties. Very nice.
Bring them toys out.
Very nice, very good.
So this is where everything starts becoming quick OCD.
Zip ties are also my best friend.
Believe me, I would take a lot longer on this but I know we're time constrained, so I'm gonna try to go as
Yeah.
quickly as I possibly
You
can.
need the clippers too?
Yeah, those will be. I don't know about you. That's like my favorite part. Top.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dude.
It's
PJ.
funny. I'm a little not efficient with that. I will cut the zip tie after the first one and then move on.
Will you?
Yeah.
I put them all together,
Yeah.
and this is like this is the best part.
Yeah, no, yeah, I hear you.
PJ, you should think about starting a company that sends like a tech to go do cable management at streamers' houses.
A long time ago, like when Instagram came out, and I don't think there's any followers on that page.
Yeah.
But when I think maybe 2-3 years after doing the building, I started an Instagram page called CMS of Miami, Cable Management Services of
I
Miami.
love that. I love that.
But I've never put anything to that page.
There's a subreddit now, like dedicated for just cable management.
Cable management?
Yeah.
I need to follow them.
Well, just in Austin, Texas, I could probably get you about 20 clients, including myself, for some cable management, man. I am not kidding, bro.
I would take it anywhere. You know, I won't just do PCs. Like people who need a cable management, like their office or their desks.
Yep.
Would go in and clean all that up.
desk cable
Yeah.
management, anything. It's something you see a lot in the IT sector is the crazy server rack cable management.
Oh my God, I love seeing those. When
Yeah.
there's some guys who actually go in there and they take pride in
Yeah.
cleaning them up.
You've got huge colored bundles that end up weaving, and they weave through the rafters of their ceiling, and it's just insane.
It is
And
an art form, honestly.
Oh yeah, it's an
able to
absolute art
just
form.
Clean it up the way these guys
And that's
do.
what's so crazy. Who would have thought that managing wires was an art form?
I
You know,
consider
like,
it, man.
and then ends up being that way because it's tough to do. It's hard to do, and so there's a process. You know.
Absolutely.
Let's see, what do we got here? The other thing that's very important to this is the fans. So we're gonna use this.
I'm guessing all the PCs at Origin, man, come with like 10 out of 10 cable management right off the rip, thanks to PJ.
I would not be surprised. I was
tough on the assemblers. On the
Yeah.
assembly line with that, yeah. What is this? This isn't right. Do it this way. I'm not feeling this. Let's do this over. So I used to have a sign that I would put after they completed the system. Is it done? Did you check this? Is the system post? If it doesn't,
yeah, like a little
is my
checklist.
signature on? Did I sign off on it?
Yeah,
No,
a little checklist. Yeah, absolutely.
If it's not there, then do not bring it to the next department. It has to be perfect. My end goal every single time in manufacturing was to make sure that the system was running at its optimum, and so integration can get their job done without any issues, with the exception of hardware going default, because there's that does happen.
Yeah.
And there's you have no control.
Dead on
over
arrival stuff.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
you will have dead stuff when it comes out, but again, like, it's no fault of your own. It just happens.
Right. Yeah, and unfortunately, that does happen. I mean, you're thinking about all these components being manufactured by the millions. Unfortunately, there are going to be some that out of the box won't work.
Yeah.
But
it happens to everything.
Yeah, it literally happens all the time, and it's just part of the game. But luckily nowadays brands are getting better and better with their customer service, returning stuff like that. So it's really good to see.
I'm so amped to get this thing started, bro. Playing some Apex
dude.
on it.
Yeah.
Hi, man.
So I got to ask. I was thinking about something to talk.
Yeah.
Are you one of those? So like, if I were to pull up your monitor on your current rig right now, do you have just an array of all these icons all over your screen, or you like to clean that up a little bit?
No, my icons are almost like my cable management. Not as bad, but I do have random icons everywhere. I would have probably more, or a little cleaner if I was better at
Sure.
management.
I used to have the same thing. I was actually a little bad with icons. One thing I just started doing is I pin everything to the start menu.
Yeah.
And then anything left over, like the recycle bin, you can just right-click on Windows and then hide all desktop icons.
Yeah.
And then I've got the quick start menu and then the taskbar menu as just little hyperlinks instead of the icons, because it started to just weigh on me. I'm like, I can't focus because I'm seeing so much at the same time. I'm pretty sure that icon's been there for 8 months and I don't even know what program that is. Yeah.
I mean, the only time I'm ever on these PCs is when I'm streaming, right? And all I do is I literally Streamlabs, open Twitch on the other screen.
Right.
Apex on my main monitor.
Yeah.
And we're going.
That makes me think, how many monitors you got?
I got 3.
3, nice. Okay. What sizes?
What's that?
What size of the screens you got? What kind of array
so I have a 24-inch. Don't ask me what brands they are. I have no idea.
All right.
They're good.
Yeah,
they're good. Trust me.
No free promo out here either, But I have a 24-inch for my gaming one. It's 240 hertz, but I cap it at 144 because I'm a controller player.
Okay.
And
Tell me about that.
I've been told by other controller players that if you cap your frames at 144, it makes your aim assist more consistent.
Interesting.
I haven't really felt the change,
Sure.
but I just heard it from so many pro controller players that I just said,
Gotta take their word for it.
Okay, very interesting, man.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I would have never even guessed that.
So that one's capped at 144. Again, I haven't felt the difference, but they say it does do something. So
yeah, absolutely.
placebo effect or whatever it may be, I just throw it
So what
on.
kind of controller do you use then?
I use a regular PS4 controller. No
PS4 controller, not a
back
PS5.
paddles.
Okay.
No nothing. Just a regular
Really
PS4
interesting.
controller.
I love that. You're just rocking the old school stuff.
I like that, man. I know if I start playing with, a Scuff controller or a Battle Beaver or something with the paddles,
Sure.
I could probably, level up my game in a little bit more, especially when it comes to looting in the boxes and, being able to jump in certain moments.
Sure. I feel like you had to completely reprogram your brain with that, and that was something I was thinking about. It's getting I believe the Series X Xbox controller that's got the buttons on the back.
Yep.
I mean, I've never had those ever in my entire life of playing video games.
Same.
And now I have to rewire my brain to not only use them and not hit them by accident, but also know exactly when to use them, because they're supposed to optimize your gameplay. And that's So the people that like just pick that up and just can do it,
Other
rewire their
animals.
brains,
Yeah.
it's awesome to see.
Well, I've been playing with controller for 20 plus years, ever since the PlayStation 1, right?
Sure,
And
she's been saying that.
I don't know if you could tell on my fingers. You see these like
Oh my gosh, yeah,
bumps there?
let's see if the camera can get that. He's got bumps on his fingers from playing with the controller so much.
I don't know if that's able to. Right up here.
Jeez, that's crazy. That's like the bump that you have by holding your phone on
Yeah.
your pinky.
Basically.
Yeah, I only have it on my right hand, but not my left.
But I hold my controller so stiffly that just having those back
Okay.
paddles
Sure.
just doesn't feel great. So
You know, it's funny you bring that up about holding it stiffly. How many times do you go through controllers? Like, do you have
man.
control? Oh, okay, am I onto something with that?
So I think I have a new controller once every 3 months, and it's
Okay.
not that I smash them or anything. I have smashed controllers before
Right.
in the past.
It's because the buttons are getting worn out, huh?
It's especially the toggle sticks.
Okay.
All right, I'm just so aggressive with my controllers when I'm playing
Sure.
that, and again, I
No,
don't
I know.
smash
I
these
fully
controllers,
get it. I fully
right?
get it. That's just how you play.
But yeah,
It's not because you're raging or aggro about
Yeah,
it.
no,
It's just how you play.
I'm very like
Yeah, absolutely.
aggressive with my hands, and once every 3 months or so, I just have stick drift,
Yep.
and I need a new controller.
Yeah. I
So-
tell you what, man, that's a huge thing with Rocket League. It happens
stick
all
drift?
the time. Yeah, stick drift, and for us, me and my roommate, because we play Rocket League almost
All the
every
time,
night, all
yeah.
the time. And he holds his controller in a compressed form. He's sitting forward in the chair.
No,
He
that's
holds it like this.
that's sick. Wait, is there any chance we could get that on camera right
Yeah, I was-
there?
Yeah, I've got the Xbox controller, and he holds it like this, and the way he plays, and I think that the extra stress he's putting on the controller is really screwing up the left thumbstick and the left bumper, because he's going through controllers like maybe once every 3 weeks.
I'm gonna have to have a talk with your roommate. bro.
I know,
No
I
controller
know.
player in the history
He
of the
swears it's
Yeah.
not him, but he keeps being the common denominator in all these. I'm like, dude, you've gone through like 15 controllers.
It's gotta be.
And
It's
I've gone
still
through
not your
maybe
fault?
2. Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Are you a controller player yourself? Or no?
It depends. Yeah, do you play
Controller.
with
I'm a
You play-
controller.
Nice.
Okay, I do
Team
both.
controller, bro. Aim assist, bro. Come on.
I do both.
Oh, you both?
Yeah.
Wow.
So like a racing game, Rocket League, I'm on the controller.
Controller
Yeah.
or wheel? I mean, not wheel for
Right.
Rocket League, but I'm
Right, yeah.
either or. Depends on what game I'm playing.
Right. But like I mean, even GTA. If I'm on GTA, I'm playing keyboard. Even
Really?
flying a helicopter, I'm on the keyboard. Yeah. I mean, there's people playing mouse and keyboard on Rocket League, which is insane.
Really?
Because you're playing in 3 dimensions constantly, and it's crazy how people do it. Yeah, but no, I constantly switch it up.
Yeah.
I don't devote to one or the other.
That's funny. But so this is more of a question for PJ, but also
Sure,
you.
sure.
So when you guys are sweating and you guys are trying hard, trying your hardest,
Playing,
playing,
okay.
right? Are you guys like elbows on knees kind of guy?
Yeah, I'm elbows on knees.
You have
I'm
to.
sitting on my couch, just like
Yeah, that's
just
sports
staring.
mode, you know, like
and then I realize, like, oh, my back's hurting. Hold on, then I start doing this, but then slowly get right back to this.
Yeah.
slowly,
Oh, man.
yeah. I actually sit cross-legged in
slump.
my chair for most of my play.
You what?
I sit cross-legged in my chair.
Dude, you're built
I could do that
different.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, you do that too?
Yeah.
I can.
What is wrong with you guys?
Nothing.
What? What's wrong with that?
Bro, my knees will literally give out if I do that for an hour, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm kind of limber in that regard. So
Yeah.
it's like it's something I'm used to.
No, I'm just unathletic and just. I got gamer muscle, baby. That's it.
Hey man, that's
You
all.
know?
That's all that matters right now.
Flexing out in Kings Canyon. But yeah, no, my back. I'm pretty sure he's gonna file a lawsuit against me because the way I treat my back while gaming. All right, and I do a lot of 15, 20 plus hour streams.
Yeah, you're really sitting on that thing. Well, let me ask you this: what kind of chair you got?
Not the greatest one. I will say Chat bought it for me. It was like $200 something, but I've definitely been needing a new one.
I want to get something fancy. I actually want to go the business chair.
I heard
Wow.
those are the way to go.
Yeah, that's been kind of the talk lately. Is people are like kind of over the gamer chair, you know, like the race car seat chair. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, like as a content creator too, there are times when I'm sitting on that chair, you know, 12 hours straight editing a video, editing a bunch of photos. And you have to really sit on one of those chairs a very specific way to not have it just fatigue anything about your body out.
Yeah.
Because by the end of the day, you're just so stiff. And that's definitely something to consider for a lot of people out there who are just constantly sitting in their chairs all day. We don't really think about that.
No. I will say this. I think about it when I lay down in my bed and my back is just uncracking itself. And I'm like, yeah, dude.
Something's not right.
It's
sick
something's
life,
not
dude.
right. Why am I living this way?
No.
Why am I like this?
And it's always those late night moments where you're thinking to yourself, like, bro, you need to start hitting the gym. You need to start fixing your back.
Yeah,
you need to do this,
yeah.
you need to do that.
I know,
and
man. Yeah. I definitely want to. I would say within the next month, I'm going to start looking at actually buying one of these new like business economy, or not business economy, but just like a really nice like executive chair.
Yeah.
You know?
I want one of
Nothing
those.
at all that looks gamery or have RGB on it. You know.
No. I got to stay away from those. I mean, those aren't even that good either. You know, especially.
It's
for
tough.
your
I mean,
back.
I'm 32, so at some point I'm gonna have to like really start caring about that stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, you should start caring about yourself.
I'm 26, bro, and I think I'm like past helping. You know, like
I think you should start right away, man. There's
just
still
turned-
time.
Bro, my
I
back
just
is
turned
gone,
42
bro.
weeks ago, and I'm telling you.
Oh
Yeah.
man, well, happy
Take all that
birthday,
advice. Thanks, man.
Man.
Yeah, it's getting old.
Yeah, man, getting old's crazy.
Thankfully, I don't feel the age, so that's the best part.
That's the
As
blessing.
long as I don't feel my age, I think I'm good.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel 26 at times, bro. I'll tell you that, man. So
Someone in chat had brought up a mesh back in a chair. Would you go for a mesh back, or do you want like? Because I mean, the mesh can breathe, right? That makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I do a lot of long streams. Sitting in the chair for that long, I am sweating in every crevice of my body. All right. So yes, mesh back would probably be the best. You could put a
Yeah.
fan in the back, get a nice breeze.
Yeah.
Because I have like an all leather chair right now.
Oh, geez, yeah, you're just slipping and sliding on that thing, man.
Dude, oh my man. I get up and before bed every night I have to hop in the shower, dude. You know, or else like
You get up and the chair's just wet.
dude, there's just like
No, I've been there, man. It's crazy. Let me ask you this: when you're fully like doing a full stream, like an all-day stream, how hot does that room get that you're in? Does it get cooking?
oh my dude. Yeah, it's awful. And at one point our AC wasn't working either.
Oh no!
Because, you know, we love our landlord and
Sure,
they're
sure.
just the best and they fix everything on time. I wish I was serious about all those 3 comments I just made there. But yeah, AC wasn't working for like 3 weeks. So I was cooking in my stream room.
So humid too, where you're at.
Oh, dude, Austin, Texas, that is no joke.
I feel your pain.
It's bad, man.
Miami is just as bad, dude. Can't wait to get out the airport.
Yeah.
Step foot in Miami and start sweating the second I get off the plane.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait.
I'm not
Hope you
used
sense
to it
the
either.
sarcasm in my
You know,
voice.
growing up in Boston, you have the nice, cool, like hot weather for us is 60 degrees,
Sure.
right? Like once it hits May and like it's 40, 50 out, people are wearing shorts. You know, shorts and a sweater. That's
Yeah, no,
it.
that's kind of how Salt Lake City is, man. The second that spring starts up, the second you see that sun,
Oh, yeah.
people are rolling with the windows down, and it's like 35 degrees. But it's a lot better than 10 degrees a few weeks ago. So it's like,
Absolutely, man.
and then it gets to the point, it's like, it's a little warm. What's the temp? Oh, 45. Man, why am I sweating? It's
Yeah.
like, it's crazy how you get used to it.
I'll tell you this, something I'm not used to is that heat and the sun out in Texas. You know, you get in your
Yeah.
car, and my car's all black. Just grabbing the steering wheel at times,
Burns you.
it burns your
Oh,
hands.
yeah.
You have to grab it with 2 fingers and drive
Yep.
like this, which
Yeah.
is totally safe, by the way.
There's I'm sure PJ knows all about this, but
What's up?
CNC shift knob,
Oh,
cooking
you
in
know,
the heat.
Yeah,
I've
I don't-
burned my hand on a shift knob because it was sitting in the sun, and it's a fully aluminum machined shift
Yeah.
knob. Just
I bet you're
roasting
going
in
for
the
looks.
sun.
You want to keep a towel in your
Yeah.
car, so you know if it's hot. That's the first thing you grab and you put your hand on top. of it.
And I had burned my hand so bad one time you could almost see the numbers for the gears.
No way.
Oh god!
It was cooking. It was
Aw, man.
cooking. And the funniest thing, it wasn't even my car. It was my buddy's car. So I didn't even think about it. You know, like my shift knob wasn't metal, and it's like, oh yeah, I'll just grab it. Instantly, oh my god.
Another reason I drive automatic, fellas. You know?
That's okay, man. There's nothing wrong with that. I
leaves
got an
the-
automatic SUV
It's
now.
okay. At least the manuals for us.
Yeah. I've never, needed to drive manual. I feel like I could.
Eventually, when you're feeling spicy and you want to get a fun little car,
Yeah.
I would definitely recommend trying out a manual version of that car you're looking at, and then also test drive the automatic version.
See, I don't want to ruin anything for me, bro. Because what if I do have fun?
that is a classic thing to do for the dealerships that do test drives for manuals.
You know, now I got to be down the street going like this 24/7, man, just up and down, up and down.
It's not for everyone. It's not for everyone. And I'll be honest with you. We used to drive exclusively manual cars, and now it's to the point where we have a new SUV now, and it's an absolute dream. And it's like, I don't have to do anything. I can just literally just sit here and go.
Vibe.
I don't dislike automatics. I just don't want them to kill the manuals.
Yeah.
That's all it is. I'm not asking for much.
Yeah, I'm not asking for much. Dude,
I'm a
you're
simple
doing
guy,
Lord's
man.
work right now.
I'm trying to move as quickly as I can.
I know, PJ. I hope Intel's paying you extra, man.
By
for
the
all
way,
this
I
cable
want
management,
a better
Yeah,
view
we
so
should-
people can see the cable management that PJ is doing is absolutely gorgeous so far. We've got just a few cables left, and he has just cleaned this all up. Like this is awesome.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that very much.
I think you guys got to add this to the Origin PC logo. You know, like cable management.
Cable management. Don't forget cable management.
Yeah.
So what's the craziest build that you've ever done?
The craziest build I've ever done has been the Big O monster. I recently launched on Unbox Therapy a PC that I did called the Big O.
The Big O?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sent it to Unbox Therapy in Canada. You familiar with Unbox Therapy?
So what?
Unbox Therapy.
Unbox Therapy.
Yeah, the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
They got
YouTube channel.
18, 19 million subs. And I sent them a PC. It was a fully integrated gaming PC, streaming PC, Xbox Series X, PS5, and Nintendo Switch all in one.
All in like one case?
All in one case.
Dude, where can we see pictures of that?
We could go. You would go to Unbox Therapy's video, and they would have
Unbox
the view that
Therapy's,
showcase. Yeah.
I've sent them two renditions. I did the one in 2019 when Origin had their 10-year anniversary, and that one had a PS4, Xbox One X,
Dude.
and a Nintendo Switch.
I've never even heard of something like that.
Isn't that wild? It's absolutely nuts, man. And didn't you water cool that too?
I did. I water cooled everything, and the consoles, everything had its own independent reservoir. So even the PS5 and the Xbox were water cooled.
But you don't have your own like Instagram or Twitter that we could check that out on?
Yeah, it's PJ Builds with a Z PCs. PJ Builds PCs.
PJ Builds with a Z.
PCs. All right, man. I got to check you out.
Remember that, you guys. PJ Builds with the Z.
Go hook him up with a follow right now, man. That's crazy, though. So, it was a PS5, an Xbox One.
PS5, Xbox Series X.
Series X.
Yeah, all the newest consoles. Every one that just came out.
Already water cooled. With nuts, man.
Dude.
So you know what it is? That console's out and people are like breaking neck to try to buy one, and here I am like, okay, now take it apart.
Yeah, instantly rip it apart. Yeah.
That must have been fun.
How tough was that? Yeah, like
It was a lot of trial and error.
Yeah,
don't kill me or anything, but I did pop one. I did pop a PlayStation and an Xbox.
oh no.
It was bound to happen. That's you know?
No, I was gonna say that stuff unfortunately happens, man.
And it's funny because you're trying to do you got to cover one under the warranty. You're trying to, and then you got people on your team going on the website just tapping the whole time trying to buy another Xbox from me because I need to have another one in order to get this thing going. So it was a hell of a ride, man. I had a great time doing it, and the fact that I was able to do it twice was great. I love doing it twice, you know, like because. It was,
oh, you get such a second chance at just.
Well, it was when you finish the first one and everybody's telling you, okay, why didn't you just do it with the next consoles? I was like, okay, is that a challenge?
Yeah,
all right,
exactly. Challenge accepted. Absolutely, man. And that's kind of how I did with the Pelican build. Like this, I did a giant one for Pelican directly.
Talking about like a stand, like this one.
Yeah, no, it was their biggest case. It's like it's huge, and when we delivered it to Pelican HQ in LA, they had said, all right, man, so this is amazing. What would you do differently? I'm like, well, I just shrink it down, honestly. Like it's awesome, but it's just big. And it makes it a little bit difficult, you know. So I just wanted to shrink it down, and so this was kind of like a challenge accepted.
Is that what they told you? Told them like, okay, and then they just gave you that.
Well, I had saw the color, and I was like, hey, that's like my Xbox controller color. Just happenstance.
Oh, that's your Xbox controller.
Yeah, that's my Xbox.
Yeah.
Just by pure happenstance, it matches with the case, and I was like, you know what?
Let's do that.
This is the one I'm going to shrink it down in. And they're like, yeah, and I was like, let's do it. And they're like, bet. And it's like, all right, challenge accepted.
And they already had that color sitting there.
Yes, that's literally
What are
a
the
Pelican
odds,
color. Man? I know. The rumor is they might discontinue the color. So if you want something that crazy, I'd recommend getting it now. But Yeah, man. It just worked out. I was like, challenge accepted. So it ends up being one of those situations.
The craziest thing is when I saw you with that case over there, I thought it just had like 1 or 2 controllers in it. You know, because some people carry controllers.
Sure,
and stuff like
yeah,
that,
just
and
like a controller case.
You open it up, there's fans, there's a monitor. I'm like, dude, what the heck is that?
Ends up being a whole rig, man.
That is definitely one of the coolest builds I've ever seen in my life.
I appreciate that, man.
Oops.
I wish the Big O was here, man. We got to try and get that here next time.
Can we get Unbox Therapy to ship that out for us?
Woo!
Would they be okay with that?
Or you could do another one. Maybe we can facilitate that to happen.
Oh,
that'd be fun.
Yeah, wouldn't everybody want another one of those? I think if we did make that a real thing and did place orders on it, I'd be building them for like an entire year, non-stop.
Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, I like that. So let's spin it real quick. I want to have the camera see this. This is a really cool little trick that I haven't even done myself. You're zip tying this bracket on the side to hold these cables. I really like that. That's a neat little trick, and I haven't even done that before. And so, this is why I love PC building, and I love watching him in his craft because he's doing what he's so good at, and he's optimized this over years and years and years of doing this. So it's really fun to just watch someone who's really good at something just go for it, you know?
It's crazy, too, because he knows everything about PC building itself, and then on top of that, cable management.
Yep.
You know, like just
covering all the bases. Yeah, absolutely.
Cherry on top on the Sunday, man.
You don't see him. You don't want to.
PJ, I am serious, dude. I know so many people that will pay good money for cable management like this, bro. Let's talk, dude. All my friends in Austin, man, we have a huge Apex community down in Austin, Texas.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's really cool to hear.
And we move around all the time. Our cable management is...
So you're doing LANs with your buddies all the time? Do you do that, or are you just online only?
Not really. I've gone to a couple. I've gone to my first Apex LAN. I was a sub for 100 Thieves.
Okay.
To the one in Sweden. Ended up getting COVID on the plane, all right, because I had a guy
on
right
the
behind
plane.
me.
Did you even make it there?
No. I had a guy right behind me the entire 9 hours of the flight, just coughing and sneezing directly behind me.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it, man.
Nothing better than...
You're like, excuse me, sir, can I get your name? Because I need to know, because you just gave me code.
Yeah. So that was awful.
I'm sorry, man. That sucks.
It was cool. It was cool getting to be able to travel internationally for a video game tournament. But
doesn't that sound crazy?
I was stuck in my hotel room for 2 weeks, and that European COVID, bro, that is something else, man. Let me tell you. My body was sweating so hard that when I woke up the next morning, I actually smelled my bed because I thought I peed myself. But it was
my gosh.
It was sweat.
Wow.
It was so bad. So I was stuck in Sweden for 2 weeks.
I'll be honest, that sounds terrifying.
What was that?
I said, I'll be honest, that sounds terrifying.
Oh, my, dude, it was so bad.
I don't want to go to Europe anymore.
Yeah, you ruined it for me, bro.
That's it.
What the heck?
Totally worth it, fellas.
I want my
totally
European experience. I'm going to cross the border or just go to Europe.
Full sun.
COVID sweat.
Yeah, no, I was stuck in Sweden because you couldn't come back to America until you started testing negative.
Oh, my gosh.
So I was stuck there for 2 weeks. And then...
so you were stuck in that room for 2 weeks in Sweden. Or were you able to do anything in Sweden?
I will say it's actually kind of crazy. They don't have a quarantine process.
Okay.
Right? So, like, you could get COVID and just walk wherever. But I stayed in my room because I'm scared to give COVID to, an elderly person, have them die, or something like that.
Absolutely.
Who knows?
Were you able to do anything like
day one, which I didn't know I had COVID yet? I was exploring all around, right? And they had like these castles or old buildings from like the 1500s, 1600s.
So cool,
That's insane.
It's wicked, man. The U.S. is not built like that.
No. It's almost like you're time traveling when you're going through things like that, right?
I love that kind of stuff.
So, and then the final day, I tested negative for COVID the day before, so I was out and about. I went to a couple museums. I ate at a couple restaurants. It's really good, but I wish I had, a little more from Sweden.
So were you able to play any like video games in Sweden at all?
No.
No.
I played Clash of Clans on my phone.
Oh, nice. I have never even tried that game. I don't know if it's any good. Is it fun? Is it something to like pass the time?
I'm addicted. It's a great...
yeah, you're addicted then.
It's a great, like...
You ever heard of the term toilet game?
Yes.
Just sitting on the toilet.
Oh.
It's a great game to just sit down there and pass the time a little bit. Not too bad.
Any other mobile gaming you do, or just that?
Well, I know Apex has Apex Mobile now, which
really?
I haven't tried yet.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh, it's a thing.
Okay.
But I think right now I just play Clash Royale and Clash of Clans.
Okay.
That's it.
Let me ask you this. Would you ever consider getting like a gaming phone? Like if Apex Mobile started to become like bigger,
yeah,
and it would be something that would maybe be applicable to your channel, would it be something that you'd be interested in? Like maybe getting like one of those like dedicated like mobile gaming phones?
Like a backbone or something?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. To me, there's really nothing like playing Apex on PC.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I got my controller. I'm sitting in my chair.
Sure.
And hanging out. I got the stream live. So would it be something I would try? Probably.
Sure.
Would it be something I would stick with? Probably not.
Yeah. Okay.
know?
Okay. It's crazy, man. Like I used to play PUBG all the time back when it first came out.
Yeah.
And they had moved over to the PUBG Mobile. And then we started reading articles about how PUBG Mobile was bigger than the actual PUBG game.
Oh, it's crazy.
Because PUBG Mobile ended up playing better.
Yeah.
Because it was less buggy on the phone mobile version than it was on the PC. So people just transitioned over to the phone and just played all mobile. But the craziest thing is they would mix in mobile players with PC players.
No way.
Yeah, and so you could tell who was playing mobile and who was playing PC based on how they played.
I feel like that's so unfair to the mobile players, no?
You would think, but the mobile players ended up having the better gameplay because it wasn't as buggy. It wasn't as laggy.
That's
I know.
crazy.
I know. It's almost like a handicap in of itself.
Crazy. Yeah, I know. So Apex just came out with Apex Mobile a couple months ago, and organizations like TSM are signing pro players for mobile, which is crazy.
Yeah, I know. That was something I was going to ask too. Is like, I can imagine, was it just like a stream cam pointing down at someone holding a phone? You know, like
I have no idea. I've watched like Clash Royale and Clash of Clans pro players.
Okay.
But it's basically like half the screen is their face, their camera.
Okay.
And then half the screen is the actual gameplay. And I mean, it is actual real skill and talent and strategy that these guys have to be able to,
man.
you know, compete at the highest levels of Clash of Clans or Clash Royale, which is kind of crazy.
You know, it's funny. We see this in pros playing Rocket League.
Yeah.
Getting insanely close to the monitor to play. Do you ever see that with Apex? Do you see other pros playing really close to their screen?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, I would say maybe a little bit more of the controller players since, you know, we're doing the lean up, elbows on knees, sweat mode. But I have seen a couple buddies of mine, like one of my friends that plays for Sentinels, Lou. He will be insanely close to the screen, and he's just like, he's in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's in the game. Yeah.
So
it's pretty crazy, and I mean, like I believe the latest monitor that's coming out, it's gonna have a 500 hertz panel, I believe, 500 hertz refresh, and I can imagine the only people that would really affect are those people that are playing like this, because I mean, I need to relax my eyes a bit, you know what I mean? Like, personally, I play on a 48-inch OLED.
48-inch?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's an LG 48-inch OLED, and it's helped my eye stress so much because, I used to always edit photos and videos. I mean, I used to be a photographer and videographer.
Yeah.
And so I was just constantly, like, scrutinizing my screen. Not just, like, glancing at it, but, like, really paying attention to, like, pixel by pixel.
Yeah.
And man, that strains your eyes. And so I needed something that just would like please, I need a break from that because I could just feel my, like I would get headaches every day, you know, just like staying laser focused. And the bigger screen helped so much in that regard. Like you can still zoom in and do pixel by pixel, but you're not squinting or you're not like leaning forward because it's just so big. And I think that's becoming a thing because we're starting to see more and more PC companies and other companies start to release bigger size panels. And so that was gonna be something I was gonna ask you about. Like, are you considering maybe having a bigger screen, or do you like the size screen that you have?
I like the 24 because the way I see it, right? So I play competitive Apex sometimes, but I'm a ranked grinder, right? Like last split, I topped out at number 20 in the world.
Damn.
But a lot of the pros were busy getting ready for a LAN, so a lot of them weren't there, which is why I was so high up. But the way I see it, right, is if you're in a competitive shooter setting, if I had a 48-inch monitor that I have to look at,
it may be too much real estate.
I have 48 inches that my eyes have to glance to find the enemy.
Right, yeah.
If I'm on a 24-inch, which that's what I'm playing on,
right.
all I have to look at is 2 feet
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
to be able to pinpoint where the enemy is from,
Right.
find out how to rotate and how to beat them.
No, right, yeah, just basically getting the whole game compressed so you can like kind of manage expectations
Absolutely.
of like what you see. Yeah, I fully get that.
That's my one problem with it, and that's why I recommend for a lot of people trying to step up their game in whatever shooter you may be playing, invest in a monitor. All right, because instead of a TV, I feel like a TV's not.
It's not built the same. A monitor and TV are definitely not built the same. There's a lot more technology, especially in these new monitors now.
Oh, it's insane.
You get like a 1 millisecond response time. You've got up to 500 hertz refresh rates now, I believe I've read. I think like right now, I think the highest is 365 or something like that.
I'm not too familiar with any of that.
Yeah, man, the tech in the new monitors is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend that. If someone, wants to get crazy with it, not a TV.
Yeah, no. I mean, even if you're a casual gamer and you just want to play better, invest in a monitor. You buy one for $200, you set that up.
Yeah, I know they're really reasonably priced nowadays.
Yeah,
it's really nice.
So it's going to go a whole, it's going to bring your game a whole lot further.
Sure. So do you recommend a monitor first if you want to go crazy pro with it? You want it super dedicated. Monitor first. What's second?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're on. So if you're playing on console, right, if you do want to step up, you got to get on PC.
Yeah.
Right? PC just plays so much smoother, so much better. I can't even look at console Apex anymore. It just feels so slow, clunky. Everything feels so, like...
I did that to a buddy of mine actually last weekend. Finally, I built a budget PC for him. He didn't want to build anything expensive, so we built him a basic budget PC.
My man.
Entertainment center. That's all I wanted for. Just put it in my TV in my living room. Second, put Spider-Man on there for him, remastered. He said, "Holy crap, what is this? What other games do they have?" So then he bought God of War. Started tripping out on God of War. Then he's like, "Can I put Warzone on?" Because he plays Warzone on Xbox. I was like, "Yeah, you can log into your account." So I set up Warzone on the PC for him. The first thing that comes out of his mouth is, "Whoa, this moves much faster than the Xbox."
Yeah.
I love that they can instantly tell.
Yeah, like, whoa,
right?
like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Or like, oh, I guess this was worth the difference in price.
So that's what I would say the number one is. But not only that,
he's like, "My wife has no idea what you did to me." That's the first thing he told me.
Yep. Oh,
it's a downhill spiral because after that, console will never be the same.
No.
And just you have to play on PC. But not only is the experience better, but you're also going up against better players.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. The pool is a lot more diverse and way more aggressive with that. Yeah, I can imagine.
You want the challenge. You don't want to, what fun is a game if you know you can beat it and execute it every single time the same way?
Exactly. When I play, I love going up against, the best of the best in the world. TSMs, NRGs, Sentinels, Optic, and they're playing our games and we're playing in the same ranked match. And everybody's sweating,
Yeah, everyone wants to win, man.
When you either, you beat them or you die to them, it's like, hey, I can't be mad I died to Optics team, or
I went up against him. I threw down with the dude.
But
I held my own.
I can hang with these guys. I put them down sometimes too, which is a good feeling.
So then let me ask you this: how often do you play with other pros? Like not in a professional LAN or tournament setting. Like, do you just hook up with some of the
let's hang
other
out.
Pros? Yeah, let's hang out on Discord. Play
every day, man.
That's
to
awesome.
be honest. So the majority of my friends are like pro players and stuff. If I'm playing, ranked, 9 out of 10 times I have like a signed pro player on my team as well, which
that's really cool.
helps a lot when we're.
Yeah, I was gonna say that would probably
up.
help your team, but yeah, I can
Absolutely,
imagine.
man.
That'd be something that'd be really nice to do on Rocket League.
Yeah.
Is have.
Let me just be straight up, just so you guys think I'm somebody I'm not. So I'm like a washed up comp player, right? I used to be considered a pro by Apex, but now I'm a content creator again. Who plays tournaments and every now and then. But
you paid your dues.
Yeah, but I have nothing on these guys that are going in and out every single day, like his Watson from Furia, man, or
it's funny you bring him up. His Watson, I'm doing a build with him for Intel Creative Challenge.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. So you know him?
One of my boys, bro.
Yeah?
Love that dude.
That's awesome.
His glow up on Twitch and social media has been insane. So he's actually an anomaly, believe it or not. Where,
okay. What do you mean by that?
So he's a ranked grinder.
Okay.
Right? The way he sort of broke into the scene was he was just playing ranked every single day and just becoming, the #1 ranked player in the world or this and that. Grew his viewership tremendously. And then Furia's a competitive pro team.
Okay.
They reached out to him and said, hey, you want to come play for us?
Oh, yeah?
Be our IGL, which is in-game leader.
Okay, wow.
And
going from nothing to the leader.
Yep.
Wow, that's cool, man.
Watson, with no comp experience, he hired a couple coaches, and he basically told his 2 teammates on Furia, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to play. And within a couple tournaments became one of the greatest teams in the history of Apex.
Wow, that's cool, man. What a story.
Insane, man.
That's nuts.
And now the guy's averaging like 11,000 viewers on Twitch every single stream.
That's crazy. Well, now I guess the pressure's on. I guess I got to build him a computer.
Yeah, man. I hope he brings you some good ideas that you guys are going to
implement
on the PC.
He told me he had an idea. He wanted a voice box.
A what?
A digitized voice box that says his name every time the computer turns on. And I was like, wow, I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, is that a new idea that you've never done?
I mean, no, yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I think it can be done. I'll definitely have to look into something like that. It might be a very similar situation in this regard, where like we've got an extra cable and then we install a little bit later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because I would definitely want like the coolest sounding like digitized voice to say his name.
Yeah, that'd be wild.
I feel like that might be a little tough to do in the time frame we have to do it in, but I love the idea. I love that. Like, challenge me. Like, tell me something like you want to see, and
say I can't do something.
Yeah, say I can't do something. Like, anytime that I work with a brand, and I've worked with hundreds of brands at this point, but if we lock onto a project and say, okay, this is what we want to do, I'm like, okay. Just from person to person, what do you want to see? Like, as a challenge, like, what do you personally would love to see that would be really cool? And they're like, oh, well, that would be really cool if we could see this. Like, oh, it would be really cool if you could do that. I'm like, done. And that'll be something I'll focus on.
I bet.
And they end up being, like, super stoked about it because it's like, hey, like, if you guys got an idea, toss me some ideas and we can toss back and forth, and actually collaborate on something cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and I know one of the cool things was that was a tournament I was actually casting for the Intel Creator Challenge. Second time ever casting in my life, by the way.
That's awesome, dude.
I had a blast, and, one amazing thing that I see over and over again in the world of gaming is both his teammates, Watson's teammates, Zero Tricky and Panders, 2 of the best players in the world as well, again. They both said, like, hey, Watson, you need a new PC. Take it. And they basically gave him the $20,000 PC, and a free flight to San Diego.
San Diego,
right before TwitchCon, which is insane.
It'll be. I hope he sticks around for TwitchCon. I know he was talking about maybe flying out and going back home to stream because he's really dedicated to his fans, and I love that about him. It's really cool. I love the dedication.
He's on it, man.
Yeah, it was crazy to like, oh man, like this is a cool event, but you can't forget about the people that got you there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's really cool that he's got that mutual respect for his audience, because I don't feel like that's that. I mean, I'm sure it's common, but it's not that. I'm sure not everyone does that. You know what I mean?
No, not everybody. And you're actually making me feel bad a little bit because I've been missing for like
3 weeks here. I got invited.
Not my intentions.
I know, man. So my chat watching, I love you guys. I'm sorry, I don't know what camera to look at, but yeah. So I got invited by one of my viewers to go to Colombia.
Oh,
right?
wow.
So he said buy a plane ticket, and I got everything else. I asked my chat. I'm like, hey, should I do it? They were like, hell yeah. So I did it.
Yeah, man, you got it. You have to take that opportunity. I was like, I was just gonna say, I'm glad you did.
Yeah,
you know, like don't regret that.
Crazy. One of the best weeks of my life. So then right after Colombia, I was supposed to go to Texas for a couple days, to my house in Texas for a couple days, and then fly to Boston where I have my family lives there. So I wanted to see him. I haven't seen him since I moved down to Texas.
Sure.
And we also have a fantasy football draft that we've been doing for 12 years.
Oh, man, with the family?
And not with the family, with some friends from high school.
Okay.
So I couldn't miss that as well.
Nice.
Never
That's
miss
cool.
that.
No, you can't, man.
I don't play fantasy football, but this is the first year that I've missed hanging out with my entire group of friends while they do their draft.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
The group name of the league name is Wings and Beer.
Wings and beer?
Wings and Beer.
I'm starving now, man. Thank you. Thank you, PJ.
Anytime.
Anytime. Man, this cable management that you're doing, you're almost
it's
done.
insane.
I'm in a rush right now. I feel like I'm rushing.
I can't even imagine seeing all those wires at the beginning to what it is
I know,
now.
dude. It's absolutely insane. That's what I'm saying. It's an absolute art form. And I'm really glad that PJ's able to showcase these skills.
I'm appreciative that I can actually come up here and do this for you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Shout out Intel, man.
Yeah. Intel's
Brought us all here at
Intel
PAX
gets stuff
West.
done. Oh, man, we got like the last few connections, and then we'll be good to go to turn this baby on.
Nice.
I can't believe
I'm so excited to see this thing.
But yeah, right after Boston, I came to PAX West, so I
So you've just been traveling
all over the place, bro. I went from Columbia to Boston to Texas to Seattle, all in one week.
Columbia,
Oh my God.
Boston, from Boston to Texas.
So from Columbia to Boston to Texas to Seattle, and then I leave tomorrow. I think.
Yeah, most of us are leaving tomorrow.
Back
you go
to-
home for home.
Yeah, and I promised my chat a 24-hour stream first week I'm back.
Oh,
so-
man. All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to pop in that stream
Yeah?
and say what's up. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
of
dude.
course.
I will definitely do that.
Yeah.
You guys stream as well, or what?
I got 2 viewers the last time I streamed.
Oh, we're coming over, bro. We're making it 3.
I played Car X Drift. Have you played that?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god, dude! It's one of the least expensive games on Steam. It's like a $12 game. A buddy of mine bought it for me, and
Fun.
I am legit hooked on it. Every JDM car you could think of, they just cannot name the car.
Yeah.
But is it a replica of what it is?
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
It's the best sliding game I've played so far, and yeah, I get a kick out of it.
Yeah, sure.
It's like, oh, you paid $60, $70 for that game? I paid 12. I'm having the time of my life.
Yeah, we do some streaming with Liquid House. We play some video games. I like to stream Rocket League.
Yeah.
I'll play, man. I haven't played it, but I definitely need to start jumping into some more
Yes,
fun games,
I would definitely recommend you give Rocket League a chance. And honestly, I think anyone should try.
Throw you
Rocket
on my
League.
friends list on it. You go on and we're like, all right, it's on now.
And then my fiance Ellie, she'll stream on her own channel. She actually made her own channel.
Love that.
And but
What does she usually
she's
play?
Yeah, she's in a lot more relaxed state. She'll stream Stardew Valley. She'll stream GTA. Sometimes Fallout.
I'll collab with her on GTA.
Yeah.
For sure. If she jumps in.
Yes, man. Let's play some GTA.
Oh,
Absolutely.
I love that damn game so much. I tell everybody all the time. I was like, you know what? I know all these little new games coming out, and they're very popular and stuff. But
right.
a lot of people
I
just
agree.
shun Rockstar for doing this. But I was like, yeah. I was like, if it ain't broke, the game's perfect.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
no,
It's a 10-year-old
amazing.
game that still rocks and
Yeah.
still relevant.
And it's still so much fun. It's such a sandbox to just have fun with your friends.
I don't know if you guys remember GTA Vice City.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right, on PlayStation 1.
Rest in peace, Ray Liotta.
What was
No,
the
that was PS2.
PS2.
What was the PlayStation 1 GTA? What
That was Vice. That was
was
Liberty
2.
City. That was
Liberty.
GTA 3.
So 3 and Vice City came out on 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
The first one, it was like
first one was an
old school
overview.
top down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Top down.
It literally
GTA.
looked like Minecraft.
Yes.
Yes,
pretty
Everybody
much.
was squares. and
Yeah.
I still remember playing that to this day. Don't tell my mom because she would have yelled at me back in the
I remember
day
how
for playing
hardcore
that.
people were like, "Oh, this game's too violent." I'm like, "But you can't really see anything on it." So
Oh my gosh, man. Okay,
How am I looking?
we gotta show this off.
Wow.
Look at this insane
Dude.
cable management. It's worth the wait. I know it's taken some time, but oh my gosh, these cables are insanely
That
managed.
is insane.
You killed it, my friend. Wow. All right, so I think it's
gotta
time
do
to
mine
turn this
first.
bad boy on.
Yeah, I'm
that
down.
being said,
You wanna
let's
slap
get
the panels back on?
Yeah, let's get these panels back on.
I hope I got everything good to go. Cooler. Tell me you don't do the same thing. Don't start double checking everything to make sure everything's plugged in as
Oh yeah, you're good, man.
All right. This goes on there. Thank you. Let's put this in over here.
Got to get those locks in there.
We leave him to do the peel.
Yeah,
The
oh,
peel
yeah.
is the best.
Oh yeah, big time. We'll turn it on first, and then we'll peel it.
Absolutely. Where's that screw at? There you are. Number 2.
Fellas, I am amped.
Oh yeah, dude.
Wow,
I'm so
dude.
excited for you. This
I'm
is
gonna
The
hand
great.
it
These
over.
are your LED strips. They're all daisy chained. So it comes
Yep.
from here to here to here, and then it drops down through all the chambers. So you got this whole thing's gonna light up like a Christmas.
I can't even wait, bro. Can we hear
All
it?
right.
Wow. Dude, I was amped in the beginning getting this thing, started, but seeing this whole thing now.
Oh yeah, we're
my,
about to turn this
dude.
bad boy on.
Please
do it.
turn on. Please turn on.
All right, man.
Got light?
So this is it. This is gonna be it. Are you ready to turn this bad boy on? Power switch is up there.
Yeah.
You
Let there be
ready?
light.
Did I get a countdown?
3,
3, 2, 1, go.
Nice. All right, and you know what's next? You got to peel that panel. So let's get at it.
I got to peel that?
Oh yeah, you
So
get
from
the
like
honor,
right
my
over here in
friend.
this corner. There's actually 2 of them.
Nice and
You're
slow.
gonna get one in the outside and one in the inside. So maybe pull the inside one first. There you go.
Yeah, let's do the inside one first.
Inside first.
Look at that, man. Wow.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Get the outside one.
Oh yeah, nice and slow. Yeah, nice. Congrats, my friend.
Thank you, fellas.
You have officially finished your first PC build, man.
Wow. I mean, dude, this thing
Told you
looks
this case is
epic, man.
Yeah.
Holy
super cool.
crap. Dude, thank you so much for being a part of that, man. Dude,
Of course, my friend.
thank you, man.
Yeah, we got you.
And huge
You
shout
did
out
this.
to Intel, man. Guys,
Yes,
thank
I
you
know.
so much.
You guys, this has been the last day. So this has been the last day of PAX 2022. We just finished up We the People's
we got
brand new PC build. Just to do one last overview, we have the processor, which is Intel Core i9-12900K. Motherboard is Gigabyte Z690 Aero G. Graphics card is GeForce RTX 3080 Vision OC. We have a Corsair 4 Series MP600 M.2 SSD. We have for the RAM Corsair Dominator Platinum RAM in 32 gigabyte,
Nah, it goes with track.
6,000 megahertz. For the case,
We're
we
good.
have the Corsair iQ 5000T
Yes, sir.
J edition RGB. And then for the all-in-one is the iQ H50i. And yeah, man.
I'm
loving
amped,
it.
man. I'm blown back, dude. I'm just
Yeah.
I'm so grateful for you two, man. I'm grateful for Intel and just the fact that we're here at PAX West of Seattle, man.
Absolutely, man. And this is an awesome way to wrap up the last day of PAX 2022. I think it's time to just pack this thing up, head home, and start playing some VMs. What do you think?
Sounds like
I
a plan to
can't
me.
wait, man.
I don't see any other reason. Yeah, I would leave.
Yeah,
now.
man.
You know, there's no other.
All right. Well, we'll guess we'll see you guys on the next one. Don't forget, We the People won. Twitch. We are Intel Gamer Days at PAX West 2022. We'll see you on the next one.
Love you guys.
Hey everybody, I'm here. I'm Colton, Sideax PCs, and we got Thin here with us as well.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, I'm actually on stage. I can't really believe this. Thank you very much again, Colton, for inviting me here, and thank you very much to Intel Gaming for making this happen.
Yeah, thank you, Intel. Obviously, our segment is we're gonna talk a little bit about gaming. I mean, I got one of our best streamers here with us. Not to mention skill, not just entertaining, but like actually amazing. So
Too kind. Thank you.
yeah. And what else are we gonna? We're gonna go through some, some of our thoughts about like PC gaming, where we're going, like hardware. Obviously, like we've gone through some really like strange stuff here recently.
Absolutely.
And like here we go, 2022, wrapping this thing up, and
Well, I'm very excited though for the next few months, especially for the holiday coming. This I guess we're almost rounding the corner. If
I
you
know
will.
we're almost there.
And man, I've seen some amazing things here at PAX, especially from Intel.
Yeah.
And I mean, we even have all these PCs all around us right now. I mean, you guys have some showcase PCs here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think as far as like what's really interesting is just how prevalent PC gaming is coming, just how interested more and more people are with gaming in general. I mean, we've had so many blockbuster games come out in the past couple of years.
Yeah.
And I think now more than ever, like I've been seeing a much younger demographic hang out here, and
Yeah.
everyone's looking into custom keyboards, custom peripherals, all these custom things, and custom PCs, and they're also looking to what sort of parts can they put in there, and then for a lot of people, how can they maximize that or min-max that, especially with historically PC prices being a little bit too high for the average consumer.
It's been weird for the last couple of years, and it's kind of exciting to see things getting very competitive, stuff being back and available again, and then obviously back to focusing on getting the best hardware, talking about like what's coming up and stuff like that, and I mean it's pretty loud here. There's people
People are just screaming
over there somewhere. I mean, this is the last day. Usually the last day of PAX is like where everybody's really calm, and not right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, as you're saying about custom, obviously we're starting to see people want to have their own branded stuff. As manufacturing has kind of changed, if we go back like 5, 10, even 15 years ago, you basically got whatever was on the shelf, and like that was it. There was no like, oh, I want to have this custom something or other, or I want a printed mouse mat with like sublimation printing.
No, you didn't get any of that previously.
So it's like it's like one of those things where you're like you're talking about like this is becoming your own thing.
Yes.
RGB LEDs, your color or none.
It's not just color now, but it's also patterns. You can have your own patterns. You can have your own animations, even like the one that you guys built for me. Being able to have your own logo, your own branding, your own backplates, and then also being able to offer that to everybody else as well. Having that customization, I think, is super key.
Yeah, I agree, because like I don't know about you, but like so many games nowadays, like when you're in the game, playing the game, it's all about like custom skins, things that you can do. And now that's being translated into the real world now.
Yeah.
And I think it's giving people some more identity in how they represent themselves, both online, but then also like their setup. How do you want it? How do you want it set up? What do you want to do with it? How do you want to use it? I mean, there's foot pedals. I mean, I had foot pedals because they were kind of fun to like change things back in the day. I thought I was like really like the edgelord over there with my foot pedals, click, 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 click. And now they're like a thing.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what's really awesome about PC gaming is how much customization, how much stuff you can do, like what are some of the things that make it interesting for you?
Well,
your setup.
For me and my setup, like all the PC stuff for me is like really, really interesting because we can customize it. But I don't only game, like I also create a whole bunch of content, and so being able to take that creativeness and then also put it on like a broadcast level was it was a challenge at first for me, just because I didn't consider myself that creative. I had to, figure out how to make overlays.
He really
is
figure
creative. Figure out how to set up, multicast streaming. Figure out how to, make sure that we incorporate some sort of elements that are entertaining as well as competitive. And being able to do that with all the tools that we have in today's day and age. At first, it was incredibly expensive. Like previously, and I think this is currently the norm still. You still see people rocking, 2 PC setups. They have all these gadgets, all these knobs, all these different, microphone sets, and they're really trying to make, themselves into like a whole broadcast studio. But because of that, there's a lot of inflexibility. And what we've seen over time is that a lot of these complex technologies are being scaled down.
Yeah.
And what we're able to see now is a whole bunch of these really, really awesome, super powerful parts get, crammed even to the size of like, we've seen gaming laptops that are doing very well as well.
Like, look at your cell phone.
I know, our phones are crazy.
I mean, you think about it, and now we're seeing that in like a lot of processes that you needed additional hardware for being consolidated by modern tech to make it, even better, So, it's like one of those things where you're like, hey, how do we make things like more interesting? How do we, like make it so that way you have your gear, but you don't need like 6,000 things sitting around your desk.
Absolutely.
It's like Stream Decks.
Yeah.
I mean, those things are amazing.
Yeah.
Like you get all this other software and all this other stuff, and now you're like, oh yeah, push a button, it does everything.
Yeah. And I mean, we're seeing now stuff, the new stuff that is coming out that is just going to be so powerful that the amount of multi-process, you can game, you can stream, you can edit, you can do all 3 at once even if you really wanted to with all the new stuff coming out. And now we're seeing creativity just being put into something. Yeah.
That's a new process that we've been putting on,
right there.
On the cases right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if the camera guy can like zoom a little bit onto that. But like, we laser etch into paint jobs, to make it so that way you can choose patterns. We have Damascus steel. We have all sorts of other cool patterns that are coming out.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it's fun, and it's not super expensive.
No, not at all. I mean, so you have the customization, and then you have the power in which, like, you can build something in like a single case now that can run what used to take multiple different teams, if you will.
Yep.
And so me as a creator, I'm very, very excited, being able to create and then also being able to edit and also being able to game at the highest level. So yeah.
I mean,
cool.
It's well, I guess we'll talk a little bit about like, the next like 3 or 4 months. We have a lot of new games coming out. Because it's been
I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Kind of barren here recently.
Oh man,
though.
yeah, it's been tough for
I mean, as gamers, obviously everybody kind of coming out of the whole like last couple of years, we haven't had Elden Ring was incredible.
Yes. Yeah.
I
enjoyed watching it. Yeah.
I know I've played entirely too much of it. I love pain games, Dead Cells, all those kind of things. Like, man, I go to bed angry. It's my favorite.
I try not to.
Yeah. I mean, it's just fun. Like, I mean, if you think about like everybody games differently, the things they're going after. I mean, you, Mr. Competitive Gamer over here.
Well, I used to be incredibly competitive because I thought that, that was the way forward, if you will.
Yeah.
You had to be the best, or you were nobody. But I've learned over the past few years of doing this now that you don't have to be that crazy competitive. You can hopefully add a little bit more fun, and then hopefully you're also able to show people what you can do, and kind of show them like, hey, this is how you take your gameplay to the next level. That is what I found to be the most wholesome and the most rewarding, personally for me, and also for other people, just to see them progress.
Yeah, I mean, it's like. I mean, originally, like, whenever I was streaming and playing League of Legends and such like that, competitively and such like that, like, the prizes were like $5,000, $10,000, so I was like, woo. And now they're obviously so much different, but, there's gaming obviously can be for fun, it can be for competitive sake, and now it's entertainment.
Yeah.
Like, people just watching people stream is like a whole thing now that if we rewind even 10 years ago, I mean, like, it was hardly anything.
It's gone beyond that too. Like, I wouldn't have been here if it weren't for gaming. I wouldn't have met a whole bunch of friends all around the world if it weren't for gaming.
Yeah.
I've gone to gaming, this year alone. This is not my first gaming convention this year. a lot of my travel has been because of gaming.
Yeah.
And that is super exciting to see. And it's only getting bigger from there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a career path for obviously yourself and a lot of other people. And you think about like, we have so many new opportunities to not just play games, but interact with your friends.
Yeah.
Broadcast to people who can't necessarily play with you. You only have like so many that you can like actually do.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess speaking of which, we are giving away here at Intel one of our PCs as well.
If any of you have ever wanted a free gaming PC that is hand-built in USA with a lifetime warranty, courtesy of Zydax, make sure you guys enter into that giveaway. I know you guys have all the details.
Yeah, you go on to Zydax.com. It's right there. It's also on all of our social medias. And you can enter it to win. It's a really nice machine.
Featuring Intel.
Featuring Intel.
Yes.
I think it has a 12900K.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there we go. I'm getting some thumbs up.
There we go.
So, it's a really awesome system. Free PC. Nothing says awesome like free PC around
Absolutely.
here. Let me tell you. I think half of our marketing inbox is free PC.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, nobody is sad for free.
No, never.
Nobody is sad for
Absolutely
free.
not. And I do have a chat here. I'm just now realizing this. Over time, if you guys have any sort of here we go. Look at this.
Yeah.
There you go. Here, I'll let you hold that.
I'll be Vanna White.
Over time, if any of you have questions, either in the audience here live or if you guys are in the chat, please feel free to ask them, and then we'll be able to kind of pick and choose. And then we'll be able to talk about that.
Yeah. All right. Shameless plug over with.
Oh, and by the way, there is a secret code there, but you have to be here for that secret.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I know. Sorry, but
any of you afterwards, go ahead and come up.
Yeah,
and
anybody that's out there
that's
that's listening to us, that's at the show, you're welcome to come find one of us. We're going to be wandering around here for quite a while, but yeah, you guys can check that out here. I'll even like set it out there. All right, shameless plug over with.
There you
go. Moving on. Hey, at least it's a free PC.
Hey,
I'm not trying to peddle my wares.
it's not just any PC though. That's a nice PC, dude.
So, and obviously you can watch Thin at any point. He streams like every single day nearly.
Yep.
At odd hours of the night, 1 in the morning.
Well, so
10 o'clock.
that's another thing. Like I've learned now that I have to try to keep a schedule. I know, with PAX it's been really tough. I've tried to squeeze in a couple hours, towards the end of the the end of the day here, just because our days here are just super full. But having a schedule has been super important. Just being able to take something that was once a hobby and then turn it into something that's even bigger than that has definitely been a challenge.
Yeah.
Getting an agent, I never knew that would be something that a gamer would have to do or a streamer would have to do.
Also an agent that you vibe with.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
it's such an integral part. They manage a lot of your day to day.
Absolutely.
Your relationships. What was it like did you have to go through a few? How did you get there?
There's unfortunately, because the industry is growing at such a rapid pace, there's a lot of people out there that you need to be careful. You need to make sure that it's a good fit.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way to put it. And but not just beyond that, but also previous to that, also being able to build a team.
Yeah.
I can game as much as I want, but if I'm not creating content or videos that people are going to engage with or share, then it's pretty much all for naught. And so being able to have a very solid team that's behind you and knows all the current editing practices, being able to upload all that stuff on every single channel out there for the greatest amount of reach has been super, super awesome. So. But yeah, like that, learning throughout all those processes, that's been really key. But I know that's a little bit more towards the content creation side, but gaming has branched out so far so where it's not just gaming, it's not just esports. It's now esports and more. It's entertainment.
It's a lifestyle in a lot of ways,
it most definitely is a lifestyle.
That's what you're into.
Everyone here definitely has some type of gamer look going on right now.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
You think about it, a lot of your hobbies. A lot of times when we look at gaming, we think about I like to say entertainment dollar value, and how much gaming is really actually a very, very inexpensive way of entertaining. Think about it. You try to go to the movies nowadays, it's like $15 for the ticket in some places or more, and that's like a good time.
Yeah.
And then you want to buy anything to eat, and you're $25, $30, $35 in for one person.
Yep.
You go to a sporting event, hundreds of dollars. You do any of those things, and obviously the initial investment. It's nothing to scoff at. You're spending a grand or two or three, or sky's the limit if you really want to go crazy.
Yeah.
But then you look at I'm playing Cult of the Lamb right now. Yep. I spent $25. I spent $30.
You got to try them all though.
Yeah, the developer is awesome.
Yeah.
And it's just fun, and there's nothing competitive about it. It's just fun. But I played 70 hours or 60 hours of that game. I'm thinking what can I do? And I guess that's what's really cool about gaming is that you're not having to like be like, oh, I have to spend all this money. You can get into it for fairly inexpensive, and the amount of
Or
time,
even in many cases now, most of the common games that everyone plays now is free.
yeah, that's true.
It's and it's not just free. It's not like it's a crappy product either. It's
Yeah.
something that millions upon millions, like,
yeah,
that's how people are making friends. That's how people in school right now are getting popularity.
yeah.
Like it's wild.
And I mean, I play like the whole gamut. I'm like, we're going to play some first-person shooters. I'm going to play Genshin Impact. I'm going to play World of Warcraft. I know I'm that guy.
I'm personally really excited for the new Call of Duty coming out in 2 weeks.
I know
I'm a COD guy, but
I know
beyond
you are.
that, there's been a lot of stuff. I mean, we had Halo surprise us earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, that was probably
I enjoyed that game.
That
The
was probably
grapple hook.
my
Honestly, that was the best thing about that game was just grapple hooking places.
so happy it came out and so sad that they haven't. I wish that there's more to it, and
Yeah.
they keep saying that they're going to do something. So I hope that comes very soon. Hopefully this holiday season. So.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, there's so many, even previous games that are still getting content. There's still stuff coming out. There's still things of interest that, even older games that I've just revitalized and brought back up again.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, that's the other thing about PC gaming. A lot of people say, oh, well, consoles are so much cheaper. But, consoles, even at the end of the day, we're talking, thousands of games where PCs, I mean, literally have every game that pretty much ever came out.
Yeah.
It's still available.
Yeah.
I mean, you still can play something. If there's something you're interested in, it's still there.
And they get remastered too.
Yeah, and then they remastered
And they
tons of
remastered
games.
them, yeah.
I played Kingdoms of Amalur. That's kind of like one of those games that nobody knew about for a while, and they remastered it. And I was like, obviously it's old now, but it was still fun to go back and reminisce on some of those games that are kind of like Divinity style games, and there's some of those that a lot of people didn't know about. I tend to always try to go back and start the series fresh. My wife and I were like, we're going to play Gears of War, and she's like, I've never played it before. And so we played every single Gears of War during
my God.
COVID.
That's insane.
And it was fun, though. But it was magical. I mean, obviously, we had to do some, hook up the Xbox and try to get in there. But, gaming also isn't mutually exclusive. You can have consoles. You can have a PC. I mean, I have a Switch. I try to do all those kind of things.
You got to try. Yeah, I think that's the really awesome thing is there is always going to be something for anybody out there.
Yeah.
In gaming, it doesn't matter if you want something like myself, which is I want explosions. I'm a guy. I really enjoy stuff like that.
Yeah.
But if you want something a little bit more slower paced, I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff come out with even handheld games that you can bring with you everywhere.
Yeah, I play Magic the Gathering Arena.
Right.
I run a gaming computer company, and I really love cardboard cocaine.
Right.
But I can take it on my phone, and then I can pull it up on my desktop.
Yeah.
It's way easier to work with the decks on your actual desktop because you can move everything. But it's so cool because of that integrated experience. I can have my command center, which is my PC at home. I can work on it, and I can put it to my mobile device, and then boop, out I go.
Absolutely.
So I can always stay up to it. Same thing with Genshin Impact and things like that. If people are into that, and that really kind of gives you some really cool stuff, to make your life and your mobility, and you don't have to be like, oh, I don't have my save screen or whatever, somewhere else. So makes it really interesting for us.
I'm getting a lot more questions because
What are some of these questions?
So one more time for the PC giveaway, all you guys got to do, go to Zydax.com and make sure you guys enter into the Intel PC giveaway.
Yeah, it's Zydax.com/Intel giveaway.
Okay, Zydax.com/Intel giveaway. Guys, would love for one of you to win it. And if you're here
we will
in person,
ship it too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's very clear. You don't have to be here.
No, you don't.
The only secret code is.
Yeah, the secret. If you guys are here in person after this talk, we're going to be giving out the secret code so you guys can get a few more extra entries.
Yeah, and it'll be for the people here. We got to people made the extra effort to be.
That's right.
Here. But anybody can win. It just gives you some extra entries so everybody knows.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're every event nearly. So we'll be at TwitchCon. We're going to be at, obviously the next PAX is next year. We go to CES. We go to tons of different shows.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Both consumer. I think I'm at 80,000 miles traveled and just.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all. I think the planet's only 22,000 miles around, but here we are.
Oh my goodness.
And that's all done in the U.S. I haven't even left the States this year.
Right.
But I've managed to go everywhere, see people, visit clients, go do all the things that we got to do, go to all the great gaming events. Come visit you.
Appreciate it.
But a lot of things that we're seeing now is that gaming hardware has been kind of, like, you go look at the Steam results, and like the #1 graphics card is still like a 1060 or like a Kepler Fermi GPU.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's like crazy because, you know, PCs have such longevity, right? Until there's a game that comes out. And to us, like, games drive new computer stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
Like we're starting to see.
I remember when I got into the whole streaming thing, for me it was PUBG, and there was the only way to play PUBG was to build a capable gaming PC. There was no, you couldn't like go super budget with it. You really, like, if you wanted to have a good time with it, because the map was so big. There were 100 people. You know, so there were all these different things about it that warranted having a PC, and that's what I had to do. And I think that, like, for me, that was a very special experience, and, you know, and then from there, you know, seeing all the other new PC games come out and being able to have a system that's prepared for it. But now what we're seeing is that all the new parts, they're so good that they're good for not just 1, not just 2, but like 3, 4, and 5+ years.
Yep.
And as you said, like, you know, Steam charts, having people play on not ancient, but, you know, relatively not so new, you know, CPUs.
Almost console cycle, that 5 to 7 years, you know, PCs have been doing that. And I guess
and they've been crushing it too.
Yeah, and now that what we bring it to is that we're finally getting to that apex now where I think we're going to see another big shift again. Because, like, right now we're seeing UE5 games that are next year that I'm super stoked for. These new engines that are going to be way more powerful. And so we're going to see, like, this advent of new tech start to push. We're going to start seeing, like, I mean, like, right now, basically, you go look at, like, the average, like, monitor sales, you know, get technical here. Like, we see a lot of 1080p and then, like, higher-end 1440p.
Still a lot of 1080.
A lot of it. And, like, although 1080p is fine, once again, it's your gateway into the world, so I like a really nice monitor. But at the same time, like, we're seeing it shift to 1440, and as we start to see the new stuff come out, I think 4K is going to finally start to be more relevant.
I am so excited for 4K.
As new GPUs, as, like, people start to develop for, like, specifically higher resolution stuff. You know, obviously we have a lot of upscaling and a lot of new technologies coming out, but obviously, like, both processors and graphics cards now are starting to get pushed a bit. You know, like, I'm watching, like, you know, some of the higher end graphics cards actually get pushed by games. And at 4K, it's really hard to play right now.
Unless
you have, like, the top of the top. You know, like, you're spending $1,500 on a graphics card, and I think that with this next generation, we're going to see that notch down to maybe the $500 to $700 graphics card range. Which, you know, is still expensive. Like, I mean, I don't want to, like, discount people's dollars here, especially in today's economy. But, like, at the same time, we're seeing that happens, where instead of you saying, hey, I got to drop $1,500 on a graphics card and then $1,000 on a monitor, at least you're going to almost cut that in half with this new.
I mean, look, there are now PCs out there that, granted, they may not be able to, you know, perform 4K at, you know, 144 hertz or something. But for the all-inclusive price of anywhere from $1,500 to $2K, you can get a solid, amazing lifetime warranty pre-built that's able to play at 1440p at high resolutions for a massive map, for a VR. And that price point is, like, the ultimate sweet spot. I remember when that price point was $2,500 to $3,000 previously, and that was what was required. And so that price point coming down has allowed so many more people to get into gaming and get into the higher levels of gaming and being able to really experience, you know, I guess you could see the full fidelity experience. And that really, like, for me, it really maximized my amount of enjoyment, because I wanted to make sure that, you know, any new game I play, especially if it's something that's multiplayer or like an FPS game, I really want to make sure I have those high resolutions, but I also need to have those high frames. And so seeing that being available for more and more people as time goes on is really, really exciting, and we're going to have a lot more people come into gaming because of that. That's just what I think.
I would agree. And, like, I mean, right now we're starting to see, like, for a while there during COVID, like, you couldn't get a graphics card.
No, it was impossible.
You couldn't get a motherboard either.
It was impossible.
It was like, as a system integrator, you know, like, you know, we aggregate and we buy a bunch of parts and we hold on to them so that we can make sure that when you buy something that, you know, you get it at a timely manner, that you get good quality service. Something breaks, you're not waiting 2 months for it to be shipped back.
And you guys have that crazy warranty as well.
And we have the warranty. You know, like, obviously everybody goes, oh, how do you do lifetime warranty? That sounds impossible. But, you know, honestly, most modern hardware, after it makes it past 90 days, is pretty solid. You know, and in the event that something dies, you know, like, a lot of times we also offer upgrades and things like that. And after your machine is like 5 to 7 years old, and I offer you some trade-in credit and free shipping to get it back to you, a lot of people think about it, you know. And if you can't, like it's a hard time in life, or something's not going your way well, then we can at least replace it for you, and then you can be back up in gaming again. And
so, interesting question for you. I see a lot of trend, like all the stuff that we've been seeing recently. I know that we've been talking about price points coming down, but we've also seen price points in other areas going up, and we've just seen a lot more like overbuilt, super beefy. Like all the new CPUs that are coming out this fall are insane.
Yeah.
Like the amount of like they're big. They're going to require a bigger cooler. They're going to require a super beefy GPU just to, you know, be able to have everything run properly. I mean, we've been seeing like not just, you know, the exterior of the shell, but the interior. A lot of points are being reinforced now. So what is your take? What is your opinion on that? Like, I mean, it's to the point now where my current system, like I think we have like 1,000-watt CPU in there. PSU in there.
PSU,
yeah, and it's huge.
Obviously, as you know, we kind of get to this nexus of where you look at like performance, power, draw, and such like that, and like, you know, obviously more performance, more power, and people have to understand that like when you're not using the PC, it's not like it's pulling 1,000 watts.
No.
All the time. People think, oh, I bought a 1,200 watt power supply. It's pulling 1,200 watts off my wall all the time. But that's not necessarily true.
It's up to.
Right? It's up to. So it's like, that's what it's able to pull if necessary. And obviously you want to try to keep that around 80% or less. So we're like looking at like how we do this, you know, like how do we make it so that, you know, when you have a power supply, like do you have enough limit to go up to? Not like, oh, you're going to have to worry about that. So with the new stuff, obviously if you look at like a current like 3090, right? You know, it has that adapter, right? On like the Founders Edition cards, and that 16 pin is the new cable that's coming out. And I mean, obviously without getting too deep into it, there's going to have to be power supplies that have that natively. And we haven't really seen a lot of those. I mean, during COVID, manufacturing was really hard. Nobody had a lot of time. You know, we're basically having a product that was going to be launched, but nobody wanted to build the other part of it. So they made adapters. And the adapters are not exactly pretty. You know, like they kind of mess with the color scheme because, you know, we offer some really cool sleeved cables and lighting, and then you got this weird dongle adapter thing that like sits off the side of your card, and it's not matching with the rest of your PC.
Right.
That's obviously changing. There's a few power supplies that are on the market, but they're not like super well priced. And until like the world embraces these new power supplies, which we're going to start to see, you know, we're going to get more efficiency. We're going to get, you know, obviously those connectors are going to be able to deliver way more power. You know, 400 to 600 watts, somewhere in that range, I think is what we're looking at. You know, PCIe puts like 75 watts on it, and then each one of those 8 pins about the same. And so obviously with this new connector, we're going to be able to have more like meaty graphics cards. And, you know, like what do we, you know, like you're looking at it and you're like, hey, I gotta look at like the whole picture, right? A lot of us, I mean, here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Not saying that efficiency isn't important, but in your ranking of what you do, efficiency or performance, what are you looking for?
Performance.
And that's what we tend to see. And, you know, and I'm trying to like do what's best for the customer.
And oftentimes now, performance, they do bring efficiency into the equation.
Yeah.
That's why it's such a high-performing part, high-performing, and when it's all integrated.
Yeah, and like that way you can say, hey, I'm like looking at the actual, like, the full package and saying, hey, you know, to make a comment really quick, like, I think I have like a ton of Zydex people in chat right now. Like, I was like going, dang, it's like half the staff is out there.
I see a few.
I know they're all in here. So, you know, much love to our Zydex brethren and everybody here who's tuning in with us. You know, I just thought it was funny. I'm like, dang, I know like half those people, and then no kidding. But anywho, I'm looking at like gaming performance with, you know, wattage draw, and yeah, it is definitely on the upward trend, and I know that's concerning in some ways too. Because, you know, like, obviously with more heat is more power is more heat. So we're having to look at designing things differently. You know, like, how do we make things so that they still run cool, even though we're plopping in these 400 and plus, you know, like graphics cards in here coming up, right? And like, you know, like when you start seeing like MSI, Asus, Gigabyte, everybody like that, when they start making new cards, right? Like like they're going to push the envelope. They always do, you know? You look at processors, like, you know, Intel's new stuff, which we can't talk about.
We got something right there that we can probably talk about.
We can, you know, like, obviously, like, you know, 12th gen, like, they're pushing the envelope with the 12900K. This sucker is amazing. It's fast. Its performance is amazing.
I really like the...
also, the box is really cool.
The product design, shout out to the product design team, because, I mean, that golden wafer, that looks really, really nice. I mean, that's something that you pick this up, you look at this in the store, it definitely grabs your attention. I mean, you know you're getting the highest quality product. That is. And
we do crazy stuff special to them too. We also like delid them so you guys can even get even higher performance. We put on, you know, better TIM so that we can get really great contact and like really push the envelope on this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We do like full water cooling, obviously from the pretty system in front of us.
Right.
But like that's not just what we do.
It's a work of art.
It's a work of art, exactly.
Yeah.
Like when you're buying water cooling, you're getting, yes, more performance, but the bottom line is that you're getting a work of art. You know, like the people who do water cooling for us, they love it. They strive, they start off in build crew, which is what we call our assembly line. One person builds your machine. That person gets your stuff, puts it together, builds it with love, at least I hope love, you know, and puts it together for you, and then goes and gets tested, right? We go through a full testing automation process because like we want to make sure that everything goes right. We look at your scores, we look at your 8-64 extreme scores. We make sure that you're not just getting a computer. I'm not just like slapping it together and being like, here you go, you know? Like there's a process that we go through to make sure that when you buy a pre-built, you know, because I'm not like, no disrespect to the people who want to DIY. I got here because I love building machines.
Right.
And I know you've built machines. Everybody here has built machines. But there's a point that you're just like, I just want something that works. I want the warranty. I want to make it happen. And so like, when we're designing those systems, we're like looking at how do we make sure that it works perfectly together. We work with manufacturers, and with this rise in heat, new coolers. Like, you know, like I think forever we had Asetek like coolers, like the same like wattage of thermal dissipation for like a decade.
Right.
Like I think it was like 10 years of the same thing.
Basically, you know? It was a heater, like in your room. Your PC was
good, but it was
a portable heater.
It was a portable. I mean, it's still a portable heater. You know, like if it's cold outside, you know, and you're in your room, you close the door. It works. No, in about half an hour. You know, it's fun because, like, you know, at Zydax, like everybody and their mom has like 3 monitors.
Right.
You know, everybody has monitors.
Yeah.
So it's like you walk by and you're like, you have 3 monitors and you have 3 monitors.
Yeah.
And we have 12 AC units up on the roof.
Right.
And it's still hot, you know. So computers are definitely are very warm, I guess is the best way to put it. You know.
Absolutely.
I mean, you live here.
Yeah.
So
I mean, even still, I mean, I have to have an AC unit, and I have to have a fan for my camera. I mean, 2 PCs, 3 monitors, lights, everything. You know, multiple different cameras. Yeah, it does get warm. Yeah. But I mean, at least we know that, you know, over time, what we have is just absolute performance and stuff that, you know, I guess this fall, I can't wait to see all these games that are going to be really trying to push the envelope. As you were saying earlier with 4K, you're not going to be able to get a 4K capable system unless that thing is pushing out a lot of pure juice.
Yep.
And so I personally, like, yeah, I mean, does it get a little bit warm? Yes, but, you know, I'm going to be very, very happy for it because
open the door.
Yeah. Previously, it was like, oh, you know, you got to play a video game, and it was like playing through a movie.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, very cinematic.
Yep.
Right. And it was like, you know, it was very enjoyable. And now we're getting to the point where it's cinematic and more. It's like they're trying to make it even more immersive.
Yeah.
And so, you know, with all the new technologies they have, I know a lot of the talk right now, a lot of the buzzwords are stuff like, you know, how can we get, you know, these reflections, and how can we get these type of, you know, deeper blacks and all this stuff, and all these different colors. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, HDR. But for me, I'm more like, okay, that's all well and good, but I just want more frames.
Yeah.
And because you get that, all that, but then you have it at a high frame rate, it makes it so much more enjoyable.
Yeah.
And so, I really am super excited for all the campaigns that are coming out, because that to me is like, it's a playable movie, but it's also going to be playable at an even higher frame rate.
Yeah.
So,
and like, you know, that's the thing is like there are a couple of different kinds of people, you know, like somebody who's always searching for the best fidelity, the most beautiful graphics.
Yeah.
They're willing to sacrifice frames. You know, they'll do 60 frames and be okay with it. And then there's the other kind of people who are
yeah,
going to sacrifice how pretty it is
Yeah.
for 120 plus
Yep.
frames per second.
Yeah.
And like, but that's the other thing that's cool about PC is that
You're not going to have to
you
sacrifice
know,
that in the future.
and
Yeah.
even if you did, you
Yeah.
have the choice.
Yep.
You know, it's in like in an environment. I mean, not that the consoles aren't great, but they are a very closed environment, and that also means they're kind of restricted. So when you have a PC, you know, and you're gaming, you can choose what's important to you, and that's one of the things that I always like try to explain to people. Like whenever they're like, "Oh, should I do this or should I do that? Should I go to gaming on PC or not?" What is the question there? The question really is, what do you want to do? What games do you want to play? What your friends are playing? But now with all this cross-play stuff going on, like, you know, a whole world of games is open to you with PC gaming.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what makes it really interesting. And you have the choice of what's important to you and your budget, how much you want to spend, sky's the limit, or, you know, you're trying to be budget friendly.
Speaking of budget, like for example, the PC that you all built for me has a 12900KS in it.
Yep.
It's
It
out
is
of
the
all
pinnacle.
the CPUs out there, it's the most high end tier that is possible.
Yep.
But in that, I mean, it's phenomenal to play on. It's an absolute dream. But what we've also seen is even if you, like, let's say your budget is not that high, you don't need to go that high to get, I would say, about 90% of the performance. Like you can be just fine with a 12700. With a 12700, you're getting the amount of performance that was like beyond the highest end level performance that was like a year or two ago.
I agree.
And it's mind-boggling because you don't even have to spend as much. And so literally for a price point of anywhere from 1500 to around 2000, you can have 90% of like literally the highest level performance you could possibly get.
Yeah.
And for the vast majority of people, even that is just insane.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people out there, if price is a concern, if they're thinking about budgeting or if they're thinking about PC type stuff, you don't even need to always go for the crazy high end stuff.
Yeah.
I have.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, like I've seen more and more people be super happy, super satisfied, and to the point where I've seen people compete.
Yeah.
I've seen people, try to go. Like I just played in a Fortnite 100K tourney.
Yeah.
For the very first time. I'm not really a Fortnite gamer, and I had to like practice for like a whole month just to even try to hope to.
What's it like to be like, hey, I'm just gonna like switch games and then go try to compete? Like, I mean, I'm like, hey, I got
humbling.
up this morning and I'm selling PCs for the last decade. I haven't really changed very much, you know, as far as my day to day.
But let me tell you,
I'm going to do everything differently.
I'm playing with, and I'm not going to, I know everyone calls them, Fortnite kids. I'm not going to try to go like there. But these gamers are literally playing on systems with, a lot of them have Intel, and they're playing, and it's not the latest and greatest stuff.
Yeah.
Because they're competitors. They're many years younger than me, and they're training me on something like that. And these are people who have won tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in tourneys.
Yeah.
And that, like, to me, like, being able to learn from them, that was super amazing. And then also, a lot of the stuff that, you have some transferable skill set, but, for them, they, we always, end up talking about, what do you have in your build? I would say, I have this, and they're like, wow, that's. But for them, they are having the nth degree level performance already with a, quote unquote mid-tier part.
I know. I mean,
so that being said, you really don't have to, if your budget isn't all out, I think there's definitely a PC build within everyone's price point, especially if they're interested in getting to that next level.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, like, you have customizability. You can choose what path you need to go down to. Some people, there's games that are more graphics card intensive.
Yep.
There's some games that are more CPU bound. A lot of, like, RTS and strategy games, you need to have the highest in processor you can afford. And there's other games that are more high fidelity, like you're looking at like a Call of Duty, where you probably need a really beefy graphics card.
Yeah.
But it's an ecosystem, and as long as you're like, you understand what you're doing. That's like, I guess, the beauty of like buying from somebody like Zydex here, is that you can talk to salespeople who are actually knowledgeable. They play video games. Whenever we look to hire somebody to work for Zydex, you need to play video games to be in sales.
Yep.
You need to like it.
Yeah.
Because that's what we do every day.
That's what you guys live and breathe, and that's why working with you guys is super awesome. Because like I just remember, like as soon as I got the brand new build in, I loaded up Tarkov, because I also play some Tarkov. I doubled my frame rate on one of the maps that has really poor optimization, and being able to hear from your guys' experience, like, well, we've tried literally everything.
Yep.
We've benchmarked literally everything to the nth degree for, thousands of systems.
Yep.
And so being able to, have you guys go, well, for this, that's probably what I would recommend.
Yeah.
And that was exactly how it went. And so that was, for me, that's personally super satisfying that, whatever I am looking for, I get exactly what I want, just because, you guys have been there, you've done that, and you've played the game for multiple hours.
Oh yeah, and the other thing is like we have our new website.
Yep.
If anybody's checked it out. One of the cool things that we're coming out here in the very near future that we can talk a little bit about
Sure.
is our easy mode. And the easy mode is to help people who don't necessarily understand hardware or I maybe care. Like, to be honest, like,
Sure.
it's like I love driving my car, but I really couldn't tell you all the things that are in it, like to make it go. So the idea of easy mode is to be, hey, I have some sliders, and I'm going to say I want to play this game at these settings on this resolution, and then the budget slider moves back and forth as you need it. So that way, like, if you want to play at 4K, it won't give you $1,000 budget. Like, it's not going to work.
No.
But also at the same time, we're not going to be like, oh yeah, you want to play this? You need 256 gigs of RAM, unless you're a Chrome warrior,
Right.
like me. Like Chrome just eats everything.
Yeah.
So, but you could also close some tabs, and I don't do that.
No.
I'll realize
Never
if I hit
close
the
your
up
tabs.
button, and then there's like a whole row of them. I'm like, oh, well, that's a problem. But that's the other thing is that a gaming PC doesn't just mean gaming. It's like I'll have like parents come on, and they'll be like, oh,
I create, I edit, I broadcast, I do literally everything. It goes beyond, if you're talking to parents, it goes much beyond homework. You can run scientific software on these machines, and oftentimes these machines are going to run it better than a lot of the schools out there.
And it's amusing because like a gaming PC is just a high-end performance desktop. That's what it is, or laptop. You know. And it does so many things, and like it's always a quintessential. My kid says I need a 12900K and a 3090.
Oh my god!
For my system. All right, maybe not that much, but you know what I mean.
Well, that's an amazing film.
But that will really do Google Sheets really well. I can tell you that.
I think that'd do it the best, actually.
It can do it really well. But the thing is it also is for gaming. I can remember, as a kid, like, when I was looking at Zydax and, joining on to start this thing, a lot of it like was like, what do I want to see? Like obviously, like we're obviously like you're doing something you could do yourself. You can change your oil, right? But making a Zydax PC or any custom gaming PC, you're definitely looking at it as an element of like, hey, this is a custom setup that you pre-purchased from us that are set up, ready to go. It is like it is your thing, right? Like this is what you want, and that we do the testing, we make sure it works, we do all the stuff that you wouldn't otherwise do, except it's delivered to your house. If you've got any problems, we take care of it. So it's like remembering that as a kid, I couldn't afford, some of the higher end systems during the time. I just couldn't do it. So then I look now and I say, how can we be as competitive as possible? We look at our pricing every day to make sure that, we're close to being able to do it yourself. We're close. Like, obviously, like, in the PC world, margins are tight, things are small, and we're trying to do everything we can to deliver that next level performance experience for a budget. So it's always interesting because there's like so much going on, and
something I've actually and talking about like trends for I guess towards the end of the year. I know we've talked about like the highest end of stuff, but I've seen a lot of movement on especially on the international front where mobile games are now getting developed for PC emulators.
Like BlueStacks and stuff like that.
And it's not like it's small too. Like I remember that. Right now PUBG Mobile is so much larger than PUBG, and PUBG Mobile. And I would argue, and I don't have the figures to back this up, but just in my personal opinion, I would argue that PUBG Mobile on an emulator is pretty close to, if not bigger than, PUBG on PC.
Interesting.
And so, and we've seen that not just with mobile games, getting developed, even COD Mobile.
Yeah.
I played COD Mobile a few years back, and they offered the emulator on day one.
Interesting.
And so the other thing that so a lot of people out there that maybe they can't afford something as crazy, going all the way to infinity type of build like this.
Yeah.
But something that right, but something that gets to that gets them their foot in the door in PC gaming.
Yeah.
In that sense, technically that's still PC gaming. I would even
you're still running an emulator on a PC.
Yeah.
And if that's what sometimes it's like, as I said, like oftentimes like I want to sit down on a desk, and like experience that right then and there. Like have that moment to sit down, clear my mind, and play games right then and there. Yeah. I think it's funny because I'm seeing people in chat say I use that excuse too on my parents to get a gaming PC.
Right.
I think at least everybody here has if you were a child during the gaming wave.
Absolutely.
I remember being like, "Hey mom, I want to go to Micro Center."
Well, it's that. I mean, like even right now, like Fortnite, you can play Fortnite on. You don't have to have a crazy supercomputer.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Fortnite.
you
Valorant,
can do. Yeah,
you don't
can
need
do
to
an
have a
expensive
supercomputer.
machine.
League of Legends, you
Yep.
don't need to have that. Like
All
game development,
incredible games.
the phenomenal, enjoyed by people all over the world, millions of people, and I'm super excited to see more and more games like that
Yeah.
are more and more inclusive. That have maybe crossplay isn't necessarily PC and console in the future.
Yeah.
Maybe crossplay is. Where people are thinking, not necessarily mobile first,
Yeah.
but mobile as well. And they're kind of thinking about it in tandem, and that's something for me I think is going to be an even bigger breakthrough.
Yeah.
Because everyone has this. Not
Yeah.
everyone has this.
Yep.
But everyone's got a phone, and so if you have something that you can enjoy on your phone when you're not at your actual
your
setup,
desktop, yeah.
and you're able to either engage with or interact with
Yeah.
or even play in. But when it counts,
Yeah.
you're
when you want the
sitting down,
cinematic experience,
and
boom.
then you have your battle station.
Yep.
I mean, because these are. Oh, I almost dropped it.
He almost threw his phone.
I know, right? These are getting to the point now where these are amazing. So
Yeah.
that's. I think for the future, that's where I'm personally.
we're going to see a lot more
invested.
we're going to see integrations cross-platform.
Yeah,
And like
cross-platform to me, this is the future of cross-platform. Not like your Xbox or PlayStation. Look,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's not good or anything. I have those, of course. I have those at home. I'm just seeing a lot more people.
I don't know. I have a lot of people that have a console that I get to play with on my PC that
Yeah.
I'm pretty stoked about. But I can definitely.
But I'm talking about all my homies around the world.
I know,
A lot of the
I know,
homies
yeah,
around
you
the world,
guys-
bro. It's either this or a laptop or this. That's it.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as get an Xbox or get
That's
a
true.
PlayStation.
It's always interesting because
so-
like a lot of us, like we deal mostly in the Americas. Obviously
Yeah.
we send things all over the world, specifically like the super high-end water cooling because it's an art piece.
Yeah.
You're going for like that level of performance and that level of creatism. Then there we go. Let's see. Let's talk about UE5 for a minute and like why I'm excited. We've got
for those in the audience who don't know, UE5 is
Unreal. It's Unreal Engine 5.
Unreal Engine 5.
And like a lot of the games are still coming out on Unreal Engine 3 and 4, but next year we're going to start seeing.
I can't wait.
I mean, it's going to be a new engine. There's tons of new features.
This is what we call as a breakthrough moment. Like,
Yeah.
I remember seeing clips of. I think it was like a clip of a person walking through like a train station.
Yeah.
And that was like, oh, by the way, this isn't real life.
Yes, this is not real life. Here, watch this change to dark.
Yeah, this is a video game engine in its beta, in its test period.
I know, and it's incredible. And like the technology that's coming into that is making things more and more real, but also more and more efficient. Because like if you look at movies, they spend countless hours rendering and making the images perfect, right? Well, at least trying to. I mean, some don't look so good, but not naming any names.
It's true. It's true.
But all of this stuff is becoming more easily accessible to the average programmer, the average dev studio. Like, I mean, you think about like if we rewind years ago, like every studio had to develop their own platform to design a game on. Now you can just get into it, and so it's gonna. Obviously, we can see the proliferation of multiple games, indie studios, all these cool things because we're allowed to have people access the technology for less money, less overhead, less programming, less specialization, and focus on creating a high-quality game that anybody can enjoy. And so with the advent of UE5, we're going to start to see games get pushed harder. As I said, we're going to start seeing people really want to see, like, you know, the next step.
People are really going to want to get a PC for anything developed on UE5 anyway.
Yeah,
I just remember, you know, seeing like, this is, again, 4 or 5 years ago, I saw what the PC games were then, and I knew that the only way to be able to do that was to, you know, play on a PC. I had to go out, I had to go budget, I had to go research. It had been forever since I've been into PC gaming. And so I had to, you know, I had to do all that. And I can't wait to have that same feeling again, like, oh goodness, like this is going to be the next level type stuff.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like that a lot, as I had mentioned before, PCs get pushed forward by new innovative games.
Yep.
Like that's what drives it. You know, Elden Ring came out, we saw people be really interested, right?
Yeah.
The new Call of Duty will come out.
Well, some of the games, I mean, they push them to a little bit too far. Too.
Yeah, sometimes.
I heard a lot of stuff where things.
That was fun.
Some very extreme cases caught fire.
Yeah, that was fun.
So, I mean, sometimes it can get to that point, but that's what is required for progress.
Yeah, we got to push.
In very extreme cases.
Yeah.
We're getting the queue now that we're going to have to wrap up soon.
Yeah,
So, if, Chad, if you guys have anything...
you guys have any questions
anyone
real quick
in the audience, I
we
appreciate you guys for, you know, sticking around and listening to us talk. Again, super exciting stuff coming out. The fall... New Intel stuff coming out as well.
Yeah,
can't really talk about it,
coming out. Oh man, it's going to be incredible.
All I'd say is that it's out there if you look. So
yeah, it's going to be some incredible stuff. As we said, like we're going to really, it's going to be a really amazing next 3 to 6 months of all PC gaming. You know,
I have some questions about your
thoughts on VR.
Yeah, thoughts on VR. Yeah.
So, I am a nerd. I used to fence, like pokey.
Actual fencing.
Yeah, so like
on guard.
Originally, I couldn't do VR because it would make me sick.
Oh, really?
Right? Because it just wasn't fast enough. But I put on a modern VR headset that's like, you know, we're starting to push towards like 4K and both, like that's crazy. Like it feels so real.
Yep.
And I think that as technology pushes it forward and it becomes more and more close to reality, where you don't have, you know, like it feels real. And we have games that are specifically designed for it, because that's the other thing is you can't just take a game and be like, boop, it's VR. I mean, you kind of can, but it's not great. You know, that's where Half-Life Alyx comes in. Like, that game was designed for it, so it feels right, you know? It feels right. And, like, that's, like, the biggest thing when you play a game, does it feel right? The difference between a game that's fun and a game that's incredible, oftentimes, is how you feel. And I know that's, like, an existential, like, but, like, that's where it's at. And so I look at VR and I say, this is still relevant. Like, it's not like the 3D, remember 3D monitors?
Yep.
Woo, that was not fun.
I mean, it came and then it went.
But VR is a future technology that is here today, that is being perfected every day. Not that it's not great right now, but I am so excited to see where we're going with that. Because it's basically putting a monitor, boop, and then immersing you. And we'll see. And as I said, like right now, we need more games specifically designed for VR. That's my opinion.
I agree.
Got any other good questions on there?
A question about do PCs usually come with a monitor, or which type of monitors that you would recommend?
We don't generally say they come with it, because a lot of times people have very specific preferences. And one other thing about being a custom SI is that you get to choose.
Yeah.
And so I would say they don't always come with a monitor. We have some great monitors from MSI on our website. I think we also bring in some ASUS ones on occasion.
Yeah.
You know, whatever makes the most sense. And
so basically,
budget friendly.
It's going to be much better for the average customer to purchase the monitor that they want for the type of games that they're going to play.
Exactly. And on our website, you have a huge choice. But we also know that there may be some other things. I have TVs.
Yeah.
I literally game on an LG like CX.
Yeah.
That's great. It's huge.
Yeah. Those. I mean, that's the best of the best.
Yeah. It looks ridiculous. Like there's me and a wall, but you know that's what I want. And that's the cool thing is that I'm not competitive anymore. So
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
All right. So I've seen, and this is super hyper niche.
Yep.
This is like, what do you think about portable PCs? I say PC like in like one of those like hard
like that?
Plastic.
Super
cases.
cool.
Yeah, just like this. Yeah, something like that. Like, is that something that you guys would ever explore? Because
we are going to explore it. But as I said, like with the new power stuff coming out, we're gonna wait and see.
Right.
I am excited for it. But you know, there's still laptops, and laptops are incredible now. You know, the new Intel ones that we have on. Oh my gosh, They're amazing. They're fast. They're fairly affordable, and they perform nearly as well as a desktop. But I guess on that end, once again, thank you.
Thank you for having
amazing. And
Thank you to Intel for having us. Yeah, absolutely.
Please check out the Zydax.com Intel giveaway.
Yep.
Free PC.
Free PC, guys.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.